Ha nacido el Redentor. De oriente salen reyes para adorar al Dios niño, y una estrella le guiaba para seguir su camino.
Se perfilando, va dibujando, es el humo del tabaco, es el humo del tabaco. Tabaco para limpiar, tabaco para organizar, tabaco para purgar, tabaco para sanar. Es el abuelo tabaco, es el humo del tabaco. Perfilando, va dibujando, es el humo del tabaco, es el humo del tabaco. Tabaco para limpiar, tabaco para organizar, tabaco para purgar, tabaco para sanar. Es el abuelo tabaco, es el humo del tabaco.
Hola y bienvenido, hola y bienvenido. Hello and welcome everybody to the Blast Rising series only for Latin America. We are very excited to get the show in the row, but let's first introduce ourselves. By my side is the wonderful Walderi, and I am Xroy. You can see our names right at the bottom there if you've missed them. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is a start of a brand new tournament, a brand new day, and a brand new opportunity for teams in the Latin American region to take home $15,000. How do you feel about this whole endeavor, Walderi?
Pavlos, there is so much at stake right now, so much development in this region, and so many different teams that will finally get to showcase their talents. But you know what, Pavlos? I want you to dig into the details a little bit before we get this show on the road.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've got 2 weeks basically for this tournament to cover this progression, right? We've got 4 groups, and essentially, within these groups, each group will have to produce 2 qualifiers to the playoffs. After those players are played through, the first, second, and third team will run away with a bit of a prize pool. Now, that being said, this competition is not lackluster. We've got a lot of teams competing, and I'd love to kind of maybe perhaps see the bracket with all these teams so we can have a better bird's eye view on them kind of performing here. But we've got country from Brazil, we've got players participating from Argentina, Uruguay, all across Latin America, and it's really exciting to see this squad come together because I personally haven't had the opportunity to do so far.
Yeah, Pavlos, there are so many different big names, and as soon as the ladder shows up on your monitors, we're going to get a very good view of exactly what's going to go down. For the first matchup, we're going to have 9Z versus Redragon. Next up, Kitty versus SWS, and then we are also going to have the elimination bracket, so lots of spicy matchups, right, Pavlos?
Absolutely. Now, I have been told to call it Nueva Zeta. I mean, I don't know, you probably may butcher that one, and I'm pretty sure we may be butchering a lot of names throughout the way, so do not hesitate to correct us, guys. I mean, my DMs are open. Feel free to let me know if I'm making a mistake with the names. My plan is not to do that. I want to make sure that everything is covered correctly, and in that way, we hope to please everyone. But in that regard, I'm really excited, right? You said it, right? We've got 4 groups in this first Group A, and first up the matchup, Nueva Zeta versus Redragon, one quite experienced with names that are quite recognizable. While on the other side, we have a squad that hasn't really been so tried and tested.
Right. I mean, if you look at 9Z, they've had such an incredible run so far, right? Yes, they were never really the top dogs in the global scene, but at the same time, they've done quite a bit of damage getting over here. Right now, sure, they might be ranked number 50 on HLTV or whatever, but there was a time where they started building a name for themselves, and I think there was a lot of roaring eruptions across the global platform when they ended up beating Vitality. I think that's where Try was really highlighted because he had a lights out performance, and ever since then, 9Z, they have been consistently, ever since their boot camp in Europe, they've been showing up.
100%. And you kind of have to look at the language sort of implication when it comes to rosters like these. I mean, you've got Bit in the lineup, right? The Brazilian. Now he has to kind of switch up to more to the Spanish version of to the Spanish language when it comes to it. When you have to play up with Uruguay from people from Uruguay and Argentina, so that could have changes things up a bit. But I really do have high hopes for this team. I think if you look at the grand scheme of things, this squad may be one of the squads with the most following as well. There's a lot of fan base behind them. A lot of people are looking forward to see the squad perform, and when you come up against a team like Redragon, who essentially has no following, it's quite an interesting thing to see, because a lot of what makes this Latin American scene so valuable and so beautiful is the fans, right? So many of them are so passionate about this game, so passionate about the teams that represent them, and for good reason too. Like, I mean, so much effort has been put into the scene, so many players have developed and become really good, and I really want to see a day, to re-see that day where this region is one of the best in the world again.
Yeah, and I mean, talking about the fans from this region, obviously, I could probably never historically do it too much justice, trying to get into all the nitty-gritty details about the team, but I'll try where I can. I mean, Redragon, it's a team that has come up, they're sponsored, or at least it's a team under the brand of a peripherals company who work with keyboards, monitors, mice, and whatnot, but now they're also venturing a little bit into CSGO, and the players that the roster has, they have had quite a few opportunities here and there, but they've most of the time they have stayed within the LATAM region, and they really haven't found too much success on the global platform. So you can see that, hope I'm not butchering the pronunciation, but Branzik and FB1, they have been in quite a few teams within South America, but they haven't really found their break. FP1, he used to play in a team called Daytona, but that was also a while ago. If you look at the synergy between two of these players, Kurgan and Lelazino, they used to play in a team called Bravos together as well. So there is this very closely knit scene within this community. So all of these players have played against each other at some point. They have played in teams with each other. And there will be some kind of chemistry, some synergy, some pieces of, should I say, maybe pairs of duos that can potentially come up when we might not even notice, because there are players who have played with each other in teams that have been documented or might not even have showed up in officials. Maybe they've scrimmed together. So there are so many underlying storylines that we cannot exactly wrap our heads around them until we finally get opportunities like Blast Rising, where all of this talent will eventually culminate on that server.
Yeah, it could be a trickle up mentality, right? Where these teams can slowly make their way to the higher leagues, give that opportunity to some teams that haven't been so tried and tested in perhaps the global scheme of Counter-Strike. Now may have the chance, if they manage to get far in this tournament, they'll be able to find the funding perhaps to maybe get themselves that boot camp in Europe, get that extra experience, get themselves into a few tournaments in that way. But other than that, I think it's time for that veto, don't you think, for us?
Absolutely. And this is now, obviously, because Redragon hasn't really been too present when it comes to playing officials, it is mostly going to work around whether or not 9Z are going to be in a spot where they're playing maps that they're super comfortable with. So Ancient being the first one that Redragon end up banning, I think this is a relatively good decision, because sure, you might be the underdog team and you want to play an unorthodox, untested map, but at the same time, 9Z's mentality playing on the global platform has been around also picking maps like Ancient, because they've been trying to beat the bigger teams themselves on it. So it's something they're super comfortable with.
Very comfortable on it. And no wonder why Nueva kind of go for the Vertigo ban as well. They absolutely detest that map. Never really only tried to play it once the past few months. Not quite the success story that would have liked. So yeah, that is standard stuff. But yeah, Overpass, like you said, Nuke coming in as well for Nueva Zeta. The ban comes in through, and Inferno as the decider. Quite a peculiar sort of 3 maps here, don't we?
Absolutely. I mean, Overpass being picked up by Redragon, that is probably the only thing that plays to their strength. And you know what? I'm a little bit surprised. If 9Z had done the research on Redragon, they would probably just look at HLTV and they'd go like, this is probably the only map they will want to pick, because everything else they've lost in officials. The only map they have actually been playing, it's been Overpass that they've played 3 times. They've won it twice, and it's been against some respectable teams, but it was still a while ago. I believe it was about 2 months ago when they beat Fury Academy twice, and then they lost once to Maxima. And even those victories weren't particularly convincing ones. So maybe I'm not too keen on whether or not this is a very convincing pick from Redragon, but that's probably going to be the narrative around anything that this team would have picked up regardless. So 9Z, they're probably looking to play their own game, while Redragon, let's hope they've done their homework.
Overpass, Nuke, Inferno. Our 3 maps for the first matchup here, with 9Z are taking on Redragon here in Blast Rising. But if you guys aren't well accustomed to how Blast Rising works, well, essentially in the group stages, we have the matches, the best of 3 matches that get you through that GSL. The GSL format works in a way where if you get yourself 2 wins, you're able to qualify. 2 losses and you are out. Essentially, if you win your first one, you get yourself to that upper bracket with a chance to qualify. If you do manage to win, you manage to get yourself that first seed. If you do lose, you have to play against you have to drop to the losers bracket, which you will have another chance to go at it once more. So this is not do all end all for these 2 teams. They definitely have another chance, but getting yourself that first win is ever so crucial, because it really eliminates that pressure of being eliminated early on.
And for teams like Redragon, that might even be more beneficial. Sure, for a team like 9Z, you often see bigger teams drop into the lower bracket, and still not too worrisome for them, because they can still feel confident in their ability. They can chalk it up to a potential fluke. But for teams like Redragon, if they don't hit the road running, it's very unlikely that they'll be able to pick up the momentum to bring anything back to the table when they do finally get to their matches. And for 9Z, it needs to be a bit more of a convincing affair. Sure, I talked about how it's okay for them to potentially fall into the losers bracket, but they're here to prove something. They're trying to show that after their boot camps, after their practices, after dishing it out to a team like Vitality a few months ago, they still have what it takes to keep pushing on. And I think Tribe in particular, he's going to have a lot to prove as an AWP player because honestly, he's really been the standout player of his team, being only 17 years old, and he's been responsible for so many of their victories. This is definitely a proving ground, not only for the teams themselves, but also for individuals within these squads.
100%. These teams will definitely want to show what they're worth, whatever they're able to do in this grand scheme of things, and hopefully go as far as they can, or maybe just run away with the first prize. You know, that's definitely what they want to go for. But looking at the whole grand scheme of things, I'm not quite sure, because let's be honest, the amount of teams playing out there in this tournament is vast, right? You've got familiar names like Sharks. You may know the Fury Academy boys as well, but you know, it's really interesting to see how all of these teams will fare up against each other, because there are some varied experiences. Sharks, for example, have had a lot of European gameplay going on recently, right? They've gotten a lot of experience in that way, while other teams have kind of been limited into the local scene. So seeing whether the squads with more experience from the outskirts, from the outsides, are able to bring them in and sort of see how they adjust in that way will be really interesting to me. But at the same time, I want to see the meta, how it's sort of adjusted in this scene, because I myself haven't had the chance to experience that much so far.
Yeah, I think both of us are going to be strangers to the meta, and that's okay because so much of it is going to be adopted from the outskirts. As you mentioned, some of these teams are going to be at flag bearers for the entire region, and that's why a lot of these smaller teams that are also participating within this tournament will be looking to them for inspiration, looking to them for structure on how they themselves play it out, because obviously, if you're a team like Redragon, it's much easier to use teams like 9Z or Sharks as a bit of a role model to model yourself, to model your own team, try to get some of your own structure on the basis of that. So perhaps we're going to see something of that sort. Maybe there are going to be some mirror matchups regards to how the strategy goes with how aggression or passivity plays out for either of these teams. But for the most part, I'm a bit worried for the likes of Redragon, because they're going to have done a lot of homework. There are no slouches on the sides of teams like 9Z, so there is so much to show here.
100%. I mean, with the likes of Bit, Max, DGT, Rox, and Try, a squad that's well known in the scene will be really difficult to go up against. And if you've got a squad of rookies, well, rookies could be not quite the word for it, since there are some experienced players in here. Procho, Brinzik, Kurgan, Leozinho, and FP1 all coming together here. You know, it's going to be an interesting endeavor. Like I said, it's not like they're completely inexperienced. A lot of these players have been playing Counter-Strike for quite some time, but they're on the lesser known side. But ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys are ready, because this is the opening matchup of Blast Rising for Latin America. Put your hands together, or get your drinks by your side, because it's we're not exactly on LAN right now. But hope you guys are ready, because the match is just about to begin.
Hands will be put together in spirit regardless of whether or not it's LAN or online, because at the end of the day, it's Counter-Strike. And we're about to kick it off on Overpass, 9Z versus Redragon Esports. And I've really got high hopes for this new squad, right? Because obviously you're going to have to root for the underdog a little bit. Try to have their best interest at your heart, because that's what creates for a satisfying experience. Speaking of which, Leozinho, he's going to start off with something pretty satisfying for himself. Nice little headshot.
Yeah, Max is not going to have too much fun in that endeavor, but look at the connected control gain here by Redragon. Looking to move in towards short. Just a matter of how Nueva Zeta sort of perform around it. How do they adjust? Now, you can see the movement heading towards that B site, so heavily dedicating their members in that direction. But Redragon readjusting, doubling back towards connector, heading towards the A site right away, and it's the best decision they could have made. Damage inflicted onto the other side, though. FP1 keeping them busy. Pro Show as well in that way, holding them in that location, which means that the A site is fully free to be taken over by the Redragon side, and just like that, they'll be able to do so. Try bullets ahead of Leozinho, and now it's down to a 3-on-3 retake.
It's going to be a pretty difficult one for the CT side. I mean, they've got the bomb down, but Try makes it so much easier. Now they've only got 2 members to deal with. Brandzik tucked into toilets, and there's one more trying to play off of the back line. So both of these could be very easily isolated into one angle. Now they don't exactly know where Brandzik is just yet, but that means that his teammate is going to have to take the duel all by his lonesome. Pro Show has been taken off, and 9Z, they will push forward.
That they will. Really nice retake coming in from them. I think Redragon did play some players greedily over into Bank. The fact that they didn't really have any refragging potential there did really hurt them. They couldn't really back away. They were kind of sat in sight, and that could have hurt that hurt them in that way. So Neoevers will be taking advantage of that. Just like that, will be putting themselves up ahead. Focus faces all around. They know there's a lot on the line here. They don't get this opportunity of such a tournament that often. They know that this is where they need to perform.
Redragon, they've already bought up. They've got a hero AK set up, a couple Galils and a scout rifle thrown in the mix as well. Try. He's going to be sticking to the AWP. He's already managed to get his hands on. Pretty nasty how he already has the biggest weapon in the game, basically. But he will be suffering with regards to utility 4 and a 9Z. This heavy investment also means that if Redragon can somehow thread the needle, it will be incredibly problematic. Low pace round, though. 9Z. They've got 3 players on the B bomb site, 1 in toilets, 1 playing very forward on long in the form of Max. And Redragon, they haven't really aggressed on one particular angles just yet. They've got feelers on both extremities, trying to poke around on Monster, have 1 playing around Party, which will also grant Max some space to work off of, but I don't think he's got the initiative to push just yet. But as the time ticks down, it becomes the push becomes even more incentivized, Pavlos, and I think now they want to start at least aggressing towards the B side because that's where the bomb is positioned.
Now he's pushed up. Now he can get the information. He's done just that. Not only the info, but he gets a kill in it for his troubles as well. Looking to move into the B side, but of course, time starting to run out. But here we go, first swing out, MP9 does a lot of damage, not quite the cleanup though. Rox needs to jump up, DGT there to recover, spray down bullets, brings it to keep things going. And now, 2 versus 1, Brintic all to do, but try with the AWP from the second round, delivers and finds themselves the follow-up.
They make it look just too easy. Redragon, I really don't like the fact that they had very late initiative there. I would normally expect them to at least go for some kind of feeler play towards the opposing bomb site to keep a 9Z on their toes. But the amount of space that Max was granted simply because they had all of their eggs in one basket outside Monster for no reason, I'm a little surprised by that because, I mean, if the player around Party isn't committed to anything just yet, he might as well watch the flank, especially because he wasn't really getting ready to join the rest of the squad just yet. Or maybe maybe you could make the argument that Max got lucky with the timing there as they were about to push in. But regardless, a bit sloppy from Redragon so far, but it's only the beginning.
When was the last time you saw an AWP being picked up by from the second round?
It just doesn't happen too often, but you can see how confident they are in having Try on that sniper rifle. It's probably going to pay off in fulls. That is an MP9 that has become very dirty, but it's Proshow that has killed his own teammate, and DGT is happy to pick up the pieces. Kurgan quickly equalizes the numbers, and that's also a silenced rifle picked up. Rox now playing up close and personal, trying to push in. Does he get caught off guard here? Yes, he does, and now the disadvantage is in the hands of the CTs.
It is indeed 2v3, and Nuevas that need to recover from this. The preemptive aggression did not work out, and this was the eco round from Redragon. And I mean, imagine if Proshow didn't kill his own teammate there. They've been in a 4v2 right now. And now they're looking to recover. Ooh, Max really close. That could be dreadful, but no, they actually move across playground. He knows that there's movement in this direction. Is he able to find more than 1 kill, though? It's a matter of whether Redragon peek out. The information is all there. They've done a lot of noise here. Audio cues given out. Simple spray down. Not quite the third, but he's put it down to a 1-on-1 where it's Tribe in the shoes to try and recover.
Try isn't actually going to go for that initial push. And that means that he doesn't get information early on. But the smoke is a bit too much of a red flag, right? I think the idea that Kurgan is going towards the B bomb site is now telegraphed. Try is ready for it. Oh, no! He's going to get out-peeked by the Redragon player, Kurgan. He even gets the bomb down for his troubles. Well, he doesn't in the last few seconds, but man, what a Ferrari peek from him.
And what a statement play by him as well. Beautifully done. Proshow, though. I mean, yeah, there you go. That little kill. So, Redragon won a pistol just now, and it all came down to Nueva's early aggression. Max attempted to recover, but the refrag potential was there by Kurgan, and he just did not let that happen. When it was his turn to show the world what he's made of, he did just that. Peeked in front of an AWP, did go for an elbow slide at the start to bait out the first shot, and went directly in for the kill right after that. Beautifully executed here by the Redragon side.
But you can still see how much confidence 9Z have in their star player Try. He's been wielding an M4 now. Oh, a bit unfortunate. They don't get to make that Desert Eagle work. Still trying to be cheeky with the flank, and Rox will not get up to any of his shenanigans. Pro Show will quickly put him in the graveyard. 9Z, they've got a lot of responsibility here. Just try play in a conservative fashion, which allows him to save for the next round, or does he play forward? I mean, it is going to be an eco in the next round anyway, so it might be worth his time to just try to go for a ballsy play. But now, Redragon want to push on to B.
Gurgen looking to entry frag here, working out, but all of a sudden the pistols from Nueva Zeta have just come online. Topsy-turvy if you ask me, but all of a sudden Redragon faced up a very deadly opposing side with rifles to be collected, but Prosho reading the push from Max and has now put things to an equal footing, anticipating perhaps a backstab, but none of such will be coming forth. Nueva Zeta polarizing their positionings. Redragon sticking around for now. And I think the game plan is going to stick to holding on to this B site. Utility, not much. That's a drop heard. Or not, maybe a little bit too far, but now they'll be heard. A lot of audio cues given out with the footsteps being thrown by them. Bit peeks out, quick little headshot. Leozinho had no chance there. Bit single-handedly holds down the site, and it's a pistol round from Nueva Zeta to find the recovery.
Is this really going to be the immediate reverse, Pavlos? It was supposed to be Redragon starting to run away with it, but no, 9Z, all they need is Deagle, a little bit of hope, pinch a piece of CZ75 in there, and there you have it, Chemical X. There we go, Redragon once again feeling a bit down in the dumps because they've not got much to work with. Scout Rifle for Pro Show, pistols on everybody else, and they're trying to head out of ramp. Not going to find anything just yet. Passivity being showcased by 9Z as they back off. Toilets is their domain. Max, once again, retiring to his den that he's carved out towards long. And I think he's about to face most of the brunt of this action because there are four very hungry players going his way.
Oh, it's a scout as well. Max finds a spray down. Even though he gets tagged down, can keep things going. Spray down away. Good recovery, but is that going to be good enough? FB1 killing him off. And the pistols may have a chance if they find another kill. Definitely on the difficult side. Nueva Zeta holding on for now. Try keeping positioning of toilets in check as Redragon slowly look to approach from toilets. Damage from afar. Leozinho down to 9-2 points of health. Definitely only just standing there. Throws down a Molotov and is scared of the heat because it's projecting maybe a death wish onto him. All three players from Redragon are in the red. And that's good news from Nueva Zeta. Should be a very easy cleanup from them now. The Leozinho with a hope to potentially find an extra frag. Bit spotted from a distance. FP1 scout in hand. But I think his fate has been sealed. And so has Redragon's. Nueva Zeta will be finding themselves on the fourth.
Yeah, chances of recovery obviously being non-existent here. Wants to tuck himself away with an M4. Good decision from FB1. He still wants to try his best. To get away with it. That was very sloppy. But regardless, that gun will not end up in his hands. And FB1, he died after the timer, Pavlos. That means he gets the worst end of the stick here. He doesn't even get the stick. A dog runs away with it.
One of those stray ones hanging around, you know. Always are a nuisance.
Man, as a kid, I used to be so scared of stray dogs, and we were walking past a park once, and one of my friends said, "Man, these dogs are super diseased. You shouldn't go near them. And if I were you, I'd be really scared right now." And I'm like, "Yeah, well, I'm glad they're not chasing us then." And then he picks up a rock, he throws it towards the dogs. They get wild, and he's like, "Well, start running."
Oh no!
I'm like, "Oh my goodness, you're endangering us."
Yeah. Fair enough.
That was the fastest I've ever ran in my life. I was not a PE kid, okay? I was not a PE kid.
Oh, I miss these angles, man. I really do. I always find these very entertaining. Just look directly into the eyes of Max. Hi there, mate. Does it look like him? Like is it in the picture as well?
Probably not. I feel like I think it's a bit of a stretch.
A little bit of a stretch, don't you think? Yeah. Gorgeous long neck, though, there. Okay, buy round from Redragon. Crucially, The first one we've seen across both ends. How does work out, though? Early aggression towards short here from Bit. There's a workout spotted. ProShow anticipating it. And just like that, Redragon find themselves in the numbers lead. Again, Rocks? The aggression? Wanting to catch them off guard seems to not be working out for them. Didn't work out on the round they lost, and it's not going to work out again. Redragon may look to move in, but unveils still keeping play in check towards the A site. As long as they keep on peeking in on them, they're happy with it. Morley out towards Toxic, looking to move across. DGT making his way towards the A site, but that's the wrong decision, meaning there's only one player hiding out, and that is Max. He's backed away, repositioning towards Heaven. But the bomb will get planted, and Redragon have a clear advantage this round.
Yeah, I think 9Z have realized that there's no chance. The doors have been shut in their faces. These are the gates of hell. The gates are on fire, and the gates are also moving around because they're demons. I feel like it's too much of a visual for just being locked out of a bomb site, honestly. I feel like I just really went overboard there. At least it's a sign of resurgence. Redragon.
I'm just wondering if that's the case, right? Because it kind of feels like unveils kind of gave him that victory.
I suppose, because they didn't really commit all of their resources at once, and they had one foot out the door to have a bit of an insurance policy, trying to save 3 weapons for the next round, and they fully committed to it. There wasn't even an attempt at trying to go for it, and that'll probably safeguard their chances within this next round. And now we see a tactical timeout from Redragon. Good decision from them. Just pace yourself. I think the idea that you had behind this, knowing that 9Z weren't really committing to just getting the round with full force. Redragon also realizes they want to maximize their chances at getting that next one, breaking down the economy of 9Z, so they need to have their strategy sorted. It's one of the more important rounds because so much of the economic advantage from 9Z hinges around it.
Thankfully for them, they've got something to go across. What? Look at that! The screen! It's a replay from a moment earlier. Or is this during the spawn right now? That is so cool. I love
who's
that
the
angle.
Wizard behind this? Big Vu? Big Wizard? Hello?
Who came up with that? I love it. It's gorgeous.
Can we get some VR headsets on the players as well?
Oh, I'd love that. Dude, that was amazing. Like sitting at a coffee table there, watching Counter-Strike from your own screen as if it's going on right now. That's exactly what is going on, actually. Oh, beautiful. Okay. Let's bring things back to the sense of the game, right? This time around, Redragon, instead of being very heavy relying onto that short control on towards the B site, are looking to take control of a party right now. And maybe the entrance towards Connector. A lot of utility expended by them early, but that is not quite the case for unveils. They're holding back. They're very passive approach. They've realized their mistake of the one earlier, and they do not want to capitalize. They don't want to repeat it again.
Bit slower of a pace, but that's probably what bit them in the back previously. Allowing too much of the timer to run down, but this time it's not Max trying to go for any aggro plays at all. Instead, he's playing it super passively, and as the time ticks down, it heavily favors 9Z team as well. They're not going for anything. They'll only be conservatively using some utility, smoking out the top of Monster all the way from the A site. This is going to deny. This is actually going to get so much information for the side of 9Z as the flashes and smokes and utility sound starts flowing through towards the A side. Man, only 25 seconds though. I think Redragon might actually go for a save here. I don't expect them to go for this so late.
They are sending DGT towards the B side, so this could be a good call. Smoke out, 15 seconds. They're taking it down to the last wire. Max is there to retrieve one and finds himself back into the safety. Scratch that, Lizinho puts a bullet directly into Escarba. Now try holding back from the site on towards Truck, but not quite in cover to shut himself down for Brezink. They got the time to get the bomb down. Lizinho delivers once more. Redragon, out of nowhere, have just the Compass taken over the side with a bomb planted. There are two players from the Nueva Zeta side to try and recover, but no. Pro shows them who's boss, and now Bit, the only thing he can do is back away, but he finds one and may have an opportunity. AK in hand, that's all he's doing this round, saving that Kalashnikov, because this game is out of question.
That round basically came down to the Redragon, to the individual brilliance from Redragon. Just the aim duels being won out on every single front. 9Z had full control, right? They had a smoke outside Monster, which allowed the B players to feel super comfortable. They could have even left only one player in charge simply because of how much space that one smoke granted that late into the round. You've also now got Redragon stuck and pincered in a spot where they can very easily get backstabbed from Toilers. They're stuck in between a rock and a hard place. They still power on through. And just because Lelzino can chime in at the right time, they don't have to get pressured by two different angles, and there is nothing that 9Z team can do about it. In fact, the bomb even got dropped as they were walking into the site, but they still managed to recover it, and they got it down right in the nick of time. With only 4 seconds left, they will get it done. Very, very unlikely given how little information they had, but they still march on forward. Now, only 1 AK remaining on Pit, because that's what he's managed to salvage off of the corpse of an enemy that he was able to take home.
Oh man, so crucial for Redragon's playstyle as well. They want to wait for Nueva Zeta to make mistakes, and those mistakes don't happen, but still take things to their own hands at the last vestiges of that round. All important for them, that for their confidence, for their economy, for the standing in this game. Talking about aggression, Rox may be looking for something here for us.
Not something that's going to be granted to him unless Bit can actually do a good enough job at carving up a distraction. But no, they'll be checking the flank, and I think Rox has a very good idea of this.
We'll hear Kurgan's rotation. No, it's a walk. And he walked directly into his death. Okay, that's an AK they can work with. Numbers discrepancy now in favor of Nueva Zeta. Onto the A site they want to go, but Bit holding down still towards Connector. The bomb's still left behind. Molotov to keep them at bay. They're still running out of time, still leaving it down to the last second. Spray down from Pit. Simple enough. Well. Such an important AK deliver, and in what hands? Bit's hands. Maybe one of the deadliest players on the server, but also in the tournament as a whole. FP1 looking to aggress. Spray down as well. Looks to run away, but try. USP in hand is making things difficult for the Redragon side. Looking to approach onto the site, but Nueva Zeta look to rotate from behind as well. To get themselves as Pincer, and Bits AK is doing everything right now. Triple kill for the man, and Nueva Zeta get themselves a 5th.
As soon as Rox gets that initial kill, that's a free AK. Now, they have 2 angles to work off of. Even though they didn't even exploit it, just the threat of there being an additional player that can have an AK, they've got to be super careful. Bit, I initially looked at it backwards, right? Because I thought that Bit was going to be the one to create a distraction to allow Rox to creep in from the backside and manage to get a kill, or perhaps do even more damage. But instead, Rox's presence is what allows them to be distracted just enough for Bit to peek out, get a kill, and make it that much harder with the bomb being dropped. And I'm a little bit surprised by how sloppy that was, right? Because ideally, you want some kind of insurance coming along with the bomb. But that's not something that happened. Instead, they leave it high and dry, out in the open, and that's exactly what comes back to bite them. That's a really cute room setup, by the way. Bottom right.
Yeah, I love it. That's a giant teddy bear.
Oh, man, I want one now.
Oh, there was this big children's store in London. Was it Hamleys? No, I've forgotten. But they'd had these massive teddy bears, and if your parents are rich enough, they'd go to that section where you could make your own teddy bear, and that was so cool. I always looked at the kids. They'd be so happy about it. I was just looking from a distance. I thought the whole procedure was fun, but yeah, I never had the opportunity to make my own teddy bear.
I mean, you either need to have rich parents, or you have to be good at shoplifting 7-foot bears.
As a 2-foot kid.
Yeah. No, I promise I came into the store with this.
I just came for my teddy bear's checkup.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Sounds about
What
right.
doesn't sound right is Redragon's future in this round, because they're probably going to get mowed down. But all hope is not lost. I mean, there's still an AK in the hands of Leozinho. ProShow has a scout rifle, but they are walking into certain death with the Smolly trap.
Incendiary shots, spray down.
Oh, no,
dear,
no,
that
no.
looks rough, that looks messy. And Redragon may want to capitalize on it, but the Incendiary has to lay them just long enough to not get onto the site just now. HG Grenade just a little bit preempted, but Max has had plenty of time to get himself into the backstab. Can't get the spray down right. He's wasted a lot of time, needs to go for the reload. They're waiting right after him. He's still delivering with a spray down, draws out the pistol, and now Logan can't do anything about it. No way Redragon falter like this. Nueva Zeta put them back into their backside, even though they had the aggression. It was just the combination of utility and quick reactions from Nueva Zeta to deliver, and it's Spitz to shut down Leozinho's life together with the Redragon's hopes.
Now there's a fair bit of distance in between 9Z and Redragon, but it's not something they can't recover from at all. Money will be available on the side of Redragon. I love how much of a mess that replay was. They're just running around. Each trying to get a turn on the boost. It does get very sloppy. I'm not sure why we're still looking at the replay. I'm feeling a bit worried about what's going on in the current round. There we go. Lots of presence here on B.
Indeed. They're looking to go for an early push, early boost, excuse me, but audio cue. They'll be mindful for this. Maybe spray down. DGT also does noise. They knew about it. They knew about it, but they didn't change up their lineup. Big mistake there from Nueva Zeta. And now Redragon may have the command in numbers.
This time, they haven't even spent too much time getting information. That is an opener on the B site. 9Z, their resources are spreading thin, and they try to make up for it with utility, but that's not going to happen. Brandzik himself, he's also gotten a kill towards Connector, so there are too many angles for DGT to worry about. They haven't spotted him, though. They're still worried about Try being all the way in jungle, but they don't... I thought they weren't going to check for DGT. Instead, Leozinho, he peeks up, very nicely done, and Try will be left high and dry.
Monster peak. Leozinho.
Right.
He's dead, isn't he? Flash out. Just like that. Simply enough. 4 players remaining. This is a back and forth, and Redragon haven't had enough just yet. That really is a cute room, by the way. I do like it.
Yeah.
Also, I
really
like the
that.
tats on a few of these players. Like, I'm actually
I like how
quite
he
a
just
lot
has
of
the
good
whole
tattoos.
aesthetic. He's just got the whole aesthetic going on, you know?
Deadpool would be proud.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he would have
Molotov
liked the
out.
Hello Kitty backpack as well.
Yeah. Just add a ribbon on top, you know?
Yeah.
9Z, however, they have plunged into their wallets. Very little money remaining if they end up dropping the ball on this one, but they're starting to build up a lead. Overpass, not two-sided of a map, even if it does favor the CTs a little bit. And Redragon, they're lining up outside the B site. It's a difficult angle to work around. Rocks, Molotov out. It will delay them for a little bit longer, but there's so much damage that has been dished out to Redragon.
Quite a bit of damage. Kurgan, definitely loss of confidence here. Switcheroo with the weapons. So interesting that Redragon can play that AWP on multiple players, different roles, you know. Can understand why. I mean, Kurgan will be playing further back, more reserved right now. A lot of teams do opt away from it, even though if you're low, I mean, you still want to have your primary output on that weapon. You can adjust, why not? Now, Nueva Zeta yet to find out about the positionings, Rocks. It's a bit delirious. The final countdown once again. Redragon lining up their approach already. Leozinho making his way towards Monster. Brynzink as well. Molotov will be trapped in place, but Smoke will save them out. Leozinho looking to aggress. He set the movement, but Brynzink is able to deliver, and Leozinho as well. Just like that, Redragon full control of the B site. You thought there were 2 players holding it. Well, think again. They've just been quashed.
9Z were meant to feel a little bit comfortable here. I'm a bit surprised that that Redragon are actually getting so many rounds, even when they leave it down to the last wire. And that really shows how 9Z are unwilling to exploit informational weaknesses from Redragon. If they haven't showed up at any point on the map, you've got so much utility remaining, or you're wasting utility that cannot be used later on in the round. So when Redragon is not pushing for too many points of contact, time and time again, 9Z should have openings where they can use utility. They can have pushes. Or simply put, they can have pincers set up, crossfires that are too difficult to get past simply because you don't have time to check anything. And you've seen it happen a couple times where Redragon try to push onto a bomb site, and there is a Molotov on 9Z, but they still end up losing out players. So those are some very mistimed peeks. Peeking into Monster, peeking out long, going for individual duels around toilets. Every single thing is falling apart for 9Z as far as individuals go, but there is some structure to it, and they're still managing to have more rounds than Redragon.
Yeah, but for how long, right? I mean, being on the CT side of a overpass, you want to make things work as more as possible. Have a sizable lead, perhaps, but may not be the case. Equalizer might be what we're looking for, but seeing as how many pistol round conversions we've seen, can't count them out just yet, especially with 2 rifles in play into the hands of Tri and Max. Max to be the first player to be contended, but it looks like they may know where he is. Oh, I thought ProShow was looking that direction, but it says it's FP1. It's a duel of the ages. Maybe to be a follow-up. Max 1, but it's going to be quickly traded back up. Now, Nueva Zeta, how do they react to this? A lot of players finding their way onto the A site. 3 out of the 4 remaining. Flash out to maybe allow the AWP to peek out, to find the kills before the aggression starts. But it needs to be quick. Crossfire set up with the pistols. Molly, oh, that's dangerous. They're going to lose a player here. So much damage. AWP down, another pistol down, and it's Rox and Bit now remaining for the Nueva Zeta side.
Bit definitely wants to save this AWP. He's trying to move on to the B side immediately. Rox will be to join him, act as a bit of a guard, maybe act as bait to make sure that they catch him before they catch Bit. Because, truthfully so, that AWP will eventually land in the hands of Tri. And what's a bit unfortunate, it's really fragging out of his mind in parallel to what we've grown accustomed with, right? Tri, time and time again, we've seen him just be the star player of the squad. And sure, you've got the likes of Bit on your roster. There's going to be a lot of experience backing that up, but Tri still needs to be the top dog on the server. It's not like he's been performing terribly by any means. I mean, he's still sitting on a KDR of almost 2. He's not gotten too much of a chance to participate, and I think that might change on the terrorist side. But just by virtue of him being an AWP player, that will also make things a little bit more difficult. He is a bit of a hybrid player, though. I think his ability to play with rifles as well is decent enough. High up, however, Pavlos, and fortunately 9Z haven't really chained too many rounds together. Redragon, they're starting to bring it back, and when they're on the terrorist side, this is very worrisome.
It does start to become quite a troubling situation. The equalizer has been found. Not many remaining rounds now in the half. The opportunities of having this advantage are now simply dwindling for the Nueva Zeta side, but Redragon seem to be in command so far. Let's see if a boost like this works out again. They are going to delay early. Some sort of communication going on there. Ooh. Spots. That's some information given over to the Nueva Zeta side. You can see already the positioning of them has kind of been set up towards this right side of the map. And also Max holding down Connector, such a strong piece into this defense. He can also come in for the backstab quick enough, but here comes the utility. They're looking to move in. FP1, spray down at first. DGT ends up dying. Rox has found one, but Max coming in from behind is going to be a very finishing factor in this endeavor. Won't allow them to get the bomb down, and already ProShow ends up dying to him. 2 against 2 with a 40-second mark now being breached. Tri, with the AWP on top, is smoked out for now. Another smoke being placed on site to give some space to Kugan, perhaps, but still, Max being such a menacing factor towards this short position. Molly blocking him out of position. That's exactly what Redragon need right now. Looking to keep things equal, but they're looking to close in as well. FP1 yet to get challenged. I think the most important location that they do hold right now, because I don't quite know where he's going to come from. Kurgan damage up to try, not let him in cross through. There comes a shot from him. That leaves it down to 1-on-2. What does he try and do? Instead of holding on, he's backing away. Going in from above. The ball hasn't been touched yet. This is his chance. Spray down to 1. He's interrupted it. Max needs to go for the defuse. Nade out. He's done it. They've done it. Redragon with FP1's rotation, getting the advantage from the high ground, is able to salvage the round for his team.
I thought it was going to be over because Kurgan's position was too compromised. There was already a player in short that could have easily tag teamed up with the Heaven player try to suffocate him. But that was so marvelously played by FP1, knowing that he's got the opportunity to go all the way around. Try is definitely not going to be checking it. They're anticipating him to be either Monster or playing right behind the site. And they had so much confidence, right? Because they were expecting it to be a very long-winded Monster play or go for the wraparound from short. But instead, it's still a wraparound. It's just from Heaven, one that Try simply didn't even have in the back of his mind. 9Z, once again, barely any money to work off of, but they've still got enough in the reserve for the next one. FB1 snuck past the smoke, and he will be very deadly. Nobody's there for it, but now they've spotted him. Nice little headshot goes on to Try. How quickly do they pacify him? They've done it, but they've also left it wide open for more players to come through.
Oh, so much damage inflicted there. Bit, DGT, Max ends up dying now to the spray down. Brazink trying his best, but it's the molly to shut down DGT's life. Redragon, they've guaranteed success at the first half.
If anybody saw the start of this game, they would not expect 9Z to be falling victims to the terrorist side of Redragon. It looked sloppy, it looked mistimed, it looked like they had very little control around the long area. Pushes towards B were very mistimed, but no. Instead, they will bring it all together, and partially, it has been off of the basis of 9Z making so many mistakes, but truthfully so, Redragon have been doing some very incredible late-round plays. Especially when it comes to individual brilliance, like that clutch from FB1, some of these individual duels from Pro Show. Brandzik has really pulled his weight as well. A bit lopsided on the 9Z squad, however.
Reason behind the success is an overpass here from Redragon. We're clearly seeing this little by little. I'm sure teams competing in this tournament may be looking at this and saying, okay, things we may want to look out for. Quick shot by Kurgan, and now ProShow able to find another. On the rotation they may go, but over Zeta, they have Max over to the upper park angle. His rotation time will be very, very slow. What a shot by ProShow. I didn't even see that coming. It was through one or perhaps two walls there.
Neither did the recipient, let's be honest. Nobody saw that coming.
Nobody saw that coming.
DGT and Max now, they've got to do something. DGT will be trembling in his boots as he hears the marching footsteps of Redragon. They're not going to be marching just yet, but in essence, there's going to be a lot of terror involved. DGT repositioning himself. He wants to perhaps find an angle on at least one of these players before he allows a teammate to move in. Still has one foot out the door, but saving a weapon here would be next to impossible.
Oh, okay. Two kills found. Within the rounds of possibility, Brazink does shut down DGT, leaving Max responsible for this round. Spray down for Leozinho, coming in from behind. Good result for Redragon at this half-time. 9-6, 3 rounds of a difference on the T side, no less.
They're proving exactly why they picked Overpass, and I know we were joking about how they don't really have any officials on many maps, and that Overpass was probably the one they would have any success on. Well, they proved it. Even if this doesn't end up converting into a victory, they've gotten 9Z sweating as a team that is unproven. And that's still very commendable. There's still a lot to go here, Pavlos. It is not over just yet. It is the first half of the first map, of the first game of today, and the first game of the tournament. So, lots at stake, and this is just a start.
Oh, good things to come, man. If this is how the rest of the tournament is looking, we're in good hands.
I dig that headset. That's just such a cool little glow on the sides.
Yeah, you said that. No, I mean Redragon is based on a peripheral company, right? So yeah. That's Redragon's quite literal headset.
It's actually quite popular here where I live as well in Pakistan.
Really?
I mean, so yeah, especially because it's really economical. So like if you buy your peripherals from like any of the big names, they usually cost a lot more because they're
kind of on the cheap side, cheaper side.
cheaper side, but that's why I called it economical. I didn't call it cheap because I've personally used them. They're actually quite good.
Okay, so more of a budget kind of option, if you will. Okay,
yeah, really appreciate it, especially in like places like South Asia where just purchasing power isn't too good. It's really ideal to have peripheral companies like that.
Yeah, that's really good. Yeah, I haven't really spotted that company before, I don't think. Or even if I have, maybe I haven't given too much attention to it. But pistol round underway, Max and Rox finding their individual kills there. And that's exactly what Unveils wants. Straight out of the bats. TGT delivering clean stuff coming out from this mixed squad. It's Redragon questioning what their next step could be, because look at Beat already onto the B site. He's got full control, realizing holding off all corners. Knows there's no one lying in wait. Knows it's clear. Knows that the coast is open for the rest of his team to go get that bomb down, which makes matters worse for the Redragon.
9Z. They want to bring it together. And as a bit of a consolation prize for 9Z, obviously trying to come back into a game, you would rather be on the terrorist side based off of how much of an advantage the economy offers you. And they've started it off nicely. You know, if you get the piss around, it'll let you have a bit of a ramp to work with. And unfortunately for Redragon, since they're a relatively unproven team, I would be worried about their momentum, right? Because perhaps if they let it get back to an equalizer, and it gets to very tough economic decisions for the CT side, it would be difficult for them to maintain their composure. But that's me getting ahead of myself. Perhaps we still need to give this a little bit more time to cool before we can make any judgment on that.
Yeah, might be a bit too early. I mean, it's the best of 3 after all as well, right? It's not only over past that we have to look at.
But it is Redragon's map pick.
It is indeed, right? I mean, if they win this, it's a really good thing that they do grab it. If they don't, I think that's their chances kind of falling off a cliff. You know, I think it's as a big difference as that. Obviously, without really knowing Redragon's performance on, or not having the database to know the extent in which they can perform on other maps.
Gamble though.
Could be an instance, but yeah, it is a gamble stack, but I think they spotted out one, and knowing they're hiding out in that position, oh yeah.
Now they know.
They know. But they do get 2 kills in the process! The information not relayed quick enough, and now this could be troublesome. DGT with a quick call spray down though, will make sure that they're dealt with. All that is left is Kugan, but not for long. Bit takes him out of his misery. That could have gone wrong very quick.
That simply shouldn't have happened at all. The pistols started to go wild. And man, I will not get used to this. This is so cool.
That is so cool. It's actually different this time. It's kind of, catapulting ahead. It's as if you've got someone with a zoom lens looking in from the balcony. Binoculars, you know?
Yeah, it's like in traditional sports.
Yeah.
Where they start zooming in on things.
I love that. You know, someone is just...
Wasn't there a cameraman in the Olympics that zoomed in on a cockroach? Do you remember that?
I do not remember. I don't know about that.
I'm pretty sure it went viral. It was like a cockroach or something along those lines.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. Probably as a joke, and then the producer realized, oh no, we're on the wrong camera. Okay, well, there you go. Rocks down. Redragon have an advantage now. They've got a buy round for them. Very important round if they want to keep things going and build up their economy here for the CT side. Standoff overpass meta. As I said, I won't be happy about losing the man contending mid so far on towards connector, but look at this. Max has gained a lot of space. But if he contends Brunzink, they have to contend against ProShow as well, but it won't even come down to that. Nueva Zeta, they drop 2 players straight out of the bat with no players to get themselves those trades. No buddy system in play. Difficult scenario. Leozinho only needs himself in the flash of FP1, and it's just too darn simple.
I talked about it being a bit difficult for them mentally to get back into a game where 9Z win the piss around and catapult themselves economically, but that's not really the case here, Pavlos. Instead, you see them reclining in their chairs now. They've left Trial to his lonesome. And in the last 30 seconds, they're going to be taking their... Well, Tri is going to be taking his sweet time with the AK-47 to make sure it ends up in his hands in the next round as well, because money is very little on their side. Dragon, double digits, now guaranteed. This is a team that, honestly, heading into this game, I know that as casters, we still have to and talk about these storylines, talk about narratives regarding who the underdogs are, and whether or not there is some merit to them potentially having a bit of an out of pocket play. And although I love window dressing the underdogs and giving them the best of hopes, I didn't really expect Redragon to have too much under their belt. But so far, they've shown us nothing but amazingness.
Oh, they definitely have. It's quite a big story. Like, it comes together with a following, right, that these two teams may have. Nova Z are one of the biggest organizations when it comes to it, right? They've got if you compare their followage on social media, it's quite a big difference. Early trades coming in. Yeah, okay. Well, that trade came out of nowhere initially, but I think that's all it is for now. Other than that, they may look to reset and open up their possibilities.
The slight hero AK setup is what they're hinging their success on. Minute and 10 seconds on the clock. Lilzinho's position will be very difficult to clear out because of the vertical angle and Kurgan's support here to in short, to in monster. They have telegraph display just enough for rotations to be warranted, but not called just yet. 50 seconds. They start approaching. They have to wait for the utility to expire, and now they're throwing some of their own.
Ooh. Contacts to be found. Knowing how Redragon sort of performed on the T side, I'm wondering if Nova Z will go for something similar. I mean, they've shown presence towards the B side, meaning that Redragon aren't going to budge from there. Well, in the meantime, you kind of see players like ProShot regressing towards Upper Park just to mainly gain some information. Are dropping back for a little bit, as there is a smoke drop towards Heaven as well. I think the game plan is clear. With 20 seconds remaining, there aren't many resources for them to switch up their minds now. Spray down from afar, but it's Kurgan to deliver onto Max now. FP1 coming in from the behind. Will try to look for an alternative angle. The first spray, Aponi is able to deliver, but DGT does deal with Kurgan quite quickly. FP1 still finding heads. FP1 holding it down. And just like that, Redragon keep it going.
It's also going to give them a pretty decent buffer here, Pavlos. They've got at least 2 players on 6K, I believe. I didn't get too much of a chance to look at the economy, but it's not been too messy for Redragon. It's at the point where it can very easily be recovered. But it's so refreshing to see so many of these individuals being stunning. Little readjustment of the camera, get that full angle. Get him in 4K.
Get that hair and forehead in 4K.
Mm-hmm. I love looking at the camera qualities of players. Like,
yeah,
you really see who's put the time into like making their room look nicer for the camera, or like have their lighting set up so they look cooler on camera.
But knowing the community being so great in Latin America, I mean, many of these players may want to take advantage of the streaming possibilities that they may have, right?
Yeah, you're right, actually. So some of these might actually have streaming setups, you know? I'm not too
I think many of them do, yeah.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, quite a lot of the players in this tournament may have to, because there aren't many tournaments like these. Damage so much. Rocks down to 17, Max down to 35. Well timed there from Lilzinho, but here comes the flash, and he has to hold down his ground. He's able to do so far. Spray down. Gosh, just too simple. Kurgan denies the ace, though. There may be some chat and bickering over in the voice comms, but other than that, so they'll be happy of getting such a clean round.
4 and 4 rounds for 9Z team, and rounds for Redragon to either get the equalizer or win the map, respectively. But it could potentially be a bit of a resurgence from 9Z here. Try is back on the AWP. Their economy is looking okay. Well, I wouldn't really say their economy, but at least the current status of the round. They've got enough weaponry to boot. Heading straight out into ramp, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a bit more aggression from the side of 9Z. I think most of their play has been a bit too scattered, and resources being stretched thin has made it difficult to find duels. Oh no, ProShow might have made a mistake. He was supposed to be the guardian of a teammate. He will pay with his teammate's life, and the walls are starting to cave in around him as well. He gets a little suffocated, manages to thread himself through the door, but 9Z already have the advantage.
Ooh, Max throwing the needle there. Threading the bullet through the door, okay. What did that? I thought that kill came in from Kurgan for a second. I was a little bit confused.
Like, what? No.
Wait, I mean...
That's not right.
Through a door, but on the opposite team, what was going on? Yeah, I had a few question marks for a little bit, but now the light bulb has appeared in my brain. Just being switched on. Not an idea, though. It's just enlightenment. Being, I mean, the lights have been dark for quite some time.
Yeah,
Look at the
as
aggression coming out. Look at this, Leozinho. Let's put this conversation on pause. It seems like DGT is expecting something like this. The timing's off. Okay, scratch that. No contact will be found.
I think Redragon are actively trying to avoid contact unless they can find the bomb carrier. It still makes sense to go for a hasty duel if you can somehow get the bomb down and waste enough time, especially with the last 30 seconds being on the clock. But, oh.
Yeah.
Was there anybody closer? No. That confused me a little bit.
I had a moment where I thought Coogan might have entertained the idea of moving up connector there, maybe to find a kill, find something on the behind of Redragon, but not exactly what happened. They want to deny these weapons. I like this from Nueva Zeta. They know this is not the first round that they need to get. They're looking into the future. And knowing as soon as Redragon's economy is down the drain, the sooner they will be able to find themselves as resurgence.
But you can see they're still being very conservative about how they approach this. Losing maybe one player at best is something they can... it's a loss they can swallow. But other than that, they're not willing to give up any more guns because their own money is not looking really good. Their wallets are super glued shut. No money will be coming out of it anytime soon. They've got to hold on just for a little bit longer, so they can start building up the bank they desperately need to form themselves a ramp.
This is where it all started. Rock's getting the first kill. Looking to run away, and Max just putting themselves on front. Yeah, individual kills all across. I think Redragon were a little bit too open all across the board when they went for their aggressions, and it just didn't work out. But now a buy round, a very crucial one. Very, very crucial one. Nueva Zeta absolutely need to win this one.
Going for an early flashbang from FP1, it allows him to take care of Try. And Proja was still in position to do a bit more damage, but he's not going to go for it. He knows passivity is the name of the game when you don't have too much HP remaining, and instead, he will opt for a much more palatable angle. Instead, try to go for some kind of headshot approach over towards the A site, rotate some players over. Now 9Z team, they find themselves yet again on the back foot with one player missing. And it's not any player, it's Try, the man that has often carried 9Z. And I don't say that as some kind of disdain towards 9Z. No, it's just the fact that Try is so talented. But we're not seeing it culminate on the server just yet. Little by little, 9Z, they are whittling down. Still not out of contention, not even after this map, of course, because it's still Redragon's map pick. But you can see signs of weakness. You know that Redragon have their number dialed in and have been prank calling them for ages.
It's just up to that response, isn't it? Now Nueva Zeta looking to aggress here. Good defense lineup for Redragon. Not quite the numbers they would have liked, but here Coogan coming in. Spray down across. Double spray down. The Azinho looks to assist, but he does end up dying to the EGT's bullets, and now they need to hold on through. Rotations coming inwards very quickly as well. Good little flash, but FB1 will be able to recover onto Rox's position. DGT needs to back away. Redragon, very strong hold. As soon as Nueva Zeta looked to push through, they just got stopped in their tracks.
It was a bit disappointing to see that 9Z's flashes were very ineffective against Redragon's hold. I believe it was Lozinho who, yeah, he did get quite a bit of damage, although most of the work was done by the rest of his squad as well. But just the lineups, just different angles that Redragon can take, they come largely due to the fact that Redragon themselves have very good utility usage. But look at how 9Z are just getting mowed down. It's like a farm here because there's not enough well-placed utility. There was supposed to be either a flash third, or there needs to be smoke to cover things out. The smoke that came from Monster and landed on site took way too long for it to even be useful for the players in short. They still had to worry about jungle, and there's just too many little pieces going wrong.
Try has already been killed off. Good note for Redragon there. Pro Show quickly bounced back, so there go the AWPs in play. Roxy contestant flash away, but I don't think he even got spotted in that endeavor. Instead, we'll go for a contact play himself. And think... Ooh, has he been heard? I think he has, and Rox will be able to capitalize upon it. That's a rifle into his arms. And Nueva Zeta will like this very much. Leazinho not really giving them a chance to keep that going, though. Well, he'll be holding onto the B site single-handedly while the rest find themselves onto the A site. Nueva Zeta with a decision to make here. Utility still in store for them. But it looks like, for now, they'll be entertaining the idea of the A site.
They slowed down their pace again. Redragon, they've got 2 members ready to receive. 1 smoke out, nade to connect and bank as well. And Kurgan has quickly found himself a little angle. Starts spraying preemptively because he cannot see anything. Rox will quickly take care of that problem, and now the bomb will start to go down. 9Z, their chin is up. Things are starting to look a little bit brighter, but FP1 and Leazinho can still make it a lot harder. Flashbang is available to push them through. A nade will do a big chunk of damage, and Rox is now responsible for holding on to the site. There it is, first headshot connected, Max and Bit. They've got 2 different angles to work with, but they are both in the same direction. They want to keep these players off of the bomb, but I don't think they're initially going to tap it. FB1 wants to peek right out. It's a battle of the wits, and both aren't pulling the trigger just yet. Now FB1 moves in. The Galil is good enough to end Leazinho's life. There has been just enough damage done. Bit is keeping them hot on their trails, and 9Z, they come out on top and finally bring themselves to double digits.
Yeah, the Infinite, it was there, knowing that P1 was very, very low in that endeavor. Bit had just to spray down in that instance, knowing that there's not time remaining on the bomb. I mean, Redragon found themselves some early kills, but it's Nueva Zeta to find the conversion. That's what's important. Staying in the game. Exactly what was needed. Keeping a close leash on their opponents. Now, fairly messy on across all ends. I think a lot of duels we've been seeing have been very individual-like, right? Not many buddy systems we've been seeing all across the board. Something, I guess, that varies from the European style of playing this game. I think they very heavily rely on single-handed deliverance. And so far, P1 has been dropped, which give Nueva Zeta an early advantage.
Early advantages have been incredibly scarce for 9Z, so when we finally do see them come through, it's a bit refreshing. And it's a good adjustment from Redragon to send out ProShow looking for hunts, simply because they need some kind of advantage to be brought back in their favor. They really recognize how to play Counter-Strike in this instance. But trying to go for advantages is exactly what lands them in the graveyard. Bit, very happy to get 2 kills. And where ProShow having peeked out from Monster could have ended up in a very different result. Instead, he finds himself tucked into short while his teammates are taking the brunt of the force from the bullets. Side of 9Z.
Nueva Zeta look comfortable, but they don't really have too much ground control so far, do they? Now they need to go for it. There's a chance. The fact that they haven't gone to the space still gives Redragon the opportunity, but as I do say that, ProShow ends up dying. So yeah, Nueva Zeta, they're finding their way back in. All important. They know the B site is fairly clear. Brunzink, they know where he is. They've got 16 seconds, therefore they don't really have time to head towards the A site. Instead, they move directly in. And Rox bullets onto Brunzink. And Nueva Zeta 2 rounds away from the equalizer.
What a time to start losing control of your economy, right? Because Redragon, they started to run away with it a little bit. They were on the cusp of the finish line. I wouldn't really say too close to it because 13 rounds is still 3 away, but now this economic buffer will allow 9Z to get a lot closer than we initially think. I think, yeah, I can hear the ticks in the chat. This has to be some kind of timeout or...
Yeah, tech pause maybe.
Gonna be a round reset for sure.
No one is disconnected to the server, but it seems a few players are stuck still a bit. Interesting one though. Yeah, tech pause just been dropped. It's bound to happen at some point, right? We were going quite some time without it. Still a lot of focus all across the board. I mean, less enthusiasm as of the start. I think everybody was trying to be in the right state of mind to keep things going. I think in Latin America right now is around 4 p.m. So still middle of the day.
What time is it for you, Pavlos?
For me, it is 8 o'clock.
I'm not even going to mention it. I'm in the next day. I'm in the future. I'm past midnight.
You're past midnight.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'm wrong about Latin America. Let's search that up. But overall, the kind of point I wanted to make is that Nova Zeta now on their own resurgence, right? They're feeling comfortable, while Redragon, right? They know this is kind of a tough matchup for them. They know that this is where they need to win. There's a lot of pressure on them. So now they may be finding difficulty in closing this map. And the fact that they're perhaps choking in some of these occasions, Nova Zeta have clear room to take advantage of it and perhaps find themselves that equalizer, maybe even the win.
It's a very deadly duo, right? Economic damage, the last few vestiges of the game. Redragon, obviously, sure, I made points about whether or not they would have enough momentum to bring it all together, but momentum would hardly be the problem here when they have an actual deficit with regards to their money. In these last few rounds, they're already down to 2,000. That is nearly, unless the pistol round goes correctly, they're nearly guaranteeing the 12th or even the 13th round for 9C. If that comes to the equalizer, then it's honestly anybody's ball game. And with how fragile the economy will be for the side of Redragon, it's very easy for them to just lose one more gun round, and well, they end up back on those pistols or back on those MP9s. So I think 9Z definitely have their hands on the steering wheel right now, even if they are being pushed off of it.
We do have information, though, ladies and gentlemen. There is going to be a server restart going on right now. They're backing everything up and getting everyone back into the server. I see people moving around as well, so that's a good sign. Yeah, we should get it back. We should be getting back into it fairly shortly.
I wish I could get a better look at whatever piece of art is behind this player.
Piece of art?
Yeah, there was something on the wall there.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
It looked really colorful, but I could only see the corner of it.
What a purple glass there.
Is it meant to match with the 9Z aesthetic?
I don't know, but it definitely does. And it looks really cool.
The keyboard, too.
Yeah, the keyboard. I mean, LEDs, why not? Smiles here and there, someone making a joke. Sometimes I just love if we could hear comms throughout, but obviously this is not really a moment to be able to do that. But, you know, I mean, being in such a situation, I think the pressure is really being put on these players, right? This is a first map. This is kind of how you're setting yourself up for this tournament. So a lot of pressure to kind of perform on a tournament with the name of Blast Rising in there, right? I think all of these teams want to do their best they can. All of these teams are looking for a title. None of them are here just for the experience, right? I mean, I think a lot of them may have more reason to be okay with just getting experience, but they're all out for blood. And that's what I really like about the scene.
I'm very glad that we see a first game that isn't exactly a one-sided affair, because normally you do expect group stages to often just be these one-sided matchups. But I think the players are starting to get ready now. They're in attack mode. You know when the foreheads start hitting the cameras, they're in attack mode. It's gonna be too long before we go live, but so far this game has looked super close, and there's no telling who's going to win out. And by the way, for anybody that is tuning into the X-Warrior and Wild 80 duo for the first time, you might hear that in the background. You might hear some quacks. Yes, you might hear some quacks in the background. That's just because I've got a pet duck. I think it was even in the announcement post for this tournament. I mean, I was holding my duck in the picture, and there's a good reason for that, because the duck is part of the package. You cannot get rid of it. It's meant to be an animal that is loud, and it will wake you up in the morning, and I think we're all here for it.
Yeah, we absolutely are. Bob, she might as well take my seat as your co-caster. Quack the server away.
Who told you about my plans?
Oh, no. I'm going to get done.
Damn, you have a camera in here?
No, I got a microphone. One of those helicopters, those flying helicopters that everyone got you for your birthday, I managed to get in contact with Tea Time.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we got that sorted out. Yeah.
Nice. Which one is it? Just asking for a friend.
Oh, no, I can't say. Oh, we got another TV. When did a TV get there? I had no clue there was a TV on that ledge.
Man, there is going to be a 4K projector here on Monster in a little bit.
I love this.
I love how you can tell that the TV is just not part of the scenery. It's very clearly just not part of it. It's sticking out like a sore thumb. I like the little effect with like the pixelation and everything.
It works out really well.
Yeah, it fits in the game then.
Mm-hmm.
Man,
100%.
you guys are wizards.
really impressed with the production quality, guys. And yeah, let's zoom around the map for a bit, because why not? We're going to look for the next TV, aren't we? We're going to go for it. But no, we don't have time for it, because we're heading directly into the game. Redragon struggling economically, but it's Nueva Zeta now in resurgence, but they're down 2 rounds on their opponent's map pick.
Nade out. That does a little bit of damage, which is something they don't have information on. Yeah.
They're just lined up here.
This is either going to be a complete spray down and a phenomenal stat pad for 9Z, or it's going to be Redragon doing something nasty with the USBs. First flash does not connect. 9Z is being very careful about this. Want to take the long route, play in from party.
Yeah, that's a better position as well. Yeah, they spotted them. Complete slaughterhouse. Blood all across overpass. Just like that. Nueva Zeta 1 round away from finding that equalizer.
And this isn't even going to be a particularly difficult round, because there's a lot of money lacking on the side of Redragon. There's not going to be an AWP available. There was the opportunity for it, because ProShow could have gone for a glass cannon, but they'd rather play with more utility and the prospect of armor rather than try to go for these individual plays based off of the glass cannon. Let's see if that play is going to work out for them, however. 2 players initially playing off of toilets, early Molotov, bread and butter stuff. Nothing too fancy here just yet, but we see some signs of regression. No. Only waiting out for a nade and then backing back into toilets. 3-man commitment on B, and FB1 spraying like a madman will mean that Rox will take a lot of bullets to the body.
Yeah, quite a bit of damage inflicted onto him there. Redragon will be happy about that. They themselves haven't wasted all that much. That's a good thing about it. No preemptive aggression from them so far. They need to be a little bit composed. I think some of these aggressive positions haven't really paid off. Also, having a playing connector hasn't been the best case scenario for them so far. Playing out on side is the best. Seems to work out most for them. Finally, Leozinho takes a bit of damage, as we've just breached that 1-minute mark.
Slowly rerouting their efforts to the A site, but there is so little information available. Redragon, they're the only ones that have come out on top in this endeavor, because they've held on to so much utility. They've held on to flashes. I guess there's Molotovs lacking, but it doesn't even matter too much. There is so much time they can waste just with these smokes, just with these flashbangs. Yep, one is already deployed. Getting onto the A site is going to be a massive pain. There's the smokes being lined up, and I think a push should be on its way very soon.
Smoke on toilets and garbage bin. Bit looking to aggress here. ProShow holding down the right side. Let's see if his team will be able to hold down the line on the other. Brazilian challenge first. Quick little headshot, but Max and Rox both find individual kills. Oh dear, the Molly does end up killing off Rox, but now down to 2 and 2.
No
as Kurgan has fired himself onto the side. There's no time, absolutely not. The bomb has its chance to go down, but it doesn't. Kurgan, gatekeeper of the site. Rotation came in quick enough and gives Redragon this win.
9Z, they waited way too long to get onto the site. The Molotov, though, that was so unfortunate, because it wasn't even Redragon's Molotov. Redragon felt like they would get completely slaughtered there. They only had 1 player tucked into a truck, but that Molotov lingers long enough for it to be an impossible plant situation. Even if they tried to go on towards the truck, all they had to do was have their player tuck in and just try to go for the aim duel, and that should have been enough to take the bomb carrier away. Now, 9Z, they have to be slapping themselves on the wrist for that try. Immediately makes up for his mistakes in the previous one, but is it going to be enough? That's not the redemption arc just yet. There still needs to be a lot more, and it will be padded by Kurgan, adding 1 more to the tally.
Yeah, just like that, Redragon on such a disadvantageous position. And being on the CT side in that way, you've got 2 choices. Split up your players or try and put them all together. Seems they will be going for the latter. And they will have a boost in the meantime. Not a shot you want to miss there, ProShow. And it looks to back away from that. Nueva Zeta will be wary of that next time around. But it is some information they can work with. Knowing that they're still heading in that direction, they can still keep these 2 players here. Utility and wait. Flash away towards connected and maybe obfuscate their movement. But instead, they're starting to press those W keys. FP1 close by. So much to do. All important. Beautiful flash, but only good for one. Max able to trade it back up, and now it means that Brzezinski needs to fall back from this. Maybe to get an alternative angle to work around, because now they're looking to move in. Molly now placed on a lot of edges. Max finding his way onto the side. Bomb to go down. ProShow here with the AWP on the backside, but needs to smoke down to save his life. Brzezinski holding back. The Ooh kill's coming his way. Things are doable. Down to 2-on-2 Endeavor. We're trying the backside with the AWP as well. We'll look to recover, but Rox holding down short will be the gatekeeper for now. Brzezinski slowly moving in. They themselves not too much utility to work with, which is their downfall. Only decoy, and that will be a completely useless. Try finds one, Rox with the other. 9Z are able to get themselves back in.
It seemed like the door had been shut behind them after Try's Molotov, costing them a very big round, but now he opens things up, and with the second kill being collected, it's a relatively easy route onto the round that should eventually lead them to the equalizer. Very little money remaining on the Redragon squad, but they are thanking their lucky stars that they were able to build up a buffer in the previous round, where 9Z just left it down to the last wire, were unable to get the bomb. Still, an avenue of approach is available now, a chance to get back into the game, and they want to capitalize on it. Double Molotov. Lozinho, he is burning to a crisp. He has melted off the server. 9Z, they should have very easy access onto the B site.
Should, keyword, but of course, yeah, it should be very, very simple. And it is! Simple spray down. An equal-sided round distribution, 14-14.
We are going to be seeing a technical pause, however.
Yeah, that's
honestly even a tactical one here makes perfect sense. You can see that all players are super focused at the moment.
They know this
seems like a really chill player.
Yeah, they do. They do. He is. It does seem like that. But in general, I think they all know the gravity of this game is very big. For Redragon especially, right? There's a lot of pressure for them to perform on this map. Nova Zeta, on the other hand, I think this is not their only kind of resource. They definitely could kind of leave this map over to Redragon, but knowing that there's more to this day, or more to this tournament in general, I mean, there's a winner's matchup after this, right? If they do win, they might as well be rested up, right? Right after this, it's going to be the second matchup, but for now, they need to look at their longevity in this game. This first win in this first matchup is ever so important. It sets up the pace, and that's what you want. Start things well. Get that morale going. And Redragon so far seem to have been falling flat for the past 2 rounds, and this may cost them.
This is make or break here, Pavlos, because the money will be so threatened for Redragon if they end up dropping the ball here. $3,400 in the reserve, even with a maxed out loss bonus, and I'm not sure if they even have that. 9Z initially sending 2 players into connector. They will not fall victim again to... Oh! I don't know why I said it so soon. Rox, once again, he's the man that receives bullets over towards connector. A little bit of a slow style of play, with the exception of connector being their initial avenue of approach. Other than that, it's going to be a slow default. One watching party, one watching the long push. The one player remaining outside monster. It'll be Digit's responsibility to make sure there's no pushes coming out. But Redragon, they've done so much damage before they've even seen their opponents. Now, it's not damage they're aware of, but it's damage that will count later.
Yeah, softening them up so the rest can grab those kills just a bit quicker. Could dictate the outcome of this round, and therefore this game. To the toiletry area. Nova Zeta, not completely silent, but ProShow will need to look in this direction at the right time, and will be able to win out in his first trade. The Brazilian will hold down the line, but it seems that his Brazilian counterpart Bit is looking to challenge him once more. They're keeping it bait, but Brzezinski holds on. Ever so crucial round. It seems Redragon have been rejuvenated. ProShow ends up dying, but Nova Zeta looking to stay back into it. 25 seconds, they need to act quickly. Full connector control here from Redragon. They know the game plan. Even if they do go for the rotation, it's going to be too late. They're looking on the behind, they're looking on the backside, knowing that such an implicating position could really hurt them and their chances, but they look to regress. They look to gain control over towards Toilet and Garage, but instead, no. Lozinho and Brzezinski deliver. Just like that, Redragon find themselves on map point.
This game smells of overtime, Pavlos, and I know it's only the first map of the first game of the tournament, but I think it's already going to be very spicy. Redragon, they still have a very decent shot at already closing it out. 9Z might just fall flat of getting it to overtime, but it's been such an effort from both of these squads, and it's only going to get hotter here. A super important round for either of the squad. 9Z want to take it to overtime. Redragon want to disallow any more engagements. Want to take it to map number 2. And 9Z are playing it a little bit more differently. No attention in connector, but ProShow was waiting for Max to go for this dry peek, anticipating that nobody would try to challenge from party. Instead, he is dead set on playing that lower angle. Redragon, advantage secured. Where do they take it from this? Because 9Z have been so... They've actually just not had a good performance with regards to getting information early on, leaving it down to the last wire. And unlike Redragon, they're not capitalizing rounds when they do it.
Let's see here. Aggression onto the outside. Upper Park taking over here from Nueva Zeta. And Sync. First player to perhaps be contested. He's got the caveat of his team supporting him, but if they're busy towards the long position, it's really going to hurt their chances. Banana looking to be breached, but Zinc there to spray down. He'll be able to hold down the ground. That's very important. DGT does bounce back from it, but they're aggressing. Bit finds the kill, and now Nueva Zeta is bouncing back. Bit with another headshot onto ProShow, and now 2 left from Redragon. 1 coming in from the dumpster area, and the other coming in from Connector. Spotted out by DGT. Try able to deal with Riazinho. Kugan there with a spray down, but not quite good enough. Destined to overtime, you say that's exactly the outcome.
I think this game sets the bar for how competitive this region is internally. 15-15 already on the first map. I don't think we expected it to be this competitive straight out of the gate, but it definitely is. Into overtime we go. And I think Troy has stepped up now. He's woken.
So much pressure. 15-15. The first overtime, 1st to 19 is the key. Unless they reach another 18-18 position, which at this point I wouldn't find unlikely for us. I really wouldn't. Redragon holding on to their own map for now. All-important success. Now with money not being an issue, let's see how much they can perform. Look at Bradzink. Close by into the other smoke. Bit.
Oh?
Walks right past them.
Yeah, Bit must have given an audio cue, and Bronzik is not checking just yet. He's allowed 2 players to cross over, but now he might be able to catch them with their pants around their ankles. There it is. That's the first kill secured. Now they've got their attention secured. Crossing over, Bit does not collect a bullet to his body, but that's also a lot of space being given up to Bronzik. They thought they had cleared out Connector. That's part of the idea behind going through Connector, but it's not going to work out in their favor. Bronzik keeps pushing forward. That is the 2nd kill for him, and before they can even get sight of anybody else, he has already done so much damage.
Big switch up and play here from Redragon. Most of the times they kind of keep Brandzik either towards the B site or A site, not really having him in the middle of Connector there, because like more often than not, when it did come to it on the second half of this matchup, it didn't really work out. So Nueva Zeta got really accustomed to that position being completely open and exposed. Well, that wasn't the case this time around. It got capitalized upon, and they do run away with 2 kills. And look at this. Not only doesn't he fall back, he aggresses even further. There's even another chance for him to get another kill. He just comes down to timing. DGT doesn't spot him. That's going to be met perhaps 4 kills for Brandzik. And Quadra goes his way. Now Bit is all that remains here for Nueva Zeta, but that's not going to happen. A flawless round for Redragon for the first round of overtime.
That is Bronzik just having a massive performance straight off of Connector. He allows them to sneak past, catches them in the back with bullets, and he continues to push on forward. That W key is held firmly. Might have been accompanied by Shift as well, but for the most part, is just a very, very easy outcome for him. Gets one. Try doesn't even get a chance to respond to that. ProShow getting the final kill. It is 16-15. Redragon, they show us that they can go the distance. It's not a fluke for them to get 9Z. At no point in time have Redragon lost momentum or look like they've fallen from grace just because 9Z is up ahead. No, instead, most of the time we see the 9Z squad feeling more pressured.
Look at this microplay now towards the B site. Couple of flashes dropped into the position of Max, which means he's got 4 flashes to work with. He's going to be supporting over and over and over and over again. Here they come in. First instances do walk over. Rock's able to come in. That's going to be the 3rd flash in instant. So many of these flashes, you can hear the bangs. And it's working out perfectly for them. Rocks with 3, just like that. And Nueva looking to recover with getting the bomb on site.
That is masterfully done. And the 16th round, it's something that 9Z can already taste. There's enough money for Redragon to go for this, obviously, considering it's the overtime, so they want to. ProShow waiting for the first sliver of a head for him to fire off. Now he realized that there's no avenue. He just wants to get a few pot shots in, but Try will limit that to 1. 16 and 16. It seems like this entire game is centered around equalizers, Pavlos. We keep seeing it time and time again. Redragon, they feel super confident at bringing it together. Momentum has never been lost. But then you also see 9Z come out with some individual brilliance. Not only that, their team play also levels up all of a sudden. You saw those flashes being dropped outside, as you mentioned. Incredible microplay. The flash after flash made sure that Redragon could never feel comfortable in their skin. They could never feel comfortable taking any duels. And it allowed the Rocks to get the drop on 3 different members. And 9Z, I think the gears are turning in their heads now. They realize that the B defense isn't as strong as they anticipated it to be. And previously, they've really struggled on getting onto A. So now, they want to pitch a lot of their resources here, but they also want to have a fair bit of attention towards long. They've been spotted. And Digit, he gets the entry.
Just like that. Quick little entry. I think both of these teams know that perhaps this map may determine the whole outcome of this series. Ever so important. Getting the win here for Redragon keeps them in contention of the series, while for Nueva Zeta, it's just about denying it. Oh my word, look at that. Zenk ever so close. Oh, just like that, Rox were able to deal with him, and now Nueva Zeta look to aggress. Rox again, entering Madman with 2 kills this round, 3 kills the previous one. He looks to look impressive. Max here holding down the line on the backhand, and Rox finds himself yet another triple. Nueva Zeta down to 17-16. They come ahead at the first half of OT.
And you get a chance to look at the kill distribution, which makes you realize that 9Z have actually gotten the brunt of the biggest chunk of frags, right? They have more total frags, but Redragon, they've been playing structurally well enough for them to still win out rounds, even if they're not getting just as many frags. But 9Z now, they get to play the CT side. It's something they weren't exactly too keen on doing. They struggled for the most part. But with Try being activated late into the game, now we can potentially see his op be a more menacing force than it previously was. ProShow will be a bit deactivated, although for the most part, he really hasn't stepped up in the game either. So I talked a little bit about storylines regarding oppers in regions like this one, but so far, it's not the ops that are proving themselves. It's the experienced players that are the likes of Bit, that are the likes of Kurgan.
This game is proving itself to go the distance for good reason as well. Good competitive rounds, good performances all across the board, good plays. Redragon looking to plan something up towards the B sites. Now, Nueva Zeta, they fail most when they aggress themselves and know to play more passively in that way, but I think they'll be very quick with these rotations. Yeah, that nate's that good. They were kind of anticipating some sort of boost. Not exactly what happens. And here comes the reset by Redragon.
My favorite part about this whole ordeal is that they all wasted their nades, with the exception of Max, just for this imaginary fight around short. I think they only got damage done onto Pit. Flashes are now starting to go out. Some space is being gained on A. The Molotov deters 9Z from pushing in, but they didn't have plans to do that just yet anyway. Now, Redragon pooling their resources together. A is nearly destined to be their final destination, and the bomb has already joined them as well. 35 seconds on the clock, and the responsibility of holding down the A side is only on 2 members, with Try being the flag bearer of this defense.
Last time Redragon kept this to the last second, it worked out for them. This time around, Novazeta have plenty of players in this direction. They spot out the movement. He spotted out the hands. It's just a matter of pulling the trigger in time, and he does. Quick reaction timing there from Try. Spots out another movement to keep him busy. 15 seconds, but Max is able to live on his end. Headshot onto AP1, but Brazink now and Kurgan look to get themselves into the site. Still, Digit yet to be spotted. Spray down, headshot found. Looks to recover, but Brosho comes in for the refrag. 4 seconds, isn't on time. Rocks denies it. Novazeta, and now on map point.
It was just too difficult to get the bomb down. Previously, you talked about it before the overtime where Redragon were consistently finding success. When you bring it down to the last wire with only a couple seconds, there's too much variability. You cannot possibly predict how long each individual duel is going to take. You saw how Digit made it very uncomfortable he made it very uncomfortable for them to even get the bomb in the vicinity of planting. So just those 10 seconds being wasted, it's good enough for them to not end up with the round. Now, only 1 round in between them and the finish line. 9Z might just be stopping it from going the distance. This is Redragon's map pick, so they are a bit desperate to get it as underdogs. Oh no, this is too good.
Just like that, Digit puts Novazeta right up front. Redragon in such a troubling situation. They were the ones on map points. They were the ones that should be winning this out, but it looks like Novazeta will be stealing it right beneath their feet. 2 kills go their way ever so quickly, and Redragon oh man. Redragon, what do they do here? What do you reckon for ours? Max is spotted out, further damage. They're suffocated right now.
You can see the pressure starting to mount onto them. There's only 3 players. Okay, make that 4 on the side of 9Z, because the numbers are getting a bit closer, but there's only 40 seconds remaining. Time's ticking down. Try's gonna have to hit his shots. They are suffocating him. He gets caught off guard by the player on the right side. He is not being checked. Lozinho lines up 2, but it's actually Bronzik to get the second one. Rocks and Bit, they do not get the chance to deny the bomb, and all 3 players alive. Redragon, they keep marching forward. There's plenty of money on 9Z courtesy of the overtime, so they still want to push on forward, getting ready for a
They got
boost.
this.
Preemptively being shot. There it is. That's the first kill being lined up. Moving in, trying to find the duel against the AWP, but now they know exactly where these 2 members are.
Now that the bomb will get touched, they'll go for the defuse. They're sticking it. They're sticking it. They're sticking it. There's no way! Just like that, Novazeta, they steal the victory off the hands of Redragon.
That is absolutely nutty. That was 3 members there at the end. It was a 3v2. They were locked behind, and because of the preemptive AWP spam, they thought there couldn't be a boost, but there still was. It was just off center. It allowed them to push out forward. It was an angle that wasn't being checked because there was a smoke, because there was a preemptive AWP, and they get punished for it. What a masterful ninja defuse, though. That is a splendid game from 9Z. They brought it together. For a second, we thought that Redragon were in the driver's seat, but they weren't. They've been kicked out of the car.
They have indeed. Out on the road. They're on for their own right now. Oh my word, the performances are looking masterful. They're looking great. And just like that, Novazeta show them who is boss. We get to see some of the replays as well. My word. It came down so close. Ever so close. But the boost to quick on their feet, to think on their feet like that. Ever so quick performance by them. But ladies and gentlemen, this is not all for this series. We've got 2 more maps potentially left, right? Novazeta do take home their opponent's map pick. Well, Daddy, do you have any final words before we take things to a break?
I mean, with how far Redragon took it on the first map, sure, it was their own map pick, but I think they can definitely show a lot of promise here. I'm really excited to see how that second map's going to go, and honestly, I'm hoping they can take it the distance. I want to see 9Z pressured in this first matchup of this tournament, but there is a lot more to go other than Pavlos's gaming chair antics, so stay tuned. We'll be right back after the break.
This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones that made ya. Deep side sweating out flavor. This is for my day ones. Day one. Showed up. Day one before the glow up. Don't need to ask for them to show love. Don't need to ask for them to show love. Show love.
Welcome back, of course, to the Blast Rising of Latin America. My name is Xrory, and by my side as well, Daily, of course, as we saw the first map being played over from Nueva Zeta and Redragon.
Yeah, and that was a pretty spicy matchup, right? It got super close. First game, overpass, overtime, everything really went over. Try's performance, it didn't really go overboard, but everybody else. It honestly felt like a game that was destined to be a yardstick for what else is to come in Blast Rising. Super tough competition internally within this region, and I think this game was an example of it. But heading into the second map, it's not exactly going to be very favorable for Redragon because it's not their map pick anymore, and I think 9Z, they are feeling fired up.
They really are. I think 9Z, after not really doing well so at the start, I think also underestimating your opponents by having some early aggressions, right? I think when you're an overpass and you're in the early vestiges of your CT side without really without stapling yourself in your economy, it's very risky to go very aggressive, right? So, and that's kind of what we saw Nueva Zeta fall flat at the start, but once they were able to recover from that, it became much simpler endeavor. Not to say that it was easy. Redragon definitely gave them a lot of difficulties in that way, and they already had some sort of an advantage advantage they could work with. And they showed us reasons why this is their most played map, really, right? I think so.
Most played, yes. 3 maps on record.
Right.
I mean,
So that's another caveat in the mix, right? That's also something I wanted to bring out, because the fact that we don't have too much data about their maps and how well rehearsed they are around them, we can't really know, or at least on officials, we can't really know how well they'll be able to perform in potentially the next map, Vertigo, and even if it comes to it new.
So a lot of the wins that went the way of Redragon on Overpass came down to these last-minute plays, or rather last-second plays when we're talking about Counter-Strike. They were so close to not getting the bomb down, and the fact that they did, the fact that duels ended up going their way, it was a bit of a miracle as well. I'm not exactly going to entirely chalk it up to luck, but the fact that they're able to play it so risky and have it pay off, it's something that also came back to bite them in those last few rounds of the game. I think 9Z fully capitalized on that. Redragon's ability to initially get rounds off of risky last-second plays eventually turned into their Achilles heel, which did not work out, and that's how they ended up losing the game. And unfortunately for them, if that's the kind of strategy they have going into the rest of the series, Map 2 is not going to be super forgiving either. Vertigo being the type of map that has super tight choke points. You've got ramp, you've got the B-side stairs. Even getting any information around mid is just too difficult to do. So if you're going to leave it to the last few seconds, that's not a strategy you can go for. But you know what? That was a completely different map. So you can understand why they had that mentality going into it. Overpass obviously being a map with very different types of choke points as opposed to Vertigo. Now I do expect to see a different Redragon, but whether or not they are well rehearsed on the subject at hand, I'm not too sure about that, and I don't think anybody else is either. When we're talking about teams, when we're talking about some of these newer teams from this region, a lot of these teams that might have gameplay that is undocumented, like pogs and scrims and whatnot, practice sessions, we can't really say anything off of that. But at the same time, we understand that Redragon is in a spot where they're probably closely studying teams like 9Z. They're studying Sharks, and maybe if I'm going to be super, if I'm going to make it a bit of a stretch, maybe even teams like Furia. You're probably looking at a lineup that has done more homework compared to the side of 9Z.
Yeah, that could be definitely the case. But as you said, right, the maps like Vertigo and Nuke are maps that you need to be very prepped up for, right? It's not like you can pick up Dust 2 and Mirage and just play them in a default fashion like you would, right? So definitely an issue that that you kind of have to get into. But of course, Nuke being the second map of this series, it'll be very interesting endeavor. I think we kind of missed up on that, right? I think for a second we thought it was Vertigo the second map. That kind of got us confused. But no, it is Nuke. This is going to be the pick of Nueva Zeta. And for that reason, Redragon Esports on the defensive side, on the counter-terrorist side, they will try and hold us off as they head into the B side.
There it is. FB1 is already being a massive threat to the squad of 9Z. They are extinct before they even head onto a site. It's just Digit remaining. That is 1 bullet to the head of Bronzik. Thank you for that. But there's still 4 more to go. Lots of time. No bomb available. And I think we all know how the story ends, Pavlos.
I think that Redragon has a bit more in him. See if he can find a couple of kills here. Just give him the benefit of the doubt, why don't we? Entertain the idea that he could perform. Of course, 4 players just a little bit too much, but you know, it's all about this first round. I mean, he hasn't got any Kevlar to kind of consider the save, so he's going to go for it either way. We'll be seeing another gunfight this round, which is nice. Spotting out ahead. He's given away information now, which is a downside. Especially knowing that Leozinho is close by in those vents. Good shot to the head. DGT ends up dying.
There's not much they can do off of that, but now Redragon, they are in the prime position to show that they're not one-trick ponies. They're not going to shy away from a series just because they ended up losing their own map pick. They can still continue to march on forward, and that's exactly what they need to do since they have started on the advantageous side. CT side it is. And 9Z team, they'll be playing it a little bit more conservatively. They didn't get the bomb plant, so Bit is the only one that is getting a Desert Eagle for himself. The silhouettes eluded me. It's actually Digit as well. But for the most part, I don't expect this to be too much of a round. There's not much armor available. Most of their attention is outside. The long-range duels, they're still potentially fruitful for the Desert Eagles. Called it.
Called it.
Yeah, but I don't think the Glocks are going to be doing them any favors. Still, that's the first kill of many. 9Z can still make it very expensive, Pavlos.
Yeah, that's the issue, right? We've seen them win out on pistols before. Doing on a map on Nuke is a completely different endeavor, especially being on the T side. Dragon are going to make this very difficult. Corgan with the right idea. Scoped in onto that AUG. How much damage can he inflict? Lingering in, sprayed out first headshot. Ooh, bit! Hello! That's another rifle that can be picked up. And all of a sudden, Nueva Zeta are entertaining the idea of a victory. FP1 coming in though. He hasn't had enough. AUG denied. Now, Pistols need to deal with him. And that's the difficult part. Spray down, FP1 keeping it going. Not really giving them a chance. Fight may continue towards the other side of the map, but DGT will be greeted by a nade onto the backside. Goes a little bit too wide. But of course, to the lower side of this map, there's only one player remaining, but instead they go to the upper side where Rox is lying in wait. Bullets ahead of Rox. DGT may find some extra damage, but with 20 seconds to play with, maybe close events, maybe close to that bomb. And MP9 in his hands right now, needs to act quickly. Flash, perfectly timed perhaps. No, not indeed. Franzik doesn't look away, holds onto his ground, and Redragon get themselves 2.
You still can't knock 9Z for what they've accomplished, Pavlos. They had 3 guns out of the hands of Redragon. That will force 3 rebuys, and when you're on the side of Redragon right now, you're going to be staring down the barrel of plenty of AKs that are going to come out from the 9Z squad. Utility to supplement it as well, and I think the terror side is pretty much locked and loaded for the rest of this round. They're going to have to be very careful with how they position these MP9s to maximize their utility. But as far as actual utility goes, it's going to be a lot better for Redragon. Early peak, 9Z, nor Redragon will be able to see any of their oppressors or aggressors. A slow round to start things off, and Digit, I think he was initially pondering over the prospect of going down vents, but even if he did, FP1 would have been waiting around the corner for him. Lobby being held by Rox. So for the most part, 9Z is just trying to make sure that they default in a way where Redragon cannot get any early space, but now they've got a bit better of an idea. The narrative starts to shift towards the B side, and Kurgan will be the man to wait for them.
Flashes out. Not quite aggressing so far. Fairly passive approach from Nueva Zeta. Smokes out as well. Slow down. Look how passive Redragon are playing this. They're not really giving this a chance. So important they stay ahead here, not really give a chance for Nueva Zeta to come through with the AKs that they've caught up with. But Leozinho may be compromised soon. Quick little pre-fire there, but beat. Why was it so difficult to say his name? But all of a sudden, Kurgan does end up dying. Rox as well. Quickly enough, Redragon quashed underneath the pressure. On multiple angles, they get dealt with. And Pro Show now has been spotted on towards the CT spawn. But I think this round is over for us. I think Redragon will have to drop one when Nueva Zeta finding their way onto the board.
Even saving these weapons is actually quite difficult of a prospect because they know exactly where one of these members is. They know that Pro Show is tucked into CT spawn, and they're playing it carefully as well because obviously, if you look at the side of their money, they're down to less than $1,000 on every single player. I mean, Digit is on $0. So they still want to play it a bit more conservatively, but Pro Show, he's going to be thanking his lucky stars for that. So nobody's going to come out for the hunt. It ends up working out in their favor, but it's only going to be 2 M4 saved in the next round. So if they were in a spot where they had 3 weapons remaining, you could still make the argument that they have a reasonable shot at a buy, but it's going to be very lopsided. Now you're looking at 2 point men wielding M4s that'll probably have to try to go for some aggressive plays, maybe around outside. Perhaps we see some kind of lobby control to single-handedly get more work done than they bargained for. 9Z, this first round is a signal of more to come, but look at this. Redragon want to double down. They have bought up more weapons. Bronzik will have the short end of the barrel. He's only got a Desert Eagle, a couple SMGs thrown in the mix as well, but it'll be lopsided as far as firepower is concerned. Oh no, FP1, he is going with his food.
Oh, what? I didn't even realize FP1 was on the Redragon side for a second. I thought it was just someone following through on vents and it was a double stack up towards that direction, but no, instead, Nueva Zeta just end up losing one play out of the bat. FP1 even finds further damage on 2 rocks. And now it seems like whoever said I need to question their abilities. FB1 keeps it going. Stop it, man. You're savage. All of a sudden, I mean, Try does deal with him eventually, but the damage he's done is quite substantial. And how does whoever said come back from this? Try bullet to the head of Kurgan. Control over the site is what they're looking for, but they're quite spread out. Therefore, they need to recuperate first.
The problem really comes down to Try's HP. He's only got 5 points of health, and he's the bearer of the bomb, which means he will have to eventually join a teammate. But before that even happens, Bit needs to create a lot of space for his team. Space that will not be allowed initially. Try slowly moving up the vents. It's not something that's being checked, thankfully. And with the smoke being deployed, now Try gets a free shot at getting the bomb down. Wants to make it as careful, wants to plan it as carefully as possible. The digits start to get punched in, and the retake will ensue.
Very possible for Redragon to recover here, but Try wins out, and at least when traded would have done his job. Bit bullet to the head of Leozinho. Information given over. Try spots out. Bullet to the head. Beautifully done. Pro Show all to do. Knows where both players are now, needs to go for the bomb, needs to keep their attention in that direction. Flash out, cannot deliver, ends up backing away. Decision is to save the AK. Beautiful round from Nueva Zeta to find the recovery after a numbers discrepancy.
The cornerstone of that round was Try still managing to find space even with limited HP. He gets the kill towards observation. Yes, that is the reason why he had low HP to begin with, but then he manages to stay relevant up against the Desert Eagle towards lobby. Very nicely done, and even with low HP, just his impact means that they can stay within arm's reach. 2-2, 9Z, that's a round they were simply not supposed to win with how it started off. You know, FB1 dropping on top of a player in vents, continuing to cause madness.
Did he get 3 kills that round?
Yeah, Try, right?
Yeah, FP1.
Oh, FB1 as well, I think so.
Either 2 or 3, but still quite a multi-kill to get around with. A lot of utility being thrown. Leozinho with an aisle.
Okay.
In front of his head. Rocho, though, doubles it up and now rocks from a distance trying to make things happen, but the pistol seems to be drawn out. Rocks looks to recover like he did over on Overpass, but Brunzik will be looking for a rifle here. Pistol wouldn't be the way to go, but he's been spotted. AK dropped, and there you go. Bullet to the head. Redragon are back in the lead.
9Z played it so sloppily because they didn't expect anybody to have a weapon. Pro Show, however, that save ends up paying off in mountains. That's 2 kills for him, and he does just enough damage to soften a bit to succumb to the USB eventually. I'm not even sure how Bronzik can get the peak there. Honestly, he was spotted. The last player knew exactly where he was, wanted to peek out with no armor even, so even one bullet would have completely destroyed any chances of getting a headshot. But now, 9Z have massively dropped the ball in the second round. Or their potential at a third round, sorry. I'm not sure why I said second. I think I was thinking of the word second map.
Yeah, maybe.
That would also be right. I think they are.
Are we missing one of the players on Redragon? I think we're missing one of those cams. We had 4 from each side, didn't we? Oh. Oh, but so. Oh, we've leveled up. We've got a flat screen now.
Oh my! I was joking about that. I was joking about the 4K flat screen. You know, I said projector, so I think there's still something to be said about a projector turning up.
Maybe on a different map.
Maybe do we get to see a holograph on Vertigo?
I don't know, maybe. But on Ancient, what would we see? Just, would it be like some sort of an entertainment system? But look at that, FP1. What is he single-handedly dismantling Nueva Zeta here? Has he just gotten 3 kills without being traded back? FP1, how much impact do you need to have? DGT, the only man standing for the Nueva Zeta side, but he's been spotted, somehow survives that duel, but walks out into the bullet of Leozinho. So good there by FB1 at the start.
Yeah, absolutely nutty gameplay. Just this individual brilliance is paying off so much for this squad. And by the way, Pavlos, we completely butchered it there during the pregame segment. For some reason, both of us subscribed to the idea that it was actually Vertigo. And no, it was Nuke.
Yeah, I don't know how. I
Yeah.
don't know. Somehow I had that impression. But either way, we got the 2 maps right. I guess we mixed the 2 up. But look at the outside presence here from Nueva Zeta. They've spent a few smokes to keep them out. Well, they haven't really gone for the wide swings. They haven't really gone for the cross. Try doesn't have an AK to work with. Rocks shut down instantly. Pro Show, give them a chance here, mate. Won't do so. Distance shot, max down to 26. Considering the implications of movement towards the A site, it's just too damn simple. The AK is now dropped. Should be just a fair cleanup, shouldn't it, here for us? I mean, FP1 didn't even see that opponent, but he still delivers. He's on fire on Nuke.
Even that would be an understatement. He's got 2 deaths and 15 kills right now. He looks like he is smurfing. But there is a little asterisk here, Pavlos. It's the fact that Redragon at the moment, they're playing on the CT side. Considering they also got away with the pistol, they're expected to have somewhat of a buffer. When 9Z gets to switch around as well, we're going to see very different signs of gameplay. Very different levels of gameplay is what I meant to say. So far, nothing is out of arm's reach. I believe that's also how Overpass started, where there was a bit of a lead for 9Z, but then they brought it back together. This time around, it's not a lead. It's going to have to be the direct comeback. But here we go, 9Z. They want to push straight onto the A site, and that's already the first frag.
Yeah, onto the site they may go, and Rox is able to find the first blood. They do find it freely. The rest of Redragon sort of back away from this. Not quite sure how happy they can be about a retake on a map like Nuke. Of course, A site, greater retake than B, so let's see how that one works out. Smoke to give them some leeway towards heaven so they don't get headshotted straight out of the bat, but Try does find himself a kill onto Kurgan, which makes things easier for him. Pro Show, very crucial kill, but very, very low. As you did say, he's cooking. I can already smell cooked meat. But I think that's a little bit too much to ask for. They've already been damaged. Pro Show down to 26. He can't feel very confident with that AWP, and instead they back away. Redragon, they have to give away one more round, giving Nueva Zeta some extra space to work with.
This could still potentially be a very short-lived victory because 9Z are the ones that are suffering economically. While at the same time, Redragon, they've built up just enough money that they can continue to buy up for at least a couple more rounds. Bronze, Pro Show, FP1, both lingering, all 3 lingering around that $10,000 mark. And Bronzic's the only one that will have to buy up a weapon now as well. So, for the most part, I think Redragon, this is one of those rare rounds where you don't lose anything but the round. They get away with 3 weapons, they've got their economy under control, and the chances of bouncing back immediately, they're very high. But FB1, man, he is far apart from everybody else on this server, and it's a bit unfortunate to see that Max really hasn't stepped up right now.
Oh, Kugan, look at that aggression, perfect clash, but it's actually from his own teammate. Oh dear. That's not the way to go, but Bit looks to find himself vengeance. Let's just spray down. Little doesn't know. Well, it may know. Little Zinho ends up dying. I thought it would have been the opposite way around, but it does pay for it with a lot of health, down to 20 points of health himself. Nueva Zeta, considering there could be a push from Redragon towards the A site instead, may look to aggress in that direction, but no. He looked to challenge ramp, perhaps, but just looking at the utility, they have no smokes, therefore heading out outside is quite a difficult endeavor. Delay on the outside with a flash of their own. FP1 backing away from Secret. That gives Nueva Zeta some extra space to work with. I did say they didn't have smokes, which means they can't really cross towards Secret, but instead they'll head directly into the A site, which is a very interesting prospect because no one's looking this direction, and they'll be catching them off guard. Good little spray down there from Bit. Burnzik, oh, just like that, shot down. It is going to be a trade of kills. FP1 jumping out of the vents, but it's not going to be quick enough. DGT dealing with it very quickly, and Pro Show is all that left. On towards the heaven position. Will be challenged, but holds on to dear life as well. 2 points of health. He may as well. He's barely standing. But I think it's just too much to chew here if he wants to deal with this.
I talked about how the economy still allowed Redragon to have a leg to stand on, and that will still hold true. Pro Show saving that AWP. He's going to have enough money for himself and to buy up another player, which means that FB1 only has to buy one more weapon, and that'll bring them back into the into at least driving gear. It's not allowing 9Z much of a ramp to work with at all. Normally, if you're on the terrorist side, a lot of your success is hinging on the idea that you will eventually break down the CT side economy, but the early rounds were way too clean for Redragon, and I think that's exactly what 9Z team are paying for right now. But keeping it at an arm's distance, that's probably all you're looking for as the terrorist side.
That absolutely is the case. They're doing so. The creativity from these guys, I really love it. I mean, they've gone around to find an entrance, find a weakness within the lineup of Redragon. And the moment when you've expended a lot of utility, all of those smokes, it's difficult to kind of consider how to take a push. So it's really nice that you can be creative during your mid-round.
Oh, they're taking it very hard and fast, Pavlos. We're going to have to scratch that thought because 3 smokes have been deployed outside. FB1, he's playing in very close contention, which means that they will eventually want to take a duel with him. And they've probably expected it.
Oh, he's stuck in position, but Prosho able to deliver. That's enough of a distraction for FB1 to do his job. And Rox fights back, but it may be all in vain because already the damage has been inflicted and Redragon stand on top.
You talked about FB1 being able to do his job, but I think he's working overtime. He is clocking in so many extra hours. Already on 19 kills. Let's see if that's going to pay off in this particular round. Molotov out. Kurgan spots the foot. He's trying to reposition himself to be able to watch observation while his teammate also supplements him with, okay, Rox. I think he's going to have the drop on a player here. As long as he can get the angle right. No, he's being watched.
Yeah, the position is being held there by Kurgan. But it doesn't even matter. Roxan's on top, and it makes it difficult to find the headshot. DGT assists him as well, and with plenty of time remaining, with plenty to spare, the bomb will go down. DGT, swing, headshot. Barnzik was spotted and could do anything about it. Again, Nueva Z on the back foot, able to find their way back into it. It is not over yet, but it is now. DGT puts an end to that with a bullet to the skull, and here comes the equalizer by Nueva Z.
And by the time the equalizer has come through, Redragon are starting to suffer a little bit. Now, good thing for them is that their loss bonus is now built up to be able to handle whatever economic damage is coming their way. But man, what an opener from Rox. And also Digit being able to weave himself into battle just at the right time to secure an extra kill. That's probably what allowed Rox to feel so comfortable walking onto the site. Redragon, good spot for them to take a tactical timeout. They've already allowed to get it too close, and right now, FB1 must be scratching his head. He is like, how the hell is it happening? How do you end up with almost 20 kills and still have an equalizer? Nobody else is participating in these kills, especially when a teammate of yours is going out of their way to take initiative, to get at least a double kill at the start of every round. And by the way, that's not even an understatement. In 10 rounds, if he has 20 kills, that is a double kill at every round. And most of them have been off of initiative. So what's going on?
I think Linzinho was giving away some calls, though. I mean, there's definitely a lot of discussion to be made about how they approach mid-rounds. I think feeling a little bit too confident about having the numbers advantage is an issue, and not really playing with the duels is something that Nueva Z are heavily capitalizing upon, right? I mean, they're winning out on individual positions. They're getting themselves the 1v1s that do end up working out. But when you have the numbers advantage, Redragon need to play around it. And it seems that they're not really doing that right now. I think they just feel comfortable alive on the server by having those having more individuals on the server. But they play as if they're single entities. It doesn't feel like they're playing as a squad right now. And that's what's differentiating these two lines-ups right now.
A much slower pace round than what we've grown accustomed to. Utility will be a bit lacking on the CT side as well by this time because they've initially expanded a few smokes. But the double Molotov availability means that they can at least draw the timer down to at least 40 seconds, maybe even 30 if they can play their cards right. Max, he's about to greet the barrel of Prosho. Still uncertain who's going to come out on top in that duel, but as Bit gets the first kill, Prosho wants to hasten his pace. That is a shot being missed, and that's also information being given up. Rock's first man in. That's the headshot onto Lelzinho, and he wants to find more. He is hungry, but his hunger will be met by his teammate. It's Max to pick up that final kill, and Prosho and Kurgan will find themselves locked out of this bomb site.
Such a sad position to be in if you're Redragon, especially if you're FP1, right? You 10 rounds in, you approach that 20 kill mark, right? And your rest of the teams are struggling to pass that 5 kill mark. And you can see your opponents kind of deal with you. Now, Nerva Zeta did get themselves that first kill initially, right? And that was FP1 out of the server. You're losing out on your star player right now, and you can't do anything about it. It feels like without him, they're an entity lost. And it's really unfortunate to see because Redragon has shown us marvelous stuff over and over pass. I want to see the whole squad come online right now.
It's very unfortunate to see. Just FP1 being in a prime position right now, top fragging out of his mind, and then nobody's really showing up to the party. A little disappointing, but Desert Eagles have been brought out from Redragon. Very conservative with their buy. Not going to be parting with their money just yet, but 2 lives have been parted with on the 9Z squad. It's still a bit of a recovery as 1 kill has been secured, but Maxis has so little HP. Olzinho ends up running away with an AK.
That's the bomb.
Oh my god, that is everything falling apart. That is too much. Prosho's flashbang also makes it a little bit harder, but now their positions are being narrowed in. Prosho, as he's falling, Digitus caught him in the legs. And Kurgan, last man standing, going up the ladder. He can potentially do some destruction. They need to collect the bomb. And is his position going to be checked out?
Oh, that's going to be
the right angle.
Kill.
He's not even being spotted. He's got the perfect spot. Trigger discipline play coming through. Finally fires. His spot's been given up. He's looking for the final member, but in the back, it doesn't even matter. It's a 180-degree turn, and Max is low enough to be capitalized on. That is Redragon with an incredible pistol round.
Kurgan, though he had trigger discipline, he didn't think out. He didn't think through in the implications that he was out into the open. He was nowhere close to cover. After he found that kill, he didn't even have the information onto the second player. Therefore, the best way to play that around is try to get the kill and then find yourself that cover, but he didn't find it in time, and for that reason, they falter. They had a really good chance there. The odds were stacked up against them, let's be honest. It was so close with those pistols. But still, when you're given those opportunities, you have to take them, and they haven't, which give a clear room here for Nerva Zeta to keep things going.
I think it's a bit of a trend we also noticed on Overpass where Redragon stuck. Oh no, I'm gonna have to throw that thought out of the window. As soon as they get a bit of a resurgence off of the pistol, 9Z want to hit the pedal to the metal. Kurgan could potentially be the reason for yet another equalizer, but he's peeked out, caught in the side. No more 180-degree shenanigans for you. Have to run away. Ooh. Okay, rocks.
Spicy.
Drops like a bag of rocks.
Elzinga though, won't be aggressed by try so far. DGT instead maybe contestation. Brunsink top. Scouting from above as Kurgan aggresses as well. Redragon brewing something interesting here, but Nerva Zeta might have rotated around already. DGT into the vents has gained so much control, can deny so many rotations. All in the meantime, outside is being unchecked. Kurgan may be able to spot them though, and that's important. No, they drop by. They've made it past them. Even though his max is left behind, these are already being made onto the lower side of the map, on towards the bottom level. And it's the best way to be, because no one from Redragon is in this direction. It should be a very simple bomb plant.
Redragon on the outside looking in. They don't want to go for it. You want to have these weapons on your back in the next round?
How did Nerva Zeta scout that out, man?
Kurgan has enough money for them to have somewhat of an economic buffer in the next couple of rounds, but it's still not too significant. Few AK shots connected. I think he realizes that having that weapon is a lot more important than running away with a duel or two. 9Z, however, only 1 round away from solidifying their half victory. It's actually been such a competitive game that throughout the series, we haven't been able to tell who's going to come out on top, but I feel like most of the time it felt like Redragon will inch towards the finish line, but then 9Z brings it all back together. If I watch this game with no context of who these teams are, I would start to think that maybe Redragon had more of a chance, and that 9Z were just getting these brilliant clutches that were keeping them in the game. But then you also see Redragon come out on top with some of these pistols, FP1 going wild, so it's a mixed bag, really.
Ooh, okay, Leozinho went out on his first trade, and I thought for a second, I thought FP1 may have done the same, but no. Max puts an end to that. Incendiary, very crucial to stop the push from happening, but it seems it's only delayed it ever so slightly. Novazeta not really aggressing towards that ever so quickly. Now, Redragon, how are they approaching this? Onto the CT side they are, again, all onto the upper side of the map, not really entertaining the idea of the B site being taken over, fully committing to the defense of the A site. Leozinho, here on the backside, not yet to be challenged, flash coming through, he's able to help out, Barnzig is end up falling, try bullet to the head, a pro show called, and Leozinho holding on though, all down to Try. He's got a minute to work with, and he does have the bomb available, flash out. Are they going to peek it? Bomb is being planted and committed. Has to deal with two very different angles, and Redragon know of this. Leozinho goes for the swing, and will be able to retrieve it just like that. Redragon find their way back in.
Not sure what they're looking for. Were they looking for a kit there?
Maybe an AWP.
At least this is a bit different from Overpass, where we initially saw the 9-6 come out even more competitive. But there's still no telling who's going to come out on top. 9Z. I'm unsure of how they managed to win all of these 2 versus X situations, but then also drop the ball when they seem to have the clear advantage. Nades out, that's the door being destroyed, along with Bronzing's head. See if they can pile on more damage on top of that. 9Z don't want to aggress further. It's just Max that wants to creep into Secret, and Pro Show will be there. Red carpet's out, waiting for him, but Digit, he's dishing out some red as well, and that is blood. Splattered against the wall behind his opponents. 3 versus 3. Redragon have brought it together with the help of Pro Show, wielding an AWP. But look at how much space Bit has gotten, Pavlos.
Yeah, final countdown for the half, and Bit knows of this. Wants to brew something interesting. Something out of the ordinary. Catch potentially Redragon off guard, but he won't be able to do so. Corgan reads it. His brain is just too huge. He's a bit of an off angle to deal with now, but Rox is able to deal with him, no problem at all. What on earth was that bang? I think there was an explosion outside, but Try. Headshot onto Leozinho. And Pro Show is all that is left for Redragon. It seems like Nueva Zeta have recovered. But I'll take things over so I can check what on earth happened.
Yeah,
outside.
I heard some kind of warble. Like, did a microwave blow up in your background or what?
No clue. But it seems that it is Nueva Zeta to get themselves a win here. I'm pretty sure it's some sort of crafted firework, mini crafted grenade that kids do like to build.
Remind me not to get any...
Oh my word, it's in the middle of the road as well. What on earth?
I can't believe you're surprised by that, because being from Pakistan, we have so much of the stuff happening all the time. It doesn't even faze me.
It's just outside of my room, though. That's the crazy part.
I remember
the whole building shook, man. That was scary.
I remember a few weeks ago, I was about to get ready for a cast, but for the entire day, I could constantly hear firecrackers going off outside, like in my corridor, basically outside my house, and I let it happen for like 8 to 9 hours. They were being super annoying, but I was like, you know what, let kids be kids, do whatever they want. But then when it was casting time, I told them to go away. I was a lot ruder than saying just go away, but
yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
At that point, my patience has really run dry, you know, after 9 hours of listening to fireworks.
100%. But Nueva Zeta finding the lead on the T side was ever so crucial. On the CT side, a more favorable one on their own home ground is very, very important for them to keep things going. Here's some early damage inflicted onto the side. Max not quite able to hold on to his own as Leozinho finds 2. Try, though, is able to bounce back and give his team the advantage. On from above. No one is challenging him. He even has to reload and survives. How is that even possible?
That is Troy decimating his opposition, and he stepped up. What was that? He was out here playing It honestly just looked like some kind of bot. I'm not sure why his death didn't show up in the kill feed there, and that's what I was wondering. Like, how did Try die there? He just fell to his death. He broke his ankles.
Yeah, I didn't see it on the kill feed, though. That's the interesting thing.
Technically, it was an ace. He got 5 kills.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it works like that. Okay, here we go. Bit Try, both leaning in for a kill themselves. Zeta look pretty strong right now, especially if they're able to find the advantage this early, is everything that they require. Korgan and Burnzik seem to be making things very interesting from a distance. Are chipping away. Have they just converted this into an opportunity for them to win out? I think they have. And they're able to find weapons to call for it as well. Redragon, they get themselves the conversion.
You want to explain that to me, Pablo?
Honestly, I can't. I think Nueva Zeta just were too greedy.
Trying to rush into pistols like that? I mean, I get that it can be a bit of a BM play and it can shut down the momentum of a team up against you, but man, you're doing it up against pistols. They've got P250s, they've got Deagles, they even have the angle off of the silo, which is an incredibly hard shot to hit. Try isn't able to cover that angle because of how far you've gone into the madness. A little bit too much from them, and now they have to pay with a round for it. And not only with a round, they've also got a terrible economy on their hands. Rocks.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, caught through the smoke.
It's not as if we haven't seen Red Dragons on pistols, right? We've seen it on Overpass, and they've had very similar results. Can't count them out. Ever so close of a game, but of course Nova Zeta having that, given away that initial advantage, will give Red Dragon an opportunity to get themselves out. Equalizer, Deagle shots nearby, end up working out for Max. Beautiful shot onto Korgan. The re-swing was everything that was required. Now Prosho re-smoking, potentially go for another swing himself, but he's got reinforcements now. That's the dangerous part. Pit, does he go for the AK, or does he hold his ground? I think he's just going to hold on to his ground, and that's the best position he could have done, because now Prosho ends up dying as well. It's the topsy-turvy, man. It's the pistols that end up winning every single time. No idea how it's done, but Barnsick has another say in the matter. The rifle's just too far away for them to be collected, and Barnsick maybe to stick around for just a little bit longer. Has to deal with 3, and with 30 seconds remaining, may entertain the idea of heading towards the B site.
Pistol after pistol. Uncanny round after the other. Bronzik, he can still defy the odds. He can still... Oh, no. You saw that I had my paintbrush out and I was trying to paint him a nice little story where he defied all odds and he prevented the inevitable from happening. But no, is this a CV to the face? Nope. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Oh.
Get a chance to see that again. Fantastic stuff.
It really is. I think the first one looked a little bit messy. There was also a lot of panic, knowing that there's a lot of it coming. Be careful. They're coming. You know, shouting out on the comms and stuff.
Or has the CZ75 just become a bit of an AK now? Did they change something?
Excuse me, come again?
Did they change something about the CZ? Why is it?
I don't know, man. It's always so juicy. I always play with the CZ.
Mm-hmm.
Apart from the times I don't.
I'm a bit of a 5'7" girl, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I know. I'm actually on the 5'7" right now. I don't know why. I had this weird CZ skin, the hexagon. It's a very cheap one. It's a very cheap one, but I like it. For some reason, it's just gorgeous.
Yeah, I'm just not a liar, right? So, CZ75, nah. 5'7", that's it.
Yeah, fair enough. I think I've got the monkey business.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty nice skin. Okay, let's see. Dragon. Looking at line up that utility towards the outside. The great outdoors.
Bit of a slower round. Couple AKs out in the hands of Prosho and Bronzik. I'm a bit worried though, because FP1 has already gotten so much space off of this, but this 3-point setup from the side of 9Z makes it very difficult to get any space. If they check towards Heaven or on top of HUD, they will end up missing out on Max. And that's also not an angle they're clearing out. They try to smoke it out, and I think Max wants to... Oh, no, they flashed it out. They're going to allow Max to run amok, but not for long because Brandzik finds him. Now the bomb starts to go down, and it's down to Bit and Digit to pick up the pieces and bring it together.
Ooh, DGT holds on for just a little bit longer.
Bit for collateral as well, right?
Hmm.
I think Brandzik took some damage. I'm not too sure about that.
Ah, maybe. Doesn't really matter at the end of the day because the round will be heading over to the terrorist side. Red
Did
Dragons
you know that
seem to be back in it.
you can press E on those little valves to actually turn them?
On the little valves? Which little valves? Where? Missed them.
Where was... I think it was Bit saving, right? Yeah, it was Digit saving. Yeah, you
Oh,
see
here.
those?
Oh, really?
Yeah, you can press E on them.
I've been playing Counter-Strike for so long. I mean, yeah, Nuke has also changed, but yeah, I didn't know. I had no clue.
Yeah, and what that actually does is that it triggers a little water fountain in CT spawn.
No way.
Yeah.
Why did I know this?
And also, you and I have some flying bacon to catch next week.
Flying bacon?
Yeah, you can see that I'm just saying things that are made up, like, and you're just falling for it over and over.
Oh.
Just keep walking into it.
I'm being baited. I'm being baited. Of course. Of course, Valve maps aren't that creative. Start sniffing. Starts crying.
But there is something that you can press E on, and it's the vents on the A site. You can close them.
Shut up.
I'm not even kidding. Okay, no cap. I'm not even kidding this time.
You can shut the vents by pressing E.
Yes, like
no, you can't.
No, you can't shut them. But when you press E on them, their visibility is reduced because the grills they turn downwards a little bit. It's an X-Deity promise, for real, no cap.
I'm being trolled right now, and I know it.
I've got my pinky out, I promise.
Ah, you probably got your toes and fingers crossed, though.
That's true.
Yeah.
How did you know? You got a camera in here?
Again? I think we established that already for us. I think we established that already.
But you talked about a mic. Okay, camera added, all right.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. Maybe.
Things are about to get very chaotic, though. I know we're messing around, Pavlovs, but there are a lot of fights about to happen. It is FB1 with the first kill. Redragon slowly inching back into the game. 9Z looked a bit more decisive. Now they are losing their ground. Max not getting a chance to peek into anyone just yet, and FB1 has created a lot of space for his team as well.
Oh my, let's have a look here. Okay. With Redragon have the advantage, they're still sticking around. I mean, they've expended quite a lot of smokes towards the outside so far. It was just for an obfuscation for now. Bits. Entertaining the idea of pressing E on those vents. Oh, they've been destroyed.
Yeah, they've been destroyed.
Maybe next time. Maybe next time. Still holding on. Mollies to be dropped. Smokes as well. They're looking to move directly into the A side. They do not drop towards the vents. They do not check it either. Pre-frying position onto one of the players here, and Max ends up dying. FP1 doing his job, spraying out. Bit does move out, gets 2 kills, but it's an A by DGT to shut him down. Onto one-on-one. Pro Show ever so low. 15 points of health. DGT not doing too well himself. 50 on his end. And he finds a play, he finds a shot, and just like that, recovers it for Nueva Zeta.
I think Digit was... He himself was crossing his toes there because he knows that he is the reason that it's not a 2 versus 1 anymore. He killed his own teammate, and he had to get the clutch. But 9Z, they will still push on forward, and they continue to lead in map number 2, and things are getting super dangerous for Redragon. I know it's not an elimination match just yet, but it still counts for a lot. I think Redragon has definitely proven themselves as contenders for a very difficult team to crack.
Oh, yeah. It's not over for them, right? Even if they lose this map, they definitely have a chance in this series. It's a GSL, right? So they still need 2 losses to be eliminated. They still have another chance.
Early smoke out, 9Z. I think they're going to have to deal with a lot of pressure early on, but the spray through the smoke connects onto FB1, and one of the deadliest players on the side of the T's. Going to lose a lot of HP. And I know I'm talking about FB1 being such a deadly force and whatnot, but he was on 19 kills, I think, at the end of the first half. Since then, he's only gotten 2. His
Yeah.
T-side performance is leaving much to be desired.
100%. You kind of would expect on the T side, maybe his performance would be more influential. Because, I mean, if there's a breach into the lineup of a CT side, that can definitely be exploitable, even though the other one may be doing well. But on the T side, if you amp up your performance and get entries and manage to shut down the defense, that's when you create gaps. That's where you can start breaching sites. But the fact that he slowed down his pace, oh, look at this though, Rox. Better spot out some movement. He has, shoots down the head, takes his time. Oh dear. Kurgan able to survive that deed, but that's a lot of information gained, potentially for Nueva Zeta to still hold down the A site.
These Molotovs also completely disable anyone from pushing forward. There's just too much damage already being done on FB1 and Kurgan. And Try, he gets the collateral. ProShow and Bronzik are out of business. Kurgan with barely any HP. He's got 3 toes to stand on right now, 3 HP. All he can potentially hope for is maybe getting a kill out of this. No, Try is too quick to the trigger, and he has stepped up immensely for the side of 9Z.
That he has. Very well played. We're getting to see the replay of that spray down as well. Rox with 2, Brunzik to deliver, but this is Try. This is Try at his finest. I mean, that collateral. Yes, on the one hand it was lucky, but on the other, yeah. I mean, he connected that shot very quickly and then had to turn around against Kurgan. So stars aligning there, but still, skill is required to do that. And now, Nueva Zeta have put Redragon into a very difficult spot.
Bad economy is generally something you don't have to deal with too much on the terrorist side, but when you're in the last few rounds of the game and you're stuck in that kind of rut, it's a bit problematic. But I would hope that 9Z don't go for those ballsy plays yet again where they previously faltered and Redragon were able to capitalize on. Or maybe I do to bring it closer to an overtime. Man, it was such madness on map number 1, the way these teams were contending, but I think Redragon have fallen off a little bit on Nuke, and it's become even more apparent as the sides have switched. FB1's presence, the ability for him to be super dynamic on a CT side presence, it's not showed up again, obviously, because his options are limited when he plays on the T. Digit getting ready for a red carpet reception for 4 of these players.
Should be a simple spray down. Even looks away for a flash in time. That's just marvelous. Even as marvelous as, even if there was FP1's marvelousness out there, it's just not good enough to beat, fend off all those rifles single-handedly. Even though that was an eco, good steps taken by Nueva Zeta. Now on 13, perhaps inching away from Redragon. It's been a good ride, but I'm just wondering how long can the Dragons hold on?
Once again, they've bought down to 0. And it makes sense, obviously. You're on the T side. You've just got that economic advantage and buffer to work with. 9Z, they are inching ever closer to a potential victory. I think the barrel might have been spotted, but Max doesn't care. He still comes out on top. The peak is perfect. Zinio straight out. He's punished Max for his previous troubles. And pushing through lobby, Digit, I think he was supposed to get a bit more than that. But Try quickly lands a shot on to Kurgan. Now, 9Z, once again, advantage secured.
How does Redragon approach this now? On towards ramp, DGT in trophy room, but shut down quickly. There's a minute to work with here. They find themselves on equal footing. Try. Warp in hand. Won't be challenged yet. But the fact that Redragon is sticking around, there are signs that do indicate they may want to go for something like this again. No, instead, moving towards the A side. Rox here with the M4. Oh. Looks away, the mistiming there, but he's still holding his ground, which is very important. Swing out, flashes. No, it's just a smoke. Could allow the cross, perhaps. Rox is going to stick by. He can't trade it. He's all by himself, but ProShow is able to find it quickly enough. They do drop into the vents. They're heading directly to the B site where no one from the Nueva Zeta side are lying.
Here we go, Try now has his AWP lined up, moving straight in with the Tech 9, has spotted a player crossing over, and he wants to thread the needle. He's trying to peek in from the corner, elbow spotted, Try. He is in the madness now. He's using the smoke as a curtain to find himself a little bit more space, and Bit is creating distractions. Try gets so much with this. There's one, doesn't expect the second, and Pro Show has to do it all by himself. It's a 1 versus 1. The bomb is ticking down, and Bit has a lot of pressure to get this done.
It's the information.
The bomb, Pro Show's taken out, and there it is, Bit. He gets the 1 versus 1, supplemented by Try's insane brain gameplay.
Beautifully done there, Bit replying in kind, and it was all down to Try's positioning there into smoke. He did only get 1 out of the 2 kills, but he found information onto the second, and that was exactly what was necessary. He even started things off with the AWP, which was also cool. But Pro Show, that's where I believe Redragon had a chance in this situation, right? When he was able to find that initial entry, that's when I thought there was a situation where they could really come back from this. But no, Nueva Zeta, they deny this. They hold on. 14-9 is a scenario for them right now. 5 rounds of difference between the 2 squads.
Redragon now trembling in their boots because previously when they were able to recover on momentum, they still had a few swings in them, but they're starting to run a bit dry. Bit's position is perfect, however, because Try will serve as a distraction. That's how the previous round ended, and I think this is exactly how it's going to begin this time around. FB1, flashbang is great. Lozinio will make sure his teammate doesn't get capitalized on. And they're quickly trying to find themselves a bit better of an angle. Playing around the smoke, spraying through. Rox knows exactly where where FB1 is trying to get up to his shenanigans.
Yeah, he knows what's up.
Back to a 4-on-4.
Difficult endeavor. Redragon, they've been finding wall after wall, and it's been difficult to breach, but Brandzink, he is looking to entry. Can you bring out that madness we saw over on the different map? Overpass was his home ground, but all of a sudden it's Rox to deliver, Leozinho and Corgan start to deliver. Redragon Esports, they find their way back into it. DGT may be a strong lad, but up against 3 onto A, too much of an ask.
One thing I wanted to point out is that 9Z's economy isn't untouchable or anything. So many of these rounds have gotten very close. The CT side buffer is basically non-existent. Redragon, obviously, just getting 2 loss bonuses should be good enough for them to have a significantly better buy than the opposition. So as they get to double digits, the prospect of a comeback isn't entirely out of reach. All they have to do is line up a couple more rounds that'll allow them to potentially get 2 freebies off of 9Z. But, as I say that, that's obviously caveated by the idea that 9Z are just nutty on the pistols as well, so it's never going to be an easy task. Redragon still contenders, but 9Z are still inching closer and closer to the finish line as time goes by.
Absolutely are. I really believed in that endeavor, but they're still keeping going. I mean, the fact that they were able to get that victory so decisively shows they still got lots in store for us still. Tactical timeout. The last one used here from Redragon. They cannot use another one. Get your words in quick. Reset your mindsets. You won't have another chance this map. Seemed like one of those players was speaking to their mouse for a second. I don't know if you noticed that. But yeah, overall, I'm really impressed by Redragon holding on. I don't think we even anticipated how close they would be able to play on Overpass. On the flat screen again. I just love that scene.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the 4K projector, honestly.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that fountain to start throwing in water.
I'm so sorry.
You lied to me.
Couple rounds to go. 9Z. They've held on. Oh, right.
Oh,
Is he
he's
giving
no
up
idea.
enough of an audio cue? Does FB1 no, he's actually just going to go past. Getting shot in the back with a Famas. There it is. First kill connected. And 9Z, they are looking to make it more expensive.
Oh.
Max will save his teammates' life, and he will continue to dish out more. Bronzik trying to recover. Doesn't get an opportunity to do just that. Lozinio will be the last man standing. Pincer from 2 when 9Z will get 15.
Man, that was impressive. I thought Rox was a dead man in that instance. He was greedy. He was looking for the AK. Give it to me, give it to me. But Max was like, son, go get your AK. Daddy's got your back. Look at that. Just in time to save his teammate's life. And now, Nueva Zeta find themselves on map and series point.
That was nearly a mistake, but it acted as bait for Max to get 2. Now Redragon, they are staring down the barrel of a 2-0 defeat. Can they once again bring it to an overtime? Vent's been popped. Rox, however, he's not going to drop down, but it's still an additional threat that Redragon now have to worry about after the audio cue. Kurgan, not really equipped with the best weaponry, and he's also got a buddy in the rut with him, Lozinho. He himself has a MAC-10, so limited weaponry, some lacking utility as well for Redragon. And they've initially gotten very little space. Waiting for 9Z to make some mistakes. Smokes will be popped out. Outside control, not to be established, but it's a fake they're packaging and selling right now.
Slowing down the pace just a little bit longer, but try. Good first kill. Where was that from? Oh, interesting. Okay, must have been from outside, perhaps. I think it was from outside. I think there was a cross towards Secret, and then all of a sudden, they just get caught out. Again, though, mistakes reoccurring here from Redragon, keeping players all by themselves, but now coming out, FP1 able to deliver. Bit trying to shut things down, but quickly shut down himself. Rox with 2, keeps his team alive, not only alive, but in the lead. Smoke to get the bomb down as well, but look at the wraparound here from Try, getting alternative angle to work with DGT from a distance, DGT from above, Try as well. Just like that, Nueva Zeta get themselves the victory, get themselves the W. They qualify onwards to the winning bracket of Group A, while Redragon drop to the lower one. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our winners of the first match of Blast Rising of Latin America.
That was such a good game there at the end from 9Z, but throughout that affair, it was super competitive, right? Redragon, time and time again, they showed signs of life, and that's a cute catto, by the way, on the bed there in the back. That completely broke my train of thought, because I'm like, oh, that's a very cute kitty. Just forgot all analysis. The cat's more important, but yes. Redragon, they had a stellar job. They brought it very close. First map, I think it could have been anybody's game, and Redragon definitely proved that they had a lot more scrims and practice and homework under their belt on Overpass. Nuke, they fell a little bit short, but part of their success on Overpass came off of some of these dirty timings, and when they didn't end up working out for them on Nuke, you saw what happened. 16-10, still not a very convincing scoreline by 9Z, not as convincing as I would have expected it to be for 9Z's map pick, but convincing enough to allow them to qualify on forward and drop Redragon into the losers bracket.
Even though it was a 2-0, maybe a very close scoreline on across both maps. Redragon did a really good job in that way, but that is not over, folks. We still have a couple of matches for you so far, and we've got 2 other contenders in Group A taking part. It's going to be SWS Gaming versus VIVO Key, so make sure you stay tuned because a lot more action will follow.
Lo que te gusta es salir y se suelta. Cuando baila reggaetón pa' mí que muñeca. Le gusta salir y seducir. Salir y seducir.
love. Ooh, take it back to when nobody used to know me. Let's tell you I was just chilling with my homies. Now that we're popping, everybody is talking. This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones that made ya. Deep south sweating out flavor. This is for my day ones, day one. This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones that made ya. Deep south sweating out flavor. This is for my day ones, day ones. Ooh, take it back to when nobody used to know me. Let's tell you I was just chilling with my homies. Now that we're popping, everybody is talking. This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones that made ya. Deep south sweating out flavor. This is for my day ones, day one. This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones that made ya. Deep south sweating out flavor. This is for my day ones, day one. Izquierda pa' derecha, dale bien paca. Yo quiero que tú bailes, dale sin paca. Todo mundo, hey, quiero vacilar. Shake it, and I'll throw it right back.
Hola y bienvenido, hola y benvindo, and hello and welcome back to Blast Rising. My name is X-Roy, and by my side as well, dating, we've got another matchup on our side. It's going to be SWS versus Keed.
Man, Pavlos, I'm really impressed. You know, you're really knocking it out of the park with all these intros. But man, we do have a really nice game coming up. That last matchup, it was pretty chaotic. I know it only ended in 2 maps, but 9Z, they held it out. They disallowed the enemy team from going the distance, and now here we are, SWS versus Keed. And these teams, I don't think they have any sort of underdog dynamic going on, right? Because in the previous game, I think 9Z, they were the clear favorites. It still ended up being a very close affair. But over here, I think if there even if there is a bit of an underdog dynamic, it's one that isn't too visible to us.
Yeah, I think that is something that we need to take in contrast with the other matchup, right? Earlier, we kind of had the mixed lineup. We kind of had the fact that Redragon was kind of a not known entity, and then we have Nueva Zeta that kind of have been around for quite some time and have had experiences playing against squads in the European lineup, and with very well-known names as well, right? So now we're heading into the unknown realm with 2 teams, right? Both of the teams kind of have that unknown factor within them, and especially us that we're not so accustomed to the Brazilian scene, it is going to be a little bit of an introductory to how these 2 squads can perform. That being said, whoever wins out today they still have a very tough, even if they lose, they still have a very tough task ahead of them. I think we both noticed that Nueva Zeta seemed very, very strong, but in the meantime, Redragon didn't stray away from the shut fight. So even if they win, even if they lost, the competition is fierce.
Yeah, even getting knocked down into the lower bracket, having to face Redragon, that is going to be a very tough matchup. And honestly, I do not envy any team that has to go up against either 9Z or Redragon. That is correct. But you know what? Matchup at hand. SWS, what do we have to say about that? Because right now, I'm thinking that SWS overall, they've had way too many roster shuffles for them to ever really be stable. And their coach is also new. He's only joined 21 days ago. And I bet their IGL has a headache from just the fact that there's always a new player in the team every other month. I believe they had one of these players 9 months ago, and then 7, and then 5, and then 3. So you get a chance to practice with your squad for 2 months, and then you lose a player. You get a chance to practice for 2 more, and then you lose a player. And especially within the South American scene, where scrims and well, I'm sure that there's a pretty big culture around scrimming, but just having as many officials is difficult to have under your belt. It's got to be nerve-wracking when you're trying to build a squad that's supposed to go international, you know? Yeah, definitely feel that, and definitely think that is the case. And I think we're both looking at very, very young rosters overall. I think not only SWS, but also Keed at the same time. They've got very young players in the mix, and I do love calling them young. They may not be like the youngest, so they may not be like as young as 17 and whatnot. Actually, we don't really have information on a couple of them, so it could well be the case on Lob and Ponta. But on the other side, you know, I mean, I'm kind of saying that because I'm 21 myself and I want to feel young. So I'm going to call them young in that way. But yeah, overall, it's a Brazilian standoff, right? 5 players from Brazil against other 5 players from Brazil. And we expected that to be the case in many of this vacation in this tournament, right? I think Brazil is the most developed team in the Counter-Strike scene, in the Latin American scene as well. So this is the first time we kind of see a head-to-head against Brazilian teams, and I'm really looking forward to this one. Absolutely, and I do think we have the veto ready, so we can already get a lot of the information that is going to be required for the rest of this game. SWS, I do want to see their ban, and honestly, the pick and bans aren't going to be too telling of what's going to happen in the game, and that's primarily because there's more going on within the scrims, within the homework, within these pugs, than there is on these official games, Pavlos. And SWS banning out Overpass, Cade banning out Vertigo, what do you think about that? Give me your thoughts. I mean, this is not the first time these players have played up against each other on officials, right? They had a chance in the 12th of November, so just a few weeks ago, to play up against each other, and that was a best of 1, right? This time around, and it was an Inferno, by the way. This time around, things are being switched up. It's gonna be a best of 3, and it was an overtime game, right? Don't get me wrong. SWS managed to win 19-16 on Inferno. That being said, but now we're seeing Key pick that up as their own map pick. And that makes me think that they've been able to learn from their mistakes during that matchup. It also might be a bit of a revenge match right now, because Keed previously, I believe on the 3rd of November, they were able to beat out SWS 16-3. Then they lost 19-16 in their next matchup, like less than 10 days later. So maybe that's a bit of a tussle they've got going on. You know that you want to take them to Inferno, you want to beat them on the map. They've demolished you on once. So maybe it's time to bring it all together. But the first map, of course, it is going to be Nuke, and that is what's more important at hand. SWS, it is something that significantly favors them. And SWS in general, it's a team that plays scrims a lot more. So I think their Nuke is going to look a lot more polished than Keed, although there are still a lot of things we're not really going to know about the matchup until we get to it. But Pavlos, Dust 2, if it does get to that, I would have to side for SWS a little bit. You know, overall, I think their roster has a little bit more firepower, and the fact that they have more experience, especially on recent games on Dust 2 with the changes and all, I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt that they're probably going to be the team that comes out as the victor there. Yeah, there's a long history here between these two teams, and I like that we have very different maps that we will be able to see them upon, and even if it comes to the decider, we'll be able to see them frag out, you know? So I love the combination across the board, and I really love how much history these two teams have as well, right? So many times they played against each other, and played against very similar teams. Just today, Keed have forfeited their match up against Havan Liberty on a different tournament to be able to play in this one. And when you look at Havan Liberty, AWS had to play up against them very recently as well, and they didn't manage to win in a best of 3 series. So it's an interesting endeavor. It's very interesting to see kind of like where all these teams lie against each other as playing against similar teams. But now when they play in very important matches such as Blast Rising,
when a lot of pride is on the line, a lot of prize pool is on the line, a lot of exposure is there up for grabs. So I think here is where we could expect them. The fact that they know each other's gameplay as well, game style, I think it's going to be a very, very close back and forth matchup. And I'm very much looking forward to how this one turns out to be.
Unfortunately, Pavlos, I'm going to go ahead and say that yes, it's going to be a mixed bag, but I'm willing to say this is one of those games that is probably going to be a bit more one-sided than we think. The reason I say that is because I feel like their rankings, all of the games they've played, they aren't really reflective of what they've been doing outside of the server. Sure, we have that yardstick to go off in terms of Inferno, but I do think that at least one of these maps is going to be very one-sided. Especially the chances of Dust 2 being that case, I think they're super high. Inferno, probably not. It's something that he'd feel very comfortable on, but Nuke and Dust 2 are two maps that I'm very worried about. I know that SWS are not ranked as high as KD is, but past that rank 30 mark, it really doesn't matter. You know, these results, they don't really count for too much, and so far, I'm leaning a little bit more towards SWS, just based off of their recent experience, just based off the fact that they've recently beaten Keed as well, and they have tremendously improved their performance on a map that they've previously been beaten on. So these 10-15 days of whatever they've done, I'm not sure. What if they boot camp? What if they play together a lot? What if they've completely switched up their playstyle? Who knows?
Yeah, that is definitely a big ask, and to bring out maps that they played up against each other before is definitely interesting to see how they've kind of adjusted around it, but also bring out maps that they haven't really seen too much from them. So it's going to be a back and forth of knowledge and laugh at, and basically adaptation. So we'll be seeing both. Seeing that Nuke is first, which end of the stick will be saying up first, you reckon?
Nuke. I do think just based off of the statistics and based off of what SWS has been playing recently, I think you would have to probably favor them a little bit more. And there is one interesting thing I want to point out. SWS, their coach has very recently joined. So any results they've had before those 21 days, they don't really count for too much. And if you look at whatever they've played after the addition of the coach, they've only played about 3 matches, and one of them was against SWS, and that is I'm sorry, completely botched my brain there. In the past games they've played in the last 3 weeks, it's really only been 4 series, one of them being against KD, which they ended up winning. And that's I think where the coach buff started to appear on the server. When they played up against Cade, I think that's around the time they officially were adding their coach to the roster. So maybe, I can't say that for sure, of course, I don't have that knowledge, but I think the coach's effect is starting to have an impact on the teams. And by the way, I'm super sorry for butchering the name. I know I'm pretty sure it's pronounced as Cade, or if it's not, just correct me in the chat. I have no idea of how to pronounce it. But yes, Pavlos, tell me about this a little bit. Who are you gunning for?
I think it's going to be really difficult, but at the same time, I think SWS is on a roll, even though Keed historically have been able to perform against SWS sometimes. I think more often than not, SWS can come out on top when it comes to these best of 3s, and I think that's what matters, right? We're not looking at a best of 1. We're not looking at an endeavor where Keed can come out on top only on a map like Inferno. I think we're looking at, if you have to look at the whole grand scheme of things, SWS seems to be favored, especially if you put the coach into the mix, right? So much experience, so many more aspects to the game that can be brought out that Keed may have not been able to indulge themselves into, but we're gonna have to wait and see because we're heading directly into the matchup, starting things off on Nuke.
We ended the previous game on Nuke, and we are starting right back on it. It is deja vu, but how will the results pan out? It is dualies out for the taking. Punter will already take 2 prisoners.
Rafa as well.
Collected. Yeah, there is nothing that SWS can do. It is a complete wash-up. Gafolo looking for something outside, but he is way too far away from the action. And I think it's actually a bit reminiscent of how the pistol round went in the previous game.
Yeah, it does seem like it, right? So many times we kind of saw the pistol rounds being taken over very quickly on Nuke, I think, obviously, mostly. But yeah, Gafolo, all that is left. You may be able to find an extra 2 kills here.
Mark?
Yeah, I don't think you're going to find too much. They've got too much information, and ABR will be able to shoot him down. But first off, VIVO, Keed get themselves 1-0 on the board.
I mean, you can't blame me for being hopeful, right? Just holding out a candle, hoping that there would be some kind of clutch going forward. See, that is complete wreckage. I love how whenever you see the dualies, they are incredibly effective. I barely ever see dualies go out without getting at least one kill.
I love the dualies, man. I'm a big fan. Big fan indeed. But yeah. Let's have a look and see. Famas outside. Ponta able to make quick use of that. Folo quickly shut down. But in that way, I mean, it is expected that Keed will have the advantage. But SWS, I mean, they didn't really go for a buy here. So they're looking for damage, maybe for a plant if given over. But apart from that, this should be a giveaway. Would be surprised if it wasn't.
Rafa. Him and Ponta are just tag teaming up to make outside their domain, and they should be able to. It's not going to be a particularly hard round. They've only got Glocks, and SWS, they're not starting off on the strong foot. On the right foot. On a strong foot, question mark? What am I even saying?
Ah, that's fine. We understand
on a strong foot, it's like you've just gone through 17 leg days on a strong foot.
You just found Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson's foot, and he's just taking it with you.
Wrong foot.
Yeah. Bricholi, the only player standing. Let's see what he can do about it. Probably not much. Yeah. Off angle, of course.
I don't know.
Darn, very nice.
I'm sorry for going off on a tangent, but do you remember that episode in Courage the Cowardly Dog where there's a giant foot? You remember that?
No, I don't actually.
And it's like talking like a mafia boss, and it's like crushing Eustace. You don't remember that?
No, I don't.
Oh my goodness, that's what I thought of when I like strong foot, because it's like it's terrorizing the household, and like the little toes like, have conversations in between them. Oh man, we need to watch that together.
We do. We need to have a little bit of a bonding time together and just watch a few things, but get on track with everyone's references, so we know what everyone's talking about in that way. But Byron coming in from SWS, looking to get back into it. Oh. Not the best ideal situation there for SWS, as it is key to get themselves straight out of the bat with a couple of kills. Flash out here from Lob to keep them at bay for just a little bit longer. But apart from that, SWS are trying to find control on towards the ladder room, perhaps climb it up as well. Matios used as a distraction. Information. Turn. Oh, he finds two out of nowhere.
They're making it look easy, man. For the man. I think he's staring down the barrel of an ace, and it's too chill of a quad kill for me to even register it in my brain.
Right?
Yeah, he took it very easy. Nicely done with like a little deathmatch game.
Yeah, laying back, having his hand on the mouse, every so often pressing mouse 1.
Every so often, not even really thinking about the game too much.
Yeah.
Pablos, when you said pressing mouse 1 every so often, you forgot to attach the Giga Chat image.
Yeah, good one. So, yeah, I mean, this was a buy round from SWS, and they got shut down as if they were on pistols. As you said, it looked very, very simple from Tane there, so I wonder how far they can go. We've even got the coach image here. We had 4 cams on for the previous matches.
Yeah,
now we got all 6.
Big fan.
I love it.
I'm a big fan of the top right camera because it just does nothing. The entire face is covered with a monitor.
We can see his mouse movement. That's what we can see.
Yeah.
I love the aggression coming out from SWS here. Early. And they may catch someone off guard. A lot of damage onto Ponta. But apart from that, not really finding any further damage, no kills. They do back away from it, maybe to approach ramp, and for good reason as well. But Love is coming in. Potentially stop this from happening. Simple spray down. Little prolonged, but not punished for it. Matios himself may want to regress. Oh no, look at that as well. So much space to be gained, so much information. Love still delivers. Oh, Jay, that's a free kill. Free AK. He'll have that. Thank you very much. Now, what can they do with it? That's the big question. Just breached the 1 minute mark, heading in towards B. They may have an opportunity to get the bomb down, and that is something.
Still a pretty big advantage for Keed, and I did not expect this to start off in a pretty one-sided way, Pavlos. Door opens, peeks out, bomb's been interrupted, but Che, now his position's been compromised. It's going to be a task and a half to even try to get the bomb. You can hear the rats in the vent as they're coming down. They will chew through Che, and there it is. Keed already on 4 rounds.
Very nicely done. Getting themselves in command 4-0. Just trying to think how that all started, right? I mean, they try to go for some early damage over there. Pointer is able to start them down. They just get chunked down in every sort of way they went, right? I love the approach from Chase, sticking around in case a push comes underway, and it did. He was able to salvage an AK-47, which meant they did have some winning scenarios still in the bag, even though they started off with pistols. So that's quite a little bit of damage, right? Bomb planted, couple of kills. That is something. But of course now, with a buy round, this is where they need to start registering wins, because having such an early economical advantage on the CT side can be extremely dreadful.
ABR could have gotten the advantage there, but a teammate will immediately be traded out for his troubles. Outside control being taken away by SWS. Molotov only impeding their progress for a couple more seconds. Riccioli down. Hunter waiting on the other end. Only a matter of time before we see another aim duel happen, but in the meantime, the bomb is starting to make its way through outside. 2 players tucked into the vents, or rather into hut. Smoke will allow Gafola to have a little bit more space. Carne, he has no idea. I think Ponter's been spotted. Yup, there was a barrel. Riccioli. That's the first kill for the man. And Keed, I think they might start to struggle if SWS keep pressuring in this manner. But there's only 45 seconds, so they have to head to a bomb site now.
They absolutely do need to do that. Seems they'll linger just a little bit longer. Ah, there comes a trade. Come out. Matios waits just in time. Lub was onto the side, but he still wins out on that trade. Beautifully done. SWS Gaming may have found the chance to get back into this game. ABR, single man here for Keed, but not for long. Instantly put to his grave as they find their way on the board.
Man, whenever I look at ABR's name, I feel like I'm reading more than half of my last name. Because you know my name's ABRO, a bro.
Yeah.
And then it's just his name's just ABR.
Ah, yeah.
Remember when I tried to make you pronounce my last name and it just doesn't work?
It doesn't work for me, man. I have never, you know, it's something about children growing up and being accustomed to sounds. I think as you grow, you have less of an ability to pick up on sounds.
Yeah, it's
right?
it's just so difficult, and plus you need a lot more exposure on it. I don't think it's I don't think it's as complicated as you're making it out to be. I think it more just has to do with a lot of exposure to sound, but
it definitely has. That's definitely the case. But I think being younger, you don't need to be exposed to it as much. I think that's
fair
kind of
enough.
Yeah, but here we go. SWS Gaming may have found some space towards ramp and they want to work with it. Flash out will allow them to cross forward. Smoke as well will assist them to close down one of these entries. Now, Keed, they've been damaged substantially. They've got a decision to make, but the B site of Nuke is fairly complicated to take on, especially considering they will be lacking util. Gafolo spotting out some movement. Bomb not yet planted. They are very, very much lingering here. They're not quite going in directly for the bomb plant, which has given a lot of time for VIVO to rotate over. There may be an opportunity for them to perform. Gafolo looks to run away, damage inflicted onto Ponta. The door has been breached. Rafa delivers. It's going to be a back and trade though. Gafolo puts a double P to confuse, but ABR here coming in with a backstab. That's going to be 2. Now VIVO have Keed have the advantage. Good shot onto Ponta. And Matios is the one man standing. Bomb still ticking away. Keed have got 2 players in wait. Bomb not touched yet, therefore not quite too much pressure for him to peek through. Flash again. Bomb touched. Rafa then waiting. He's able to find it. Bomb will be defused and Keed get themselves back into their winning ways.
That was actually super patient from Rafa. The fact that he doesn't fire in the first 2 peaks because he realized there has to be a wide swing at some point. Plus, they didn't have full information on the defuse kit. So it's really well played by Rafa. And SWS, they had some flashes in the pan, but they immediately fall victim once again to Keed's incredible nuke so far. Very few trades are actually going in the way of SWS, and they're taking full advantage of the CT side.
I thought the nade would have done it as well onto W1. Doesn't seem to be the case. Che looks to aggress, uses of smokes, but instead it's W1 to kill off Rafa with his own nade. That's interesting. But surely. Oh, okay, Ponta locked out with that nade, but there's so much ground game from SWS. Look at that. They've got a lot of space to work around with. But if Keys start challenging it, it could be a difficult endeavor. Lub will speak out, MP9. Oh, that distance won't favor him, though, against the AWP. Has to back away. So there's a lot of space given to SWS, and they may want to aggress towards Heaven now as well.
Riccioli. He's on top of HUD. Che is under Heaven. There's quite a lot of ground control that SWS have, but the problem is that it's not going to immediately convert into much of a round win. Little B-hop, sound cue given up. Che kind of have to do a lot more with this position, but with only 40 seconds remaining now, Cade, I think they're wise to the tricks that might be thrown out by SWS. There's ABR already waiting, Tarnay's watching Garage, and every single avenue you can think of is already being challenged. Smoke out, ABR protects himself. Ponter wants to go up to vents because he knows the brunt of the action will be on the A side. W1, he gets a little bit of the damage. Lob pushing in from lobby. That's the MP9 kill collected. 20 seconds on the clock. They need to get the bomb down now, and Che immediately walks over to the B site. Massive advantage. SWS, in the nick of time, they've gotten it down.
Yeah, they had a few seconds to spare, I think, as well. But in that way, I think Keed may not want to go for this, right? Numbers discrepancy, not really favoring them in this way. They have to back away, save these rifles, because economically, they're not doing too well either. Right, a lot of that round came down to the initial picks by SWS, but I really like the way they navigated around the map, knowing the positionings of their opponents, and you know they managed to traverse through it nicely, and without losing too many players, it was just the way to go. So, yeah, valiantly enough, they get themselves that win, but at the same time, Keed, they're giving away on quite a big advantage, and they can't really afford too much of it to be handed over. Good thing that they're saving 3 rifles. Means they can still get something into it, but the buys on the rest won't look comfortable at all.
I'm somewhat surprised by the fact that SWS even got that round because they were lacking on so much space. I think just a Molotov keeping ABR for busy for long enough made it a little bit easier.
We didn't see the Plasma TV on this side of the map.
Yeah, there wasn't.
There wasn't.
I know that Otosh and Swellers are just running around placing TV after TV everywhere.
You know,
where do you even get a cable long enough to plug this thing in? There's no outlet close by.
Are you sure about that?
I mean, it's nuke. There's probably a nuclear radiation everywhere that you can just power the TV on with.
Why not? Yeah. Would be a hazard to have like a plug on the outside. Yeah, you know.
Somebody wants to watch TV and the country blows up.
Yeah, the security guard just has had enough. Brings his own TV to his shift.
Theater significantly lacking on money, but that AK being picked up from the previous round makes it a little easier for Lub to find the aim duel.
I was wondering if Keed were going to buy up in that round. I think it was a decision they had to make because they could have well enough just saved and stayed with the 3 rifles that they had and had plenty of money to buy up the next round, whatever the outcome of it. But instead, they went for the full enforcement. Make sure there's an M4 in the mix, as well as an MP9 of extra. Very nicely done here from Tony. Riccioli down instantly. And that means Keed, I've got something to work with. W1 wants to peek out, but Mati was quick enough to the trigger onto ABR. Rafa bouncing back out of it. They've got full control of the A site. Gufolo can't do anything about it. For that reason, Keed get themselves back into the game.
Their decision to buy up entirely actually ends up paying off. Gufolo saving his AWP all the way into his spawn. He's going to be taking his sweet time. I mean, nobody's coming for it. And it works out for him really well because he has just about as much money as the rest of the team. So it's not like he's going to be left behind. Everybody else with their loss bonus, they will eventually have to buy down back to his level. So he basically has a full buy. Probably feeling pretty glad that it's not taken out of his hands, but 6-2. I think they've got a pretty significant lead here, Pavlos, and being on the CT side, they've done a lot of damage. For a second there, I thought it would get a bit tricky for them, considering they didn't have too much money. But as long as they can keep their hands on this leash, SWS, they're not going anywhere.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be the case.
The rounds have actually been quite convincing as well. I know there were a couple clutches there in the mix, but for the most part, I think SWS are struggling to find any space. Some of these players can relate to me. I mean, I've also got an energy drink right next to me.
Yeah, keep yourself energized. The thing is, for them, this is just approaching beginning of the afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. No, it's standard afternoon, basically, right? For them, it's probably, what, 6, 7 p.m., something like that. For you, you've reached the next day, man. You're like at 2 a.m.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah, it's 2:30 here.
Oh, no. So, yeah, you kind of need the energy drink maybe more than they do, but at the same time, they're the ones performing, so they need to be quick and swift. Let's see how they work with this, though. A lot of smoke's being moved over. Rich Charlie considering a drop, but Keed... Oh, it might be someone in contention here. Peek out, but it seems that Shay didn't have the cross in the right direction at the right time. Meaning that Ponta will be running away with the numbers advantage. Handing over to the team. Rafa as well, taking that skittle.
Once again, no space being available. They have to look for scraps outside, and Keeter, I think they're super nestled into their positions. They don't care. They're not going for any aggressive plays. I think the only avenue they even have for getting an entry is just this player peeking out. But ABR, he's too quick on the trigger. Manages to out-aim the AWP as well. But Matias, moving in from behind, that's a player I didn't notice for a second. And this could still be very tricky for Keat as long as Matias can play his cards right. Riccioli gets one, quickly swings around for a second, and now it's a palatable duel. Bomb starts to get punched in. There is a player moving in on his 180. Lob peeks right out, and he will be good enough to secure the kill. Keat, do not lose a member after those first two.
Yeah, and things are becoming very troubling from the SWS side, right? I mean, they may be giving opportunities to get these entries, but it always comes down to that duel in the end where Keed are able to win out on it. Look at that, Ponta so quick to react on it as well. It was the early numbers that they had that just made it ever so easy. They knew where the bomb was, they knew how to recover on it. Yes, they did lose on a couple of trades, which made it very difficult. And Riccioli did a splendid job of holding him into the game, but it was just too difficult. They managed to isolate them and were able to win out.
Haunter. He's left in charge of taking control of outside all by his lonesome. There's smokes lined up outside for SWS. Easily allowing a player to creep in the garage, but Ponter, he's already found his first victim. It means that as Riccioli tries to move forward, he's eventually going to be spotted, but... Ooh. I thought he was going to be spotted by the player in garage, but no, it's actually all the way from heaven. Loses his life, and SWS, it seems like they can't really move too far from the spawn before they die. Did we expect it to be such a one-sided affair for Cade, Pavlos? I don't think so.
No, I don't think we had that expectation.
I thought that Dust 2 would probably be where SWS start to shine immensely, but before they even get past their own map pick, they were being slapped out of their minds.
I think Keed have a lot of responses to how SWS Gaming like to play around the T side. Obviously, we haven't seen the next half. Obviously, we haven't seen SWS Gaming play on in their comfort zone, which could be a factor, right? I mean, I've seen teams kind of like lose a half 13-2 and then recover, right? I mean, yes, it's a difficult ask, but if you win that pistol, it's still... you get that momentum going, it's still doable, right? Especially on a map, on a very CT-sided map. I mean... Yeah, I don't expect SWS Gaming from a 13-2 to win off, but that's not what I'm trying to say. And what I'm trying to say is that if they at least get a few more rounds in this half, they still have a chance of conversion. And this being their own map pick, you know that they're comfortable on the CT side.
Oh, does Gafolo die after the bomb timer? Oh, that is problematic. There's only 1 second remaining, and now they are hunting him down. They are hounding him, and they will eventually find his head. He's got nothing to work with in this round. That is only 2 kills. That is not enough to pay the bills, man. Yeah. 1 more kill and he would have been in the clear, but no.
It's not going to be a comfortable buy for Ponta, though. Oh, there's an M4 on the ground. Never mind. It does not allow Keed to kind of be strong on the next rounds, right? The economical the destruction of the economical prowess will come very quickly. right? If they lose a round here, which they shouldn't, up against pistols, should be a very clean round for them to hold on to this advantage. But if things go south, it could be a very difficult scenario.
Lob is just mowing them down. SWS. Sure, they only lose 2 members, but that's obviously at the cost of a lot more HP on the rest of the squad as well. And double digits are looking nearly guaranteed for Keed unless Gafolo can make this AG worth it, basically. I'm not sure why SWS have been getting mowed down in this fashion. Sure, you can see how strong Keed are on their CT side. And I would like to see SWS in those shoes as well, of course. But their T side hasn't really had too much depth to it. It's just a pretty simple outside take. Maybe they rush to their death towards A. They've had a couple of rounds where it came down to clutches, and that's why they headed to B. But they've never really had a very decisive push onto B or have some kind of fake split. In we go, 30 seconds.
Yeah, down to the wire. Rafa's got the lineup. Simple enough to pick up the first. Foro still has his AUG, which is a caveat in the mix. He's the one getting the bomb down. Where's Richoda? Oh, he's nearby. He's next to him. Bomb opened. Okay. Ponta from a distance, lining up those shots. Diffuse will come in as well. Everyone fighting over on who will be doing that. Who will have the delicacy of performing such a procedure. And Keed get themselves on a 9.
When you said performing a procedure, I started thinking of Keed as surgeons or I don't know, some kind of researchers that are just experimenting on SWS. You see the little serpent in the SWS logo? They're just dissecting it.
The S or the snake?
The snake.
Yeah. Gruesome images for us. I'm not ready for this.
Rafa.
Ooh, I thought that was a little
yeah.
bit too risky, but it turns out to work out. ABR wins out on his individual trade, but the cross comes through on Garage. There might be a little bit of a roundabout endeavor going on here because is Ponto aware of it? That's the big question. Seems to be wary of such aggression because there's a triple smoke that was allowing that. He has read it. Molly out. Rafa will throw an incendiary of his own. Ponta does end up losing his own trade. So SWS Gaming still in the game. But they've usually struggled even if they did have the numbers advantage. Let's see what they can do while being down. Oh, look at Lub as well. Look at the backstab coming. Seems like Charlie's kind of aware of it, half aware of it. He's been spotted. Bullet to the head. Simply enough. Che's keeping things going. He's keeping things interesting, valiantly enough. Makita just making this look too easy. I did not expect this at all.
Compared to the previous game, it's been such a silent affair, right? They've not allowed SWS to have a peep out of them. We saw a couple rounds going their way, but that's been it for the most part. And maybe you called it, Pavlos. You said that teams have come back from a 13-2 endeavor. I'm sticking my neck out for them. Still got hopes. With all my slapped-together research, I expected that SWS would probably come out on top. But on their own map pick, they're getting slapped around, pretty much. AK's out, however. They've got a couple. They've got one Galil in the mix. Adam Act 10 to the fray as well. Into secret they go. Nobody to receive just yet. They've left a player all the way back as well to pressure from lobby later on. But I think they might actually come out on top here. But Rafa, he's found a kill. Matios, 2 kills for the man, and Tarne doesn't get a peep out of him. 3 versus 3. One player tucked into the corner. ABR guarding the vents means that Gafolo doesn't want to push forward anymore. He's got the bomb and he's got a lot of responsibility. ABR, Oh, he's crossed over. He doesn't know. Gafolo expects there to be a player on the right side. And because there's going to be a wraparound now, ABR has full control of this scenario.
Oh,
As
that's
long
going to be
as
the bomb as
Gafolo
well.
doesn't check, he should be good. Yup,
Oh.
that's the bomb.
ABR's just too smart. He manages to walk past that. It's not checked. W1 crosses back, but he's all solo. W1 solo, but Love makes sure he is no more. Say bye-bye to Chewy. Say bye-bye to Hans. SWS. Their situation is as bleak as ever.
Why is this timeout coming out this late? I expected it to be a little bit earlier, but better late than ever. The 13-2 you previously envisioned, I think it's turning into a reality now. Pavlos, I'm not particularly sure about what I would even want Keed to do. Sorry, want SWS to do. But it probably has more to do with a little bit more depth. And once again, they're exhibiting a simple lack of it. Trying to push straight into A. The only thing impeding their progress is the Molotov and also a dastardly bullet from Rafa. And as the smoke starts to expire, they want to push right in. They have internally given up. They'll just walk to their deaths. The Galil is a final gambit and just getting some kind of kill going. But it's Matios left all alone, clutching a very expensive AK as he huddles in the corner. He's trembling. I think they're not even at the point of trembling anymore. They're past that. They're at apathy. They're like, yep, shoot me.
Yeah, you were talking about the lack of depth, right? I mean, there were so many things that they could have done this round. Instead, they just went in. They lost that first player, and instead of kind of trying to reset that mindset, they went for it again and again. I understand. They had one simple thing in mind. Let's not overcomplicate things. Let's just go for an A default. They didn't go out ever so explosive. Between each other, they were very, very slow. So they would well off, and they were in a scenario where smokes were available to them if they wanted to go for something on the outside area. You know, kind of keep people busy in that direction. Maybe keep the players at ramp busy so the rotations don't come quick enough towards heaven, right? And then go for something destructive. Keep Keed second guessing. Keep them on their nerves. Don't let them feel comfortable about being on the CT side and just holding their lines, because so far SWS Gaming are just walking in on them. I think Matias is in a position where he knows all that well for us. He's just enjoying himself. Well, not really. I don't think you can call that enjoying himself, hanging out in spawn.
Enjoying? Yeah, just very little enjoyment on the squad of SWS right now. Here we go. I think they're just walking into meat grinder after meat grinder. Although this is a bit more well put together than before.
Well put together.
Gruesome.
Put your words in the bin for us. Throw him away. Light him up with fire. Put the gasoline in there to just make it burn. You just had to speak.
That wasn't better at all.
No.
It was a meat grinder with a blindfold on because they were behind a smoke.
The horror. Okay, Jay. We see you. He's online. You can tell when a player knows that he can do something about this. The chances are off. The odds are against them. And there's a love behind him. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Not quite the matchup we thought we'd see after that first match we saw earlier, but Keed starts this half 13-2. Nothing less than dominant.
You called it. But you called the comeback, Pavlos. You didn't just call it a decisive victory from Keed. No. You put forth the idea that a team like SWS can do it. Obviously, you didn't lean in on the idea that it would happen, but I think the expressions on SWS just say it all. They're chill. They're like, okay, yep, this is. If anybody's got a big GG button, just slam it as hard as you can because next map is the way to go. It's a bit too much of a lead. I think if we were talking about Nuke back in like 2014 or something, it would still be palatable because 12-3 was a pretty reasonable switch. But not anymore.
Okay, Keed. Showing us what you got on the CT side. As terrorist, show me what you've got. Walking into the ramp side now, SWS Gaming, how do they react to this? They've got two players onto the bottom side of the map trying to recover. The WN will hold on to his ground for now. Damage from afar, and it seems like Mattis is doing quite a bit. Crossfire set up now from the control room as well. Recovery has come through with the rotating players. W1 still holding on. Rafa aggressive, 2 shots follow through from him. Gafolo finds his way back into it. The bomb is shot further back. APR can't do anything about it. SWS Gaming needed that round desperately, and they've gotten it.
Is this step the first of many, or is this just the first step before the next one is what they trip over? Very unlikely that they bring it together, Pavlos. I would have to see at least that 8 to 9 round mark, maybe even hold it out for double digits before I expect SWS to show any signs of promise. But the world is their oyster right now. They're on the CT side. They've got the resources. They've got the pistol round. And Rafa is holding on to a Zeus, so that could be interesting if somebody actually wanted to push in there, which is very unlikely. Blocks out. Heat, I think the best thing they're hoping for here is a bomb plant.
Yes. Spotting out the shadow of his opponents as they drop forwards. He knows he has to deal with multiple angles. Simple enough. ABR falls as well. Same fate. Rafa? Mate, wrong side. Okay, I see what you're going for here. Okay, sir.
Do 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 do.
Okay, no, that's enough.
Now this is the part where you start.
Oh yeah, they know.
Same tune with fart noises.
Oh, anticlimactic stuff. But at the end of the day, I mean, you have to give kudos to SWS. They find a follow-up.
Not enough though, just yet. Pavlos. This gun round is what they need to get past, and then another one, and then another one. Lots of another ones to go. I'm actually very interested in seeing if their gameplay is very different on their comfort zone. Taking control of outside, but they've only done that with the help of Matios. They don't have 2 players pushing up, which could come back to bite them if there's a future push that has more players dedicated. Everybody lining up for smokes. I was unsure if they were lining up for smokes initially or if they were discussing something.
No. That's not a position of lining up smokes for us. Come on. Either way,
because
okay.
nobody just stays there for so long.
True. I think they just had a specific timing in mind, right? I think they probably practice around it and they want to make sure that they do know when the smokes would fall through. So Lub, good shot onto WN, good entry. He does pay for it with 90 points of his health. Terne would do as well, down to 9, damage from a distance, and it seems Gafolo will be able to shut down Ponta. They're so heavily damaged that they're just clean up very, very quickly. Matios out of nowhere finds 3. And SWS Gaming look to be back on form. They were absent of it on the T side, but now that they've got control of the defensive positions, they've got something extra to say about it.
AK's
Rafa.
out. Rafa make that bling bling work. He's got that AK. And he's trying piece around together.
I love that Che is sticking around in vent still. No reason to regress. They know he's low. He's holding down the rotation towards the B site. Hearing the bomb, now he can start to approach.
Rafa. Oh, he spotted a barrel. He used his bait.
That is
and Che has
big.
fallen now. Matios. He can very easily be picked up, but Rafa's HP will be his bane. Not peeking out. He's expecting Matios to go for the long con. No.
So smart.
he's
So
expecting that play.
smart.
Rafa's just not peeking out. He's taking his sweet time, and Matios now trying to stick it. He will be caught in the back. And Cade come out with a round with an insane play from Rafa with very little HP to work with.
The quadra kill by Rafa. That was big cojones play right there. Wow. I'm starstruck. Because they were down substantially. You could see Matios did his job there. Triple kill. I'm glad we got to see the replay because that was absent during the round. During the game. But Rafa, the way he was able to recover, I think he was very lucky he was able to sword Che's weapon there, but at the end of the day, the way he played it around with Matios, that was the icing on the cake and a well-deserved clutch going to him and his team. 14-14 to be his scoreline, but they find themselves back into a buying scenario, and that is what is key.
Only 2 rounds away from the finish line. Cade are in such good territory right now. They've got a 10-round buffer for them. Incredibly difficult for SWS to do anything about what's been served. I talked about how they're thinking about slamming the GG buttons, and I don't think it could be closer to the truth. The W1 has fallen. Folo is doing a little bit of damage, but Love will be very quick to punish him for it. Riccioli, nice shot with the AUG, will mean that the numbers are still very close in contention, but the AKs are still alive and kicking. Matios, arms open, Deagle out. Rafa knows there's one player waiting for him, and I think he wants to go back this time around. Regardless of where they go, I think the only safe place to back into is lobby, because Riccioli's watching Hell. There's Matios with the Desert Eagle watching Observation. Tarne already being so far into the A site means that Che will not see that bullet coming.
Yeah. Just whizzed past them. By the time he had any idea what was going on, was dead. Bomb to be planted towards the A site. Riccioli does find ground towards heaven. Matios on the outside as well. Maybe to find the main entry towards the A site to be an extra caveat into the mix. How does he play around this? Know where Riccioli is. Has Ponta been spotted though? That's the big question. Peeking out, Riccioli delivers. Ponta is able to trade it back. That is what was necessary. Just play the trade game. That's all you need. You've also got a player into heaven right now. Matios, he has no clue where Rafa is because this heaven position was checked before. Spray down. It could have been ugly, but Rafa recovers just like they did the round before. 15-4. Viva find themselves on map point on their opponents' map pick.
If you're in SWS's shoes, you've basically taken your hands off of the keyboard because your own map pick isn't supposed to go this terribly. Especially when it's a team that's often been in close contention. But I'm super happy about one thing, Pavlos. Cade have picked a map that has previously actually been quite good for SWS, which means that Cade not only get to dominate SWS on their own map pick, they also get a rematch with SWS to show them who's boss if they can actually bring it to them. It's Keith's way of saying that they want to cement themselves as the victor. They don't want a shoddy victory with map advantages and whatnot. No, they're going to take it to the distance. They want to take it to Inferno, a map SWS is all too comfortable and familiar with, and beat them out on that. But that also might be their downfall. Keith, did they play it a little bit too cockily? Who knows?
Cockily.
That's a word. We Googled last time, remember?
Yeah, I know, but I always giggle when I hear it. W1 Gonna back away from it. Headshot does connect. Matios, no way. This is how it's converted. Turney though holds on. W1 damage from a distance. Shut down. Turney keeps things going. Quickly shut down by Gafolo though. Keed look to have control for now, but the bomb has been put into the feet of Che, and that's how you end around. SWS Gaming aren't gonna hand around all the game that easily. Have another say in the matter.
Wasn't too easy of a pickup. They've managed to do it. Unfortunately, any rounds they manage to get, I feel like it's just a matter of delaying the inevitable. Zalki, they want to push straight onto the A side, being a bit careless with their lives. They're living like they've got two. Well, they do within the game.
Okay, well, that was a force buy by Keed. I know their loss bonus wasn't 2 grand, so I do attribute that that decision to that cause, to that clause, may I add. But yeah, this is going to be another round loss. So SWS need to get back into it very quickly as well. I mean, they've got money, they've got guns, they can hold this on, and Keed don't really have too much to play around here. So I'm just thinking, is this going to be a clean one? Is this going to be an easy one, or are they just going to hold back, play around with SWS, maybe to catch them off guard, to deny some weapons? That's always a question with these teams, right? Sometimes you just think, okay, this is a giveaway round, let's get this over with and get back into the round we know how to perform. Sometimes it's just a draw.
This is a round that just needs to be brought down to the rug. Nothing that's going to come off of it. Nice and clean. I feel like they're getting pretty frustrated at each other right now with how little success they found here on Nuke. We do head into a technical pause from the side of Keed.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a buy round going on for them. Good reason too. You can see a lot of talking going on. They want to make sure that they've got the right plan in mind.
It's a technical pause though, Pablo.
Technical? Oh, I saw tactical. Or how I like to call them, tactical.
It's too close to another word that I'm not comfortable saying on stream.
I never thought of that. Well, thanks for ruining or actually making up that word for me. I think I enjoy that word even more now. Oh, okay. Unfortunately, we have technical issues. We had one on the previous matchup as well. That lasted quite a while and caused server restart. Hopefully, it's not one of those, but it seems we'll be heading back into it. Yeah. 15 seconds. It's over. Heading back into it once more. All right, what do you reckon for us here? How far do you reckon SWS can take this? Keed have got a buy round going for them. How long will this take?
Keed are going to get a little bit more careless, and SWS will get 11 rounds. Bold prediction, I know.
Reasonable.
Bear with me.
From what we've seen.
Yeah.
Just a matter of not dropping the ball here, lining up some smokes towards the outside again to be timed. Last time around, that did work. Just my memory fades me. I'm never going to get used to dropping smokes like that.
Yeah, it's
just lobbing it over. Smokes out. Again, this time not crossing. Actually, what is Matios doing? Is he considering pushing through it? Is he holding back towards Garaz instead? Just holding down the line right now. Last time Key did this, instead of aggressing, they went towards ramp. This time around, they have lodged the player into secret. Which does mean that they do switch things up. SWS, how do you respond to this? Matios spotted. That's 2 kills, just like that. Swings out for a third. Matios, what a man. He's just put SWS right back into the driver's seat. And he's even found a 4th. This is ace material right now. And ABR heading towards the outside. It may just be that. Looks to back away, save that rifle. Because Keat, they ran out of cash.
Matios popping off here isn't even too much of a surprise. You can see that he's far ahead of anybody else on the server. I think Rafa on the opposite team is the only one that's even close with 21 kills. Marios with 4 kills added to the tally. Now he's sitting on 24, and if they keep moving forward, I think he's a contender for a 30 bomb as well. But the rest of the squad really haven't turned up. I think Gafolo's performance did get a little bit better when they ended up on the CT side, but it's lackluster for the most part. And one thing I'm really disappointed by today, Pavlos, is that AWPs really haven't been showing up. Even in the previous game, when we saw a try against Redragon, yes, I meant try against Redragon because he wasn't he was the one not stepping up.
Yeah.
It was a little bit disappointing, but oh well. Can't always have the op shine.
Keed desperately want to find their way back into the game here. AVR with the hero AK, and he makes it work. That could be another rifle recovered, and he looks to gain that space as quickly as possible, so it's not really recovered by the SWS side. Still within the realms of possibility. 2 rifles isn't that bad, considering how the Deagles have been playing out today. Cannot question them for a second. W1. Big role to play here. Massive one. Only one on the lower side of the map, and he's able to stop this onslaught. All up to him. Spray down to the first, knowing out where Lub is. He was the first player they sent out for him. Now they're going in from a different angle. Ponta delivers. Just like that, that is the sight control. Here comes Rafa with a deagle onto Richoli. Gafolo not able to find a shot. Shake does bring things to a close, but Rafa delivers across the vent. Gafolo needs to hold his ground for his team, but he will not be able to do so. Keed take on the challenge and take over their opponent's map pick on the first instance.
It looked a little bit too one-sided for my taste, Pavlos. Keed, we're not supposed to get that far so easily. SWS across the board, they looked a little bit shoddy. We didn't see ops turning up. So, overall, it was a little bit disappointing to see, honestly. And on SWS's mapping, I wanted more. But there's still a chance for a lot of action to come up, Pavlos. And the reason for that is that Keed have opted to pick Inferno. I talked about it a little bit during the game. Just by virtue of Inferno being a map that Keed or that SWS are still pretty comfortable with, it's not like we're going to see this this instance where Keed are playing a map that they're only comfortable with. They're completely punching down. No, not at all. SWS, they still have a very good shot at taking over map number 2 and potentially bringing it to that 3 mapper. But before we close things out, before map number 3, Palos, any final thoughts?
I think that Inferno is so tried and tested. I don't think we can expect Keed's performance like we saw on Overpass to that extent. Obviously, them picking this matchup across all the results they've had so far means they may have something prepared up. So I'm very much looking forward to that. But ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys are having fun, because the fun is not over. So make sure you stay tuned, have that tab open, and we'll be right back.
dímelo que tú eres mi coqueta. Sé lo que te gusta es salir y se suelta. Cuando baila reggaetón pa' mi muñeca. Me gusta salir y seducir. Me gusta seducir. Dime lo que tú quieres de mi coqueta. Sé lo que te gusta es salir y se suelta. Cuando baila reggaetón pa' mí que muñeca. Me gusta salir y seducir. Dale chiquitita, dame más. Qué bonita que te quiere controlar. Ella dice que me quiere controlar. Nosotros los vamos a develar más. Dime cómo tú te quieres venir más. Dime cómo nos vamos a conocer más. Dime, no te quiero solo ver, quiero compartirte. Quiero que te vean y te siguen. Soy un mandolero, le gusta o eres una coqueta. Dime cómo suena la pobreza. Sé que tú supiste que tú fuiste la coqueta. Tú siempre fuiste la coqueta. Dime lo que tú quieres de mi coqueta. Sé lo que te gusta es salir y se suelta. Cuando baila reggaetón pa' mí que muñeca. Me gusta salir y seducir. Más dime, dime. Oye, mandale, le gusta o era una coqueta. Oye, mandale, le gusta o era una coqueta. Dime cómo suena la pobreza. Tú siempre fuiste la coqueta. Dime lo que tú quieres de mi coqueta. Sé lo que te gusta es salir y se suelta. Cuando baila reggaetón pa' mí que muñeca. Le gusta salir y seducir. Salir y seducir.
The game is on, ladies and gentlemen, here in Blast Rising in the Latin America series, but it's Keed that has done a splendid job so far on their opponents' map pick, something that was quite unexpected. A very early spree of rounds being drawn onto their camp. So how do we see AWS kind of converting things back now that we'll be seeing Inferno? What do you reckon for us?
I talked about it in the previous map a little bit, and I think SWS, just by virtue of having played Inferno a lot, and maybe KD just trying to have a bit of a rematch against SWS on Inferno, it's going to give them a much better chance on map number 2. It's not like Keed have gone for a hardcore map pick, some kind of counter pick, which would make it especially difficult for SWS to play. No, they still have a very decent shot at bringing up map number 2 and potentially taking it to that 3-mapper, but with how little confidence they built, with how little confidence they showed on Nuke, I don't really have high hopes. I'm not really too keen on Inferno, Pavlos.
Yeah, it just really depends on how they were able to reset the past few minutes during the break, right? It's just matters how much their coach might have spoken to them, kind of amp them up a little bit, get that reset, splash some water on your face, because sometimes it just really comes to that. Sometimes you just have a bad day, but that's not enough as an excuse, right? You always need to find ways to bounce back from it. And if you're not able to do so, then that's your fault, right? So SWS clearly not on the right side of the tracks right now. They definitely want to get themselves back into the game. And we're just wondering now ways that they can do that. We've got a map on our hands, Inferno, right? And these two teams have had a long history with this map. Some of the times, I think Keed managed to get a 16-3 score up against SWS. But then it was a back and forth where SWS were able to win out on overtime 90-6 on their next occasion. So a lot of very different results we've seen on this map. What do you think we may be seeing today?
Yeah, a super one-sided approach once, SWS coming back. My gripe with this is that Keed had a much more convincing victory when they picked up Inferno previously compared to SWS's 19-16 win. And SWS, they've really been throwing a spanner in the works recently, right? New coach, and knowing that they themselves have picked it, I think they have a lot of confidence built up. I think they probably come into this with a mindset that Inferno, that previous loss to SWS was probably a bit of a fluke. And I don't think it's really going to affect the confidence of Keed. If anything, I think they just feel pretty good about themselves heading into it. But we are going to be loading into the map now, so here it is. Pissed around, Pavlos. 4 sets of Kevlar on the CT side. Matios on flash duty, along with a diffuse kit as well. One of them already being deployed. On the other hand, a very similar setup for the Terror side as well. Ponter, he will be shouldering the responsibility of utility. Although I'm a bit surprised by that, since Ponter was simply so good on the frag that I would expect him to not be doing that. Lub, nice way to start things off.
Really nicely done here by Lub. Pull it to the head of W1 straight out of the bat, but Richoli able to bounce back with a kill of his own onto Ponsa. WS Gaming desperately need a way back into this, and they did. I do believe they did win on the second pistol round. If not, do correct me. But other than that, it is going to be the bomb plant here for Keith's side over to the ace site, but SWS looking to walk right back into it. Flush of their own. Richoli aggressing. So much firepower being drawn towards Lub, but he's able to trade one out, as Rafa yet to show his presence towards Pit, and that's a troubling situation. They have no idea where he is so far, but now they've spotted him, but there's one coming in from behind as well. Oh, he tried to go for the Drickedism play, and it kind of works out. Sana and Rafa both delivering on their ends, but all of a sudden it's down to Gafolo. One-on-one shot, but he's going to stick on the defuse. Oh. He's going to stick on the defuse, and that's the important part. Does it get it on time? No, he has to answer back on it. No kit available for him. Even if he picks it up, there's no time for him to return. It is going to be the round falling into the hands of Keed.
It got so close. If Gafolo had somehow picked up the kit initially, I think the player was still alive and fighting back when he started the defuse, so that wouldn't have been realistically possible. But it's a bit unfortunate to see, because I really wanted SWS to start off on the right foot, just to be able to show us what they're capable of. Okay, little wave of the console.
Yeah, why not? He was just saying, hello, I'm here. Right around across the board, though. And it's looking a lot stronger for the Keed side.
Yeah, back in the old days, instead of getting a little console wave, we used to get the cursor the cursor used to move around in the shape of a heart to signify the observer's love for us, but that doesn't happen anymore because times have changed, Pavlos. It's a I don't know what kind of world it is. You tell me. It's an observer get observed world.
Yeah, it's not Valentine's Day every day though.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, it makes it special when it's a bit more unique. This time the console wave, it's a different way of saying hi. Appreciate that. He ends up dying quickly though. That's the only, oh well, not only one of the two rifles in play, and it's already done its job. He may not finding this as easy as they thought they would. Not quite having the trade potential either, but they're going for scout work right now. 3-placer was the B side. They do not want to approach that one bit. They don't really have the information upon it so far. Into the long, maybe to approach Arch as well. They have a good idea of what they want to go for. It's just a matter of fact of finding the space. SWS have got 2 deagles onto the A site. This is their best decision ahead in this direction. Love moving in quickly. First, a lot of damage inflicted. Oh, W1 and Ritroni both holding on. Ponsa spray down. He may have been giving himself and his team the site, but they're still down in numbers. And with the rifles available for SWS, there's still a chance.
One in pit, one in the side. They at least have a bit of a crossfire setup going on, but there is armor available, Pablo. This is actually quite favored for the CT side, but one player has been taken home. Matios also managed to go down. Gafolo trying to get a retake, but they actually get no damage on the squad of Keat at all. I thought it would have at least be close to being a retake, at least get a player down, but no, it is very cut and dry. Rafa gets the first kill, and then it's all downhill from there. SWS, after their previous investment, now they've been bogged down to the pistols, kicked down, back on their knees. Don't think there's going to be much of an investment. It's only Gafolo that gets a bit ballsy with a nade.
And to think that SWS had a really good start there, right? And they did do a splendid job on holding down the site in the first instance, right? Considering they only had 2 deagles in play. They were able to try to trade that out equally, right? I mean, two kills for 2 at the end of that. And they had the numbers, man. It's just a little bit heartbreaking if you're SWS right now. They had similar situations when they were on the nuke side of things. So now in Inferno, when fate repeats itself, seem to be having the unlucky pushes as well. I mean, Keed, they didn't have any information to move back onto the A side with a numbers advantage in that direction. Now they have the same luck again. Matthias, they have no idea he's the only man standing here. Oh. And soon enough, he'll be the no man standing because all of a sudden they've got on the site control. They've got on themselves that smoke between themselves and their opponents, and the only people left have only got pistols.
I love how Matios didn't even react to the flashes. It's like, he just stood there. Hi, you're probably wondering how I got here.
Yeah, he was accepting his fate at that point.
When you see 700 flashes coming up and your camera is changing colors, it's like you're in a disco. Because of how much your monitor is flashing you up. Yeah, it's you're done. I kind of want to see the player cams when the flashes start coming in. Like, I'm not sure if the observer wizardry will allow that, but man, whenever there's a gun round, whenever there's an eco round next, can we see the player cams for a second?
Yeah, imagine they don't turn away in game, but they turn away in real life.
Do you do that, Pavlos? Do you do that?
I've done that before. I've absolutely done that before.
I've done that as well. I get annoyed by the flashes. Like it just makes me flick.
Oh.
Especially if I'm playing it, like if I'm playing at nighttime and I have the lights closed as well, like my eyes are starting to adjust to the darkness.
Yes,
that is like literally blinding me.
Yeah, I'm lowering the blue light off my screen right now. I just realized my eyes started to hurt because we started mentioning that. You know, it's a placebo. You think about something and then all of a sudden it hurts.
I actually keep the blue light on so that I won't so that I won't feel sleepy, especially if I'm working late hours like this one.
Oh, okay, I feel that. Yeah, I don't feel sleepy. It's just I know that it's better not to. Better not to.
I mean, come on, Pavlos is like, it's almost 4 in the morning for me.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's a bit of a lie. It's almost 3:30.
Surprisingly, I think this is coming to a position where I thought we'd still be I think we'd be halfway at this point, but
yeah, it really isn't.
It's gone quickly, right? But Love here coming in, W1, taking things on. Richoli and Gafolo. Okay. 2 kills, Key delivering. Not quite in the action, we haven't been, but now we are. Rafa, the most anticlimactic of kills, he had the bomb, so I'm guessing that's why the Observer chose to watch that. That's beautiful enough. Shay, considering this was a buy round, and we didn't really get to see too much of the action, I'm just going to go and say this was an anticlimactic one. And SWS have a long way to go.
Yeah, Keed are hungry for this Inferno victory. They are mad. They are angry. They are... I don't know what more synonyms I can use to describe how they feel about the previous loss they had, especially when they were so dominant on the first time they went up against SWS. They won 16-3. Next time they play up against each other, less than 10 days later, they lose 19-16. Like, what the hell was that? How do you go from such a decisive victory to that? And Keed, they're like, okay, mental reset. We need to punch down on SWS once again just to ensure that that was a fluke and that we still know how to play Inferno. We haven't messed it up.
Unfortunate for them, they've only got one rifle into the mix now. Yeah, go ahead.
Unrelated to the game, but man, I saw the guitar in your background, and now I'm thinking, like, you should probably give me lessons, because I don't know, like, I really wanted to sing for a while, but I just don't have an instrument to go with it.
I've kind of lopsided my attention to something the producer has messaged in the chat. So, like,
Yeah.
okay. I think there was a question in there. I think you want to ask me something. Or you were talking about your musical thoughts. You trying to learn something? Yeah, no, I play the piano. I play the. I've self-taught myself guitar. Yeah.
No, I was asking you to teach me how to play the guitar.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can do that. Sure. I mean, I'm not too good of a player myself. I just
How
know
good
how
are
to
you?
play
Are you at that point where you know just enough chords to woo the ladies, but anybody that actually plays guitar, they're like, yeah, no, this guy's a fraud.
That's basically it. Yeah, I just know how to play some chords. I just know how to play some. Like I can, if you give me the chords to a song, I can play them. But
okay,
that's it. Like not many technical stuff. But look at this, pushing in right. That's messy. What, Tony? You just killed your own teammate. You're not supposed to do that. And Rafa's all by himself. But it's all towards mid. The bomb to the camp of SWS. There was a round to fall. This is it.
Yeah, Rafa just S's back into oblivion. He just backs up. You know that meme with Homer Simpson, like, retracting back into the bushes? He's far away from
of course I know that meme. Of course I know that meme. I love that. I use that very often. Thing in moments I want to
whenever
avoid.
Your girlfriend says, we need to have a talk, and then you just send her that.
Absolutely. 100%. I physically do that. I vanish in thin air. Like,
we need to talk. I'm not sure if this relationship
a grass
is
hedge appears to my side, and I just vanish with it. That
oh,
instance.
so that's why we can never have a conversation about where we want to take this duo. I go like, listen, we need to talk about this duo, and then you're just gone. I've got a university assignment. See ya. Backs off into hedge.
Yeah, slowly fading away. Okay. That's a good round for SWS. They absolutely needed that. They've got themselves back into the game, and with a lot of rifles recovered, they can keep things going. Utility of plenty. This is what they want. Early aggression from Gafolo. Those spots out movement, not much damage though. What does Key do about this? Incendiaries are plenty. It's a fire pit towards Banana. But a follow-up to that is SWS's aggression. They've got Trey up there. That Nate could do quite a bit. No, instead just takes off his peak.
I actually really appreciate Gafolo's initiative there. He tries to go for an early peak. And it's something that was significantly lacking from SWS throughout the previous game. They weren't really willing to go for these ballsy plays. Now they're trying it on Inferno. Of course, as Inferno is one of those maps that you feel a little bit more comfortable on because early peaks and timings are slightly more predictable, but it's still a good change of pace. There it is. First kill from Gafolo, not quite through the smoke, but it still registers as one. Now 3-point pins are set up on the ace site. Smoke will delay their progress a little bit more, and Riccioli will kind of be isolated here, so now he doesn't want to peek. Backs off. Smoke towards apartment. W1 unfazed by the flashbang, and Riccioli's good for 2. And Rafa, once again, play that GIF again.
in a matter of seconds, SWS finding a substantial advantage there. I'm really happy with their performance right now. They look clean, right? I mean, they're not really giving away too many advantages. They go for some early peaks of aggression. They know when to challenge us. They know when to challenge Keed and when to put pressure onto them. And know when to back out as well. That's a key piece of key piece to hold on to when you're on the CT side of Inferno. They've relayed that perfectly.
Counter-terrorists win.
It's a breath of fresh air to see SWS kind of bringing it back into the game. But the kind of there is the caveat, right? We're still unsure about how they're going to perform when they switch over to the terrorist side. Keed, they've done a splendid job at getting those initial rounds. They've got so much of a buffer to work with. I mean, if you're playing T-side Inferno, 6 to 7 rounds is still very acceptable. So with that idea in mind, they're already more than halfway there, with only allowing SWS to get away with 2 early Molotov into apartments. Let's Riccioli get a little bit more control, and I think we're about to have a meeting of the Titans here. Oh,
That
juicy
nade.
nade.
A lot of juice came out of that. Like
don't know why,
intestines,
I
organs,
imagine-
blood.
I imagined a frag grenade, but it's like painted like a pineapple. And you squish it, and pineapple juice comes out of it.
Yeah, the
Like,
outsides of it is quite hard, but look at this. Riccioli, he's got a good run up here. Eyes away as well. Spots out a barrel. That's a good instance. Gloves being sprayed down. He's given away his position. Aggression forwards. Well, the life is not traded. That's the unfortunate part. Can't really afford to that to happen. Maybe some miscommunication there from Keith, and W1 is there to assist. Spraying it from a distance. Rafa thought he was in cover. Think again. Riccioli wants an extra piece of this pie. Baiting in the shot. I love that microplay, and it ends up working out. They've got something else to say about this. Points out.
Looking away at the wrong time.
Oh, that is just painful. Mattis will definitely be able to use this. W1 will do the same. Points up. Challenged. Not quick enough to the trigger. And it's SWS closing up the gap.
CT side performance looking a little bit better, and the first time SWS went up against Keed, it was 3 rounds only in the bag in total, so I think they're feeling okay about that. Do we see another TV? Do we see a projector? Is there something you guys could come up with? No, instead it's a drone. That is giving me a headache.
I thought it would be something like the radio. I think the radio would have some sort of a mini screen. You know, the radio where you obviously hear someone chanting some sort of anthem of some sort. I don't know. Sounds a very religious sort of talk in that radio. But look at that. Pointed down to 16. Smoke dropped over, but the only trades that we've seen so far this round has been damage. Okay, Keed, they found their makers. Taking sites hasn't been so easy for them thus far. But now this is their chance to slowly move in. There's a crossfire set up here for SWS, and it could be a perfect one. Smokes across the board, flashes as well. W1 is the lineup, but still Lub to find a kill onto Lub. Oh, into W1, and Turney will be finding Riccioli as well in that instance, but Lub ends up falling to Gafolo, which makes things ever so difficult. Rafa holding down the backside. They can decide to move into the B site, but no, Mattis holds down his ground towards A. Spray down from Turney, switches his attention to head towards the B site. They've done it. They found the kills, and they found the B site open.
Marios is way too far away from the action. He can still opt to go for it. He's got 50 points of health in the bag, and there's still enough money for them in the reserve that not too worried about it. Now, walking in from Banana, this smoke will make things ever so much harder. It is exponentially harder. Yep. Doesn't even bother contemplating it anymore. Just backs up. Cute little AK being picked up. By the way, that is a stud of a skin. I love it.
Which one are we talking about? This one, which Rafa's
the
holding?
gold arabesque.
The golden arabesque. Yeah, I love it. Love it.
Too expensive for my blood, though.
How much is it, by the way?
I
What's
think
the
it's
pricing
like
point?
I think it's like upwards of 2,000.
Oh my!
I'll just check right now.
Literal gold. Literal virtual gold. My. All for a skin. And people call Valorant skins expensive.
yeah, Battle Scarred goes for like 1,500.
Battle Scarred.
Okay, so
1,500.
field tested is apparently cheaper? Question mark.
Maybe the Battle Scarred makes it look weird. Then we found the TV. It's
There
in
we
the boat. It's in the boat. Why is the TV in the boat? They're stealing it.
The viewers do not put a TV in the water.
And
Do not
how
put a
was
TV
it
or a
online?
toaster
How
in
was
your
it
mouth,
working?
please.
Where is it connected to?
It's a little mini game. We have to find the TV on every single map.
Oh, that's just priceless.
We
Wireless
just have
TV.
word. Yeah, we have word from the producers. It's a wireless TV,
It's
also
a
known as a tablet.
it's a box TV and it's still wireless.
Yeah, there's a couple AA batteries in it.
I
It
remember
only
those
works for
TVs.
15 seconds.
You used to get your, you know, you used to have static
That's
energy when you
that,
got close to it.
Gafolo.
Oh, Gafolo, good shot onto him. And now they've got a good chance. Smoke off to block them out. SWS, they hold on to this, or I mean, they've managed to walk through past. Jay looks to aggress and he's able to find one, make that two. Jay's just stopped this single-handedly. Nothing they can do. Keed, they've lost on all fronts. Richoli simply just holds his composure. Maybe down to 20 points of health, but the job has been done. It's been completed. They're just billing for the check right now. Invoice sent. And Keed, I'm afraid they've lost that confidence they had over a nuke.
Truth be told, I think Inferno is a bit more one-dimensional when it comes to playing it, so I did expect SWS to have somewhat of a better performance, especially it's one they've not shied away from before. And Keed are still on that terrorist side. Once they get the chance to play their AWP, I think things are going to be very different. It's obviously because Gafolo is very enabled here by virtue of Inferno being a super op-heavy map. You can lock down B, you can take peeks into middle, you can take peeks into second mid. Apartments can be very easily taken control of. Just too many angles that Gafolo can be enabled. And I think we're going to see a very different storyline being narrated. Oh, this is making me dizzy. Why did they give the Hunden Cam wings? It moves around now, damn.
It just hit the wall and just stopped working. And we move into a different camera now. Keed, this may be where they lose their advantage. They've only got a 5 rounds so far this half. The progress has been stopped. SWS have been doing a grand job of bringing things back. That's what we've been talking about. As soon as they're able to find the recovery, that's what they look for. To try to do as much damage as possible there, but it's just not enough. Jay and Matthias, good to close down the lead. Yeah, let's just get this round over with. Love is all that is left. Glock in hand. I don't think any of his teammates had any pistols either. They may look to deny one of these weapons, but won't be able to do so. Flawless round for SWS.
I'm still not too impressed by SWS keeping it in close contention because that's not what their goal is. They have to get somewhat of a buffer to work with while they're on the CT side, and they've done a good enough job at starting to bring it together. But it's not over just yet. They still have to potentially get the half victory. That being said, Cade have to try and stop it. Early Molotov goes out to Banana, tries to deny information. Che will not be able to step forward. Smoke makes sure that their progress will be impeded a little bit more. Double nade stack. Yup, Keed have held on to their lives because they did not enter Banana. And for the most part, they'll be playing a slow default. 1 outside apartments, 2 playing off of second mid. Not trying to aggress anywhere further until they see more information from SWS. Right now, they're waiting for the smokes to subside. And with Banana Smoke now being exhausted, they've got a few more options to work with. Straight to the smoke.
Toughy.
They go. Gafolo's making a very important shot.
Oh, W1 is on the job though. That's what is required. Abia and Rafa getting a couple of kills each, but now, well, 1 kill each. That's not good enough. Gafolo does his job. He wasn't able to do so at the start, but turns back and does it again. Repeats it. He's given the opportunity, and he'll take it by the neck. They've taken Keed by the neck, man.
I thought Gafolo really dropped the ball when he missed the first shot because he had to tuck himself into arches, but he was able to bounce back. Good stuff from SWS. They have finally gotten forward, getting the advantage, and Keed looked super strong at the start. No denying it. But that strength is no longer there. Instead, they are fatigued. Early kill pickup. Yeah, this is not going to be much of a fight. Could be pretty one-sided. Seventh round nearly guaranteed for SWS as long as the ball isn't thrown out of the court. The ball would have to be launched into orbit for them to drop it.
Yeah, this round is a quick one. Not only SWS have found the lead, they've extended it further. As anticipated, really, but I mean, their economy is unchallenged, unscathed. All of them nearly on 5 digits of economy, and even the one that doesn't, the excess money on the rest can pretty much suffice them. It'll take a while until you stop the ball of SWS. They've got a buy round going their way now. Ever so important to have a decent scoreline on the T side.
Trying to recover. We talked about Keed perhaps having been too cocky with picking up Inferno. Could this still be the case, Pavlos? I'm still willing to lean on the idea that it might be. Flash out, Contract, the first one to move in, and they've made a mistake. A mistime flash, but they can still come back from it. Riccioli will fall. Gafolo peeks out through the smoke, catches a glimpse of Rafa before the smoke actually blooms. 4-on-3, SWS still have the advantage, and Gafolo is still looming in the shadows. There are 2 players ready and waiting, one in the site, one in Graveyard, one through Arches. And it's only Marios with an AK-47 that can hold down the wire on B, and staying alive is oh so important for him. If he can pop a smoke, if he can throw a nade down just to slow them down a little bit, allow Gafolo to rotate over, that's going to make things tremendously easier for the CT side. Marios lining up a smoke and a nade. He's trying to slow them down while reinforcements arrive.
In they go. Turning first to aggress, though, but the rotations have come in already. He does have one player of reinforcements, so the other are running as quickly as they can. 25, one planted, off angle, baiting out the first shots, giving away the information, and allowing them to move back to get the bomb plant down safely. Well played, good microplay, and it gets them still in the game. SWS still have a task and a half to do. Good thing about them, they've got utility. Not the same could be said about Keed. Turney looks to aggress, uses his smoke to his advantage. It does fade out, and that could be his downfall. Into the open he goes. Goes up in for a personal, and W1 is able to retrieve him. ABR wins that one his first one, but Matthias, knowing of his location, deals with him quickly. The same will be done against Love. Bomb will be defused, and SWS yet to be stopped.
The stopping power that has suddenly come out from SWS is actually very commendable. Individually, they're shining at this point. And when we talked about the prospect of a third map coming up, I didn't realize this is how good they would look on Inferno. Yes, I expected it to be a close affair, but so far they're really making Keed tremble. And to top it off, if they can win the next couple of rounds, Keed might just be at the mercy of the pistol round.
Early aggression from SWS, Matios. He's taken that angle multiple times, but he hasn't been challenged much about it, right? There hasn't been too many sprays through the smoke to kind of anticipate for it. Simple VOD review, knowing that he does something like that, could really answer that question and deal with it quickly. I think it's something he's only just started doing. Smoke out, of course. Delivering on an end. Now they've eliminated one of the entries. Now they'll focus on towards short instead. Only one player holding down this angle. It's Shea, but he doesn't need reinforcements. Riccioli onto the A-long position. Does back away. But Keed have given away so much. Info, a death, damage onto Torne. It's looking bleaker by the second. And as we approach the 35-second mark, they're desperate to find a lead. Rafa may look to do so. Damage inflicted, but they back away. They're not going to give them the chance. Sends off a smoke, maybe for a fake, but they don't hear any more movement. It will keep those 2 players busy, but they need to act quickly. ABR coming in from balcony. They haven't really attempted this too many times before, but The defensive position from SWS seemed to be really, really strong. Smokes out, flash as well. W1 holding down his ground. They're giving away the information, but here comes Keed. They found 2 kills. Gafolo onto the side, 1 kill found. He has to go for the no-scope here. Close distance, he's able to find it onto Rafa. No way, finding it, Gafolo! You inhuman man! And Pointer will be able to find the kill, but not in time. It's all in vain. It is SWS to run away with another victory.
Gafolo has suddenly looked so nutty, Pavlos. He's got 16 kills and 5 deaths. He is a madman around that brackets position. Consistently, they are always at the mercy of him. Entering brackets is almost a no-show every single time. I don't know why flashes of old school Kenny S just went through my mind as he went for the no-scope and then the quick-scope right after it, especially because there are just so many instances of Kenny S in the older times being a madman over towards the A site.
Goal times.
Look. Into A we go once again.
That's what they need.
Challenge, and Lub is the first one to aggress.
They wanted early aggression, that's what they wanted. Playing it safe hasn't been working out well for them, so they need to get this round. Last round of the half, they can't mess around. Flash out, W1 on the upper ground. He's able to find 2 before he gets shut down, so the numbers are equalized. Gafolo still needs to be dealt with, and he hasn't.
No
That's the issue. Rafa comes in with his own AWP, but they bought enough time for the rotations to come in from SWS Gaming. Flash maybe come through, but he's able to find it. Somehow, Rafa gets 1 kill. And Gafolo out into the open, gets eliminated. Che brings things down to an equilibrium standpoint as we do have a one-on-one standoff, but the bomb is still in the hands of SWS. That's the differentiating part. Che looks to move away from it, and that's the questioning decision.
There was also an audio cue being given up by Rafa, which might signal to Che that Rafa's backing off, but no, he gives off that audio cue, and he starts walking right back in, and as the smoke fades, you're soon going to have a better idea of where the other is. Che was snuggling inside the smoke to get the advantage of it.
Oh, he's picked up the bomb and he'll be able to move away from it now. Che.
Seconds, Pavlos.
He has no idea yet, but if he gets the right timing, Che hasn't looked yet. Bomb will get planted. Simply down to a one-on-one. Simply whether he's peeked away. Peekaboo. They both know each other. They've both seen each other. They've locked eyes. Flash out. HG as well. Keep them both at bay. Let's not get too aggressive here. Let's not get too comfortable. There's a flash out, but it's just too simple for Rafa. At least the final round falls into the hands of Keed. As SWS, we seem to see a sense of resurgence from their camp.
They are finally fighting back against the dominance of W1 and Gafolo now. Unfortunately, Pavlos, there's still something that is taking in the back of my mind. Will Gafolo be able to have the same kind of impact when he himself is on the terrorist side? I think it's very unlikely, and for W1 as well, even rifling, it's not going to be that easy. It's about SWS getting that pistol around now, trying to do as much damage as they can, take it to map number 3 before it's a little too late. You can see it. They're super focused. The guy in the middle is so focused that he's frozen in time.
I love that you'd laugh at your own joke there.
I just thought it was so silly. Like, the whole idea of it was so silly.
I'll let it slide.
I face-palmed as I said it.
It's okay. We'll let it slide for now. Pistol round in place. Okay. Calm yourself for us. SWS. Slow approach. Keyed with the wrong amount of players in this location could be an issue. That information. For that reason, Rafa will peek out through A long, but it may come in too late. Flashes as well will allow them to cross through. Rafa needs to help out his teammate. Lubs holds down to it on his ground for a little bit longer, but I fear it may be an overwhelming issue. Okay, no, Rafa finds another. So this is well within the realms of possibility for Keys.
DT's have the advantage, but the positions, they're well secured by SWS. Now on the T side, they need to bolster their round differential and confidence by getting this pistol. Getting readied up. Motto smoke makes it a little bit harder to get information. W1 weaving in and out of battle, but finally collects a headshot to the side of his head. Shake. Quick 2 kills for him, and Riccioli's making it even harder. Now it's all down to Ponter, but his aim punch will not allow him to move further. 10-6, and double digits have been found.
An absolute necessity for SWS if they want to get back into the game, back into the series. We may be looking at map number 3 here. I mean, we may be looking at the gunfight that Dust 2 is. Get your Sandstorm clothes on. Because we may be getting into a map that does require...
I live in a very hot climate. I already have them on.
Fair enough. Keed went for a buy themselves. Good little kill from Ponta. Some information has been gained. Collateral damage, but not quite the kill.
Yeah, Matios is quite low as well, so SWS, they're well within the realms of being dragged into hell. And those MP9s are going to make it even more palatable for Matios to be taken apart. Now, heading over to the A site, flashbang is good, but the MP9 is not connecting. Okay, it finally does. Resurgence, the bullets start to line up.
Is this where Keed come back from? Matos is low. Quite softened up, can be dealt with quickly. Preemptive aggression from Keed seems to be working out, but the AK has bounced back onto Rafa. Nightmare scenario, really, walking out of a door and being surprised like that. Something comes out of horror movies, to be honest, but Keed have relocated towards the A site for good reason. They've got information towards Banana that no one's approached it so far. May want to stay in that angle, but so far Library seems to be approached onto 25 seconds, looking to move in, smokes out, going for some pot shots through the smoke. Matias delivers on that spray, but it's slugged with the MP9, putting some extra cash in the bag of Keed while they're able to find a recovery.
Booming again, Pavlos, SWS. I talked about how Keed could potentially be at the mercy of Abyss around, but no. SWS have dropped the ball massively. Can they fix this guy's camera already? I don't want to make the same joke twice.
I mean, at the bottom, we're essentially looking at the wall now.
Yeah.
I think that's the coach cam. He must have gotten up for a drink or something, but... Flash out. Seems like SWS want to go for a force themselves, which could hinder their performances later on. Tony actually takes quite a bit of damage. When is the last time you saw that gun being played out?
In CS 1.6.
Good point. But SWS looking to move towards the A site. Keed seem to have the right numbers in place. And the first instances of contact, they seem to have the right idea.
Here it comes, ABR. The staple gun coming out to play, and yeah, there's not much SWS can do. Oof. Could have been a little bit more damage, yeah?
Could have been catastrophic.
Yes. Now W1, he's holding on to a Desert Eagle and holding on to the masculine urge of getting a 1v4 clutch and being featured in a frag clip, but nope, to no avail.
That was a fast flick by Lub there.
Yeah.
Blink twice, you missed it.
That's why you go. That's why you go for the
switched
Mateo
it
strategy. You don't blink when flashes are coming your way, and you just accept your death.
I switched the saying, by the way. Blink twice instead of blink once. Don't know why.
Blink twice, because you know what? Maybe it's a little bit longer than a blink, but not quite 3 blinks.
Yeah.
You have to be accurate in this day and age, you know?
Yeah, you do. You do. Considering it wasn't that quick. But, yeah, no, this is a really good chance for Key to find themselves back into the game, right? Gain the advantage. They're building up their economy now. This is anyone's game for us. It really could go either way, and I'm really liking how this is kind of turning out.
Losing the round after the pistol could have been SWS's biggest mistake in the series. Just constantly, unremittingly being battered by every single round after it. A 3-round buffer, I think, would have still been palatable for SWS, especially with Keed's own economy being in shambles. But now, faith is dwindling.
They've already found some damage, but it's not the best weapon they could have in their hands. Simple spray downs all across the board, just making it look easy, because it is. 1 round away from the equalizer. But this is where the things become interesting for us.
I'm not sure if SWS can immediately recover, and it wouldn't really be great for their momentum or their mental anyway if Keed get to those double digits mark. I want to see the setup that Keed are playing, though. 2 players early on over to the B site, not really having a super banana heavy approach, dedicating 3 players towards brackets. Pretty simple and standard setup, except ABR will be pushing into apartments, so that's not something. That is something that is going to be a little bit risky for them, especially since it exposes ABR to the potential of going down in a 1v1 against W1. Going for little shoulder peeks, waiting to deploy utility. Nade. If it didn't get lodged in the corner there, W1 would have been connected with. Tarney, he's been found. A leg's been spotted, and Gafolo will very quickly convert. SWS, they thought they found some space, Pavlos, but they didn't. They've already lost a player before the retake starts to come in, and now Ponter is looming in the shadows, playing right behind the smoke. The bomb finally goes down, and here it comes. Lots of damage through the... Oh, might have missed Gage because there isn't too much damage. 4-on-4, and SWS actually have a very reasonable shot at getting a comfortable round.
They absolutely do. It is back and forth in this way, without finding another kill in that situation. Key to put themselves in a really tough spot. They need to find this kills. Information onto 1 player, but the time is ticking. They need to act quickly. Rafa looks to aggress. Riccioli aggresses himself. There comes the first spray down. ABI as well. Even if they find the kills, it's out of time. They've lost the opportunity to get the win here. ABI needs to hold down the ground towards Banana, but it's not doing that. They're not on the bomb either. They're looking for the kills instead, but Ikfola will be able to retrieve that, no problem whatsoever. SWS, that's the W for them. Key just took too long to the retake.
I expected Keed to get a bit more damage around the smokes, but SWS, they narrowly avoided a lot of it, and there were some tiny little misplays over here and there. Just Tarney falling off early, waiting too long for the retake, not sticking anybody on the bomb, especially when you know you only have 5 seconds, and that's your final avenue of approach. 11-9. SWS will hold on to their... they will hold on to their lead, but... the rope they're holding on to is getting tighter around their hand. Turning red, it's turning purple. AWP now in the hands of Rafa. Playing a bit of an off angle, not quite peeking into it. Doesn't want to give SWS a bit of a freebie. Flash out. Matios wants to peek forward. And he's slowly taking control of Banana, and Keed quickly realized that it's an exercise in futility to try to hold on to Banana for much longer. Instead, they want to rely on their flashes to allow them to go for a retake. There it is, Tarney's first kill, and he wants to go for a second. Very quickly, shutting them all down, spray after spray, but he finally gets picked up by Gafolo. Now it's the AWP player's responsibility to get a bit more of an opening. Smoke's being lined up, Coffin Smoke at the ready, thrown out, and W1 has to tag team up with him to get some more done.
They haven't tagged up, though. Pretty spread out for now. Maybe spots it. There you have it. The chances of SWS winning out in this round are just ever so slim right now. You have to give credit to turn it, though, this previous round. Pointer, right direction at the right instance. And for that reason, there comes Keed. Double digits on the board for them.
Is it just me, or have there been more spray downs since the M4A1S got buffed? Like, even with the A4, I didn't really see too many of these. I'm not too keen on the statistics behind it. Like, I would really love to see somebody dissect how successful the A4 is at getting multi-kills versus the M4A1S, but I've seen people be more successful with players peeking one after the others Maybe because the A1S resets faster. I'm not too sure about that.
Yeah, maybe. But if it's like multiple players, then you've got the caveat of less bullets.
Yeah.
Right? But there you go. Rafa, ABR, quickly finding the kills here. This could be the equalizer. No, not only could, it definitely is. Charlie just hiding out, looking to delay the inevitable. The man hasn't had enough of life just yet. Wants to take someone down with him. Won't be able to do so. 11 to 11, ladies and gentlemen. Things could not be closer.
If you're Keyed, you want to continue this lead. If you're SWS, you are desperately trying to take it to map number 3. And I think Keyed Ego might be a little involved with this, you know? Oh no, Ponter's been spotted. They will be anticipating him. But there's so much control from Keyed. Is this the right move, Pavlos? They've dedicated so much of their attention. There's one in apartments. There's one creeped all the way into apartments. And that's only left Tarney all alone on the B side. And that's where the action is headed.
It is indeed smoke out to delay the inevitable, but they are going to push through either way. SWS know they have to deal with at least one player, but seems like Tarney needs to hold on to his ground.
Dirty.
2 kills so far. Dirty is an understatement, but the Molly will be dirtier. Just like that. Putting him to his death through mere flames. Burnt to a crisp, but Rafa looks to resolve the situation. Gaffolo's aggression pays off, but Pontus does as well. And Gaffolo, a man on a mission. 1 kill to his name, but they know where he may lie. Looks to move across. Won't be able to pull the trigger in time. Does find one, but the trade is there. Keyed bounce back and now are in the lead.
It's been a while since we've said that, right? Keyed, they were initially in the lead, and you can see SWS starting to sweat a little bit. The gaming towels are out, boys.
Yeah, the initial stages of the game, it's the hand warmers, and then it's the towels, because the hands are just too warm. Ooh.
I mean, it should be a bit of a throw around, and man, you know how like people use chalk in the gym to have a better grip on the barbell?
Hmm.
I was thinking, like, what if since I have some liquid chalk lying around, what if people just use liquid chalk while, like, before gripping their mouse? Because I remember, hold that thought.
Hold that thought, indeed.
Yeah, this is going to be chaotic.
Ingress is in a chaotic on the single-ended side, but the MAC-10 does quite a bit. Hey, excuse me. They've got full-on rifles. You're just deleting them. Shouldn't be that easy. Now he goes for orientation, maybe to find another one.
A little bit more. They're not
He
looking.
can!
All 3 members. It's so unfortunate that he can't get more, but now it is doable. But the 8K swings out, and Love will tuck him into bed.
Okay.
Yes, Pavlov, before I let you do it, I'm so sorry. I just keep
Give us your
snatching the
product
mic
idea.
away.
Go ahead.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Product idea. Don't steal it. What is there? Somebody's probably going to steal it if it's viable, but who cares? I'm never going to produce it. What if there's, like, what if people use liquid chalk to grip their mouse instead? Because I remember coming back from the gym one day, and I still had some chalk on my hands, and they felt super grippy. And when I was playing CS, they just wouldn't sweat, and that felt amazing. But that also started ruining my mouse pad.
We need to quote that. That felt amazing. Oh yes. It could be an idea there for us. I won't hold you accountable to it completely being miserable. But I think we need to put a pause to that and focus a little bit on the game, because Keyed have just converted their successes, right? I mean, from a moment where they were quite far back, they're now in the lead by a margin. And SWS seem to be bringing an attack. Goodbye around that. If goes wrong, maybe faced up against a 15 to an 11th scoreline that they can't really account for. Richoli will be holding down the line here with a flash and will allow his team to walk through. But Keyed, it's ever so vital to get the right number of players in this direction. Love ends up falling. Rafa holding on his own ground, but he doesn't back away too much. He sticks around. APR keeps on holding on to his ground, which is ever so important. Rafa dies. Matios finds 2. And just like that, the early member holding down the site is going to be ABR. Not for long. Matios, he's had enough of this nonsense. Keeps SWS in the game.
We thought they were going to start to run away with the lead, but no, they still hold on for a little bit longer. And luckily for SWS, the economy isn't exactly balling out of control for Keyed just yet. So The chances at a comeback will further be bolstered by the potential of breaking it down. Only one round in between them now. Cockily is the word you're thinking of.
Now it is.
Yes.
And a tactical timeout.
Mm-hmm.
No, we don't have a timeout, thankfully. Oh, zoom in on the explosion! Zoom in on the explosion! It's fairly equal, man. This game, there's a
been
back
that
and
way
forth.
since the first map, right?
Not really. I mean, it was a pretty simple endeavor for Keed on the first map.
My brain completely glitched out, and I started thinking of 9Z versus Redragon.
No,
What's
fair.
wrong with me?
That series was a real back and forth. You're right.
Yeah. I'm blaming it on 4 AM, okay?
Okay. I get you.
That chicken's still sticking around. Same
Yeah.
chicken, by the way.
Wants a friend. Bring out Bob. We want Bob. Okay, let's see what SWS have got in plan right now. They've often gone for this A approach and pretty scared of an incendiary thrown at them towards Banana. And for good reason, we're kind of seeing Keed rotate into this angle, 4 players strong, with a bomb left behind. How is this going to look? They're looking to directly push into it, smoke out as well. Flash, Rafa backs out, giving them the space that they require, but they can collapse on it. Spray down from Library, substantial damage, not traded back. Ponta actually wins out on it. But Turney holds on! Richoli, what a swing! And now they've got a chance to get onto the B site.
Is Rafa going to allow it, though? Peeks around the corner. There it is. First shot, and the smoke blooms. Riccioli tries to desperately spray through it, but Kanoa bail. Bomb finally starts to go down. Rafa going for more pot shots, but now they're waiting for the reinforcements to arrive. They are so far away. There's got to be at least 15 seconds wasted before it actually starts to be a viable option.
They've taken so long.
Yeah, there's no chance, right?
They've got a way in. Smoke, a couple of flashes, but they need to be very quick, very efficient. W1 won't let that happen though. Swings out, information given over. Lub delivers on his end with a headshot, but now they need to find the 2 remaining players, and quickly. It's a boost out. They're all in a very similar position. Straight out comes underway. No one is touching the bomb, which is going to make it impossible to defuse. He is going to touch it. Not quite interrupted in time. It will be now. The round will be going over to SWS, even though Lub is the only man surviving.
And it's not looking easy for Keed anymore. It's 13 and 13, and that's where your wallets start emptying? No way. That was actually pretty nasty from Lub, had it actually been successful in stopping the diffuser.
In a tough spot. I think they've just given away their advantage. And it all came down to that swing onto Banana that moment ago. It all started from there. Could have been the beginning of the end for Keed, but instead, maybe the beginning of a new chapter.
How is that M4 going to work out for them?
Also,
okay,
so good.
Lub's already put it to good use, but now they know exactly where that one rifle is, so they want to push straight onto the B site.
They've got 4 players standing though, and the USPs can do a lot of chip damage if coming in all at once. Smoke, they're delaying, turning with a boosted angle. No way!
No.
Just like that, the pistols demolish SWS. Spray down across the smoke. Does do a little bit of damage, but is that good enough? 40 seconds, the collapse is near. You can see already Lub coming in with the M4. He's rotating around. The headshot by Rafa, making it too darn simple. Rifle collected. Spray from afar, looking for the Galil, but Lub comes in with the M4. Keed convert it and make it ever look so simple.
That was only one M4 from Lub that scared them enough of the A site where SWS were funneled into the actual gamble stack. That worked out beautifully. Just because Lub gets that kill, they're incentivized to push in, and they get mowed down by the Desert Eagle. Tarnay did an excellent job, and every single piece of the chessboard contributed. There it comes. Cade. Once again, they not only do they have the advantage, they've also managed to put the T side in a bit of a disadvantage.
My oh my. Such a big round. Massive. SWS feeling right into the trap. Now they're the ones on the back foot. They're the ones with the deagles looking for that conversion. We saw plenty of Palaver pistol rounds on the first series, and imagine seeing them again. What a way to end this series in particular. Good action all across the board. But is this where it all ends? Rafa quickly to find Riccioli, but W1 wants to be a menace for just a little bit longer. Put to his grave. Tray across the map. I mean, there's not much you can do. Nice foul.
He didn't even have his
makes
gun
it
out.
easy. Keyed. Map and series points. One
Last
round
chance
away from qualifying.
That is a last chance at a redemption for SWS. 2 rounds to take it to overtime, and even that is going to be an uphill battle, right? Because eventually they will still have to play 3 T-side rounds, and things are looking a bit tough for them. Those Tech 9 kills might be nice, but they're ultimately going to be meaningless if they can't win out the series. Tactical timeout. Oh, that's actually their first timeout, Pavlos.
Yeah, first time out of the map. I think they had like 3 of them on the previous one for good reason. Didn't really go well for them. But this one they've had better luck. But now they want to slow things down a bit. Considering facing Nueva Zeta is like 1 round away. I mean, Nueva Zeta are just sitting around. They're just thinking. They're just watching this matchup and spying on their opponents right now.
Yeah. You can see they're feeling a little bit defeated. There it is.
A new TV screen.
New TV.
Just by the water hole.
They really don't like keeping electronics safe, do they?
No. It gets stolen. Don't they have thieves where you come from, production? Apparently they don't. But we live in a pretty safe country. Okay.
SWS, they're trying to be religious with every clearance here. And double nades being used up just to clear out sandbags, but here is the onslaught. Final potential pieces of action.
Just like that, Ponta holds onto his line, but not for long. Riccioli is able to bounce back. A lot of the flick damage is dealt onto him, but Tani hasn't shown his ground just yet. Now uses a pillar as a distraction. He's able to take 1 down with him, but is that good enough? No, with W1 also does a lot of substantial damage. They're locked out onto the other side of the smoke. Ever so crucial round for SWS to stay into this game, but it seems that Keed will want to go for this either way. Riccioli keeping things going. ABR, too big of an ask. Shut down, bullet straight between his eyes. 1 round away from overtime.
Wouldn't even be surprised if it goes to 3 maps. I think SWS has definitely shown that they are deserving of proving themselves on map number 3. But Keed, they don't want to allow this. They want to bar SWS from even having the prospect of winning out Inferno. At this point, I think it has a little bit to do with their ego as well. You don't want to lose to SWS again. Here comes the onslaught, though. Banana is their point of approach, and Riccioli can quickly mow them down. There it is. Riccioli continues to ball out of control, and that's the B side opened up again. ABR desperately spraying through, gets a little bit of damage, but doesn't quite finish the job. Nade to follow through. He connects with the wrong target, and now it's a 2 versus 4, and overtime is almost guaranteed unless these players can pull something out of the bag.
2 rounds in a row, Riccioli has been such a distractive menace, and Keed could not find a way to extinguish him. Over and over again, finding these entries. Multi-frags when they were most required. 2 left from Key to potentially close things out here, but SWS, they've got one thing on their mind, and that is OT from a distance. Riccioli, who else? So fitting. Give him an ace. They won't be able to give him an ace, but it is W1 to close it out. OT.
Riccioli just says, fine, I'll do it myself, and then he runs up Banana. Mows every single one of them down, with the exception of those that are locked out. Yeah, that was just crispy aim throughout. They're in disbelief. They don't know how they ended up here.
Yeah. When I said OT, one lyric came to my brain.
What?
OT, OT, there's so much love when we go OT. I pray to make it back in one piece. I pray, I pray. No, okay, sorry.
All right, so I'm sure there are a lot of aspiring commentators in the Twitch chat as well. Like, I mean, there might just be an opening for a duo.
Thing is, I never listened to Drake, but that song just had to come up in my brain.
Bit of a technical pause.
That's probably because of my singing. Probably broke a window or something.
No, you broke the TV.
We need to fix the TV. OT, OT. We've reached overtime. 2 series, both of them having a map that reached to this extent. Neck and neck. He'd have a chance to take it in a 2-0 fashion, but SWS, man, they're not done. Looking at Dust 2 right now. They want that. They want to have a chance to play against Nueva Zeta. Qualify today, perhaps.
Why?
Oh, the drone is going upside down. That is a very...
I'm gonna throw up.
Wow. Is the drone a ghost?
SWS, they're still trying to hold on to this desperately, and Riccioli, if he can continue to shine like that, there might be more of a shot. Ponter, really good repositioning. He knows he doesn't have HP to take a straight-on duel, so he gets up on top to take advantage of the vertical angle. There it is. Che is also taking a few points of damage. First nade out. Tarnay does not connect with it. Now, sole AWP's responsibility to hold down the wire. W1 finds the head in apartments, which means that Rafa might have to make up for the difference by some aggressive AWP plays. But he's being left all alone. His teammates, instead, they want to double down on the B site. And Rafa, if he scopes in, he could give away his position. But I think Tarnay's on the cusp of getting an equalizer. No, Riccioli, as soon as he spots a piece of the cloth, gets back. The smoke, keeping Rafa on his toes. I think he might be left alone here, Pavlos.
He absolutely is left alone. He won't be able to do too much about it, apart from finding one kill. Riccioli putting a bullet directly into his head. Man, this guy have stepped up. Right at the last instances when it's most required. Now, OT, meaning that Keed, I mean, there's not much essence in saving these weapons. This round will be going over to SWS. They will be regaining the lead. It's a tug of war, man. And so far, SWS seem to have the advantage.
If I expected SWS to do anything special, it would probably have been on the CT. It would probably have been on the CT side. But their willingness to dish it out on the T side as well is really impressive for me. And they're doing it on Inferno out of all maps. Money's never going to be an issue in this overtime, so we get to see a guns blazing scenario from either side of the spectrum. Do you think this could be a recap of what happened last time? Because keep in mind, the last time they went up against each other was 19-16. Is it deja vu? Do you think Keed are going to turn it around? Well, we're about to find out. Ooh, not quite landing on the leg just yet.
A lot of damage on Tomatios, though.
So much damage. Actually, Riccioli as well. He's within one headshot territory.
Yeah, I was muted there. That's why I didn't respond to that. That's unfortunate. Apologies for that. But Keed, I don't know if this will be a 19-16 scenario like we saw before. It seems like SWS are really strong, but it seems that Lob has had enough of this. Does get 2 kills. Shay with the response. But it's a 4v3 endeavor with 1 minute remaining, with recovery of the bomb still in the hands of SWS. That's still a caveat in the mix. Smoke as well to block out one of these entrances, pre-fire perhaps, but Che is so softened up, it should be just a bullet from any of these rifles. Double up setup, Pointer holding back, APR, there to shut down Jafolo, W1 down. And now it's down to the least healthy member of the SWS side, who is quickly dealt with. Keed find the equalizer.
Most least healthiest. It seemed like you
know.
violated every single grammatical rule I can think of.
I just have to do it every so often, why not?
Most least healthiest.
Healthiest, yeah. For a man that utilizes English language for his job, his profession, my grasp of it sometimes disappoints me massively.
When you say 7,000 words per minute, this is going to happen.
Yeah, it's gonna happen at some point. Oh. Okay, they're coming in towards Banana. Damage inflicted. Nade across. Does do some splash damage. Pointer actually down to half of his health. Quite a big result. Seems like he'd have been able to respond with a third play in this direction. No utility to be thrown as a response, though. That could be troublesome. They cross through without it. It's a dry peek. It's delayed. And for that reason, Rafa will be able to capitalize upon it. Finding one aside. Pointer makes his position known, but Gafolo able to respond in that fashion. Keed, don't need to play aggressive. Rafa, what a swing. You brought this man to life. You've awoken the beast. But Gafolo hasn't had enough just yet. Up against 3, won't be able to do anything about it. Turney puts Keed in the lead in the first half of the OT. And with a couple of rounds still remaining for Keed to close out this series, it is a breather they needed, and it's a breather they're given.
But here's where it gets even more interesting, Pavlos. They're playing double OT, and most of Keed's impressive performances have come off of the CT side. Now they have to go back home to the terrorist side, and that means that the side they started off on, the side they struggled on, that's the one they'll have to deal with. And the CT side from SWS will be bolstered even more. Just the courtesy of having as much weaponry as possible, that gives you a much more significant advantage than you do have in regulation. Straight into apartments they go. Keed, they want to finish it quickly. The Folo not being given any space, so he'll have to back off. There's a lot of noise coming through apartments. And SWS realizes they're playing it a little bit more passively, trying to avoid the bracket swing, have a pincer setup, 1 in apartments, and 2 watching brackets.
No one is shot back. That's so dangerous. They finally get the kill, but a lot of damage has been inflicted. Not only the kill onto Love, but ABR is being shot down low. Shot down low? I mean, shot down dead. Che as well onto Ponza. SWS, they find responses to the attack, but I think the more crucial aspect of it is that Keed seem lost on the terrorist side, and that theme seems to repeat itself.
That apartment's spray down was just brutal. And Gafolo, man, I know I was knocking the AWP players a little bit this series and the previous series as well, but now Gafolo has stepped up in a form that just cannot be compared with. The only person you can compare it to is Rafa on the other side, and he himself is playing the op as well. Gafolo peeks out, wants to potentially catch somebody in second mid, but that's not what Keed are going for just yet. No, they want to push into apartments. One player climbs up on the balcony, finds himself greeted by a Molotov, so their pace has to be slowed down a little bit. Tarnay, nice shot onto Matios, finds him through the smoke, which means there will have to be some rotations. Send over a player to the B site, maybe.
Good
That's
shot.
another.
Keed need this.
Can smell a triple OT, Pavlos.
Oh, it really could become that. Not over, though. I mean, Keed, if they get this, they put themselves on map and series point. The B site is open. The Molly will delay themselves. But it looks like mid will be checked by how many players? That could give a lot of information. No, it's just a nade so far. They know they've kept at least one player busy in that direction, so let's see how this one works out. Not hiding away from the utility this time around like SWS did on their final chapter. One does get shut down. The bomb actually is dropped across the smoke. That's a whoopsie. Retrieve though, bomb will get planted. Still possibility for SWS here. Oh, ABR's coming from behind though.
No.
That's
No,
not going to
at
let them
all.
happen. Never mind. Yeah, they're pincered in. Smoke towards Banana to eliminate one of the angles. Tony is not making it easy. Gafolo is able to find the trade, but they know exactly where he was. Keed. Map point. Serious point. Can they close it?
Yeah, I'm looking at a security cam right now, and it's actually footage of the Rock's kitchen, and he's cooking something. It's a triple OT, and I'm pretty sure we both can smell it.
Yeah, it's starting to smell.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just waiting until that is served onto our table. Onto our caster's desk.
Yes, caster's desk. More like dining table for me. Like, I'm actually on a dining table, so it would make sense for me to get served.
Actually, my desk is actually kitchen table. So, yeah, okay, we both
Wow,
have
we're
something.
really hungry, huh?
We're really hungry. Okay, SWS. I think a lot of the mistakes from Keed in these positions is not really going for some necessary smokes to lock out some of these entries. They seem to be heading towards the B site. Quick rotation by Matios. But it's a matter of finding that first kill, getting that information. So far, nothing.
He'd have generally been very successful in rounds where individual brilliance has come to light, but this time it hasn't. Shying away from apartments means that Keys is not being given an individual chance, but that also means that opportunities in Banana are wide open. There's only one AWP. It's not on Banana, and that's where they've generally found themselves to be successful. But now
Look at
it's rotating in
Gafolo.
from CT. Yeah, he knows.
They know. They absolutely know. The smoke hasn't faked anything. Instead, it has just secured their suspicions that it could be this position. We're looking at a
why
fish,
the
but we
fish
should be
now?
looking at their match right now. Pointer is walking directly into it. Matios does to reveal his position. Why do you look away, Pointer? It within the midst of confusion with all the nades. Matios runs away with two. Chase reveals his angle. APR delivers down to 2-on-3, but the bomb needs to go down and fast. It does have the chance to do so, but Gafolo swings out slowly. Damage onto him. Rafa, what can you do? The answer is nothing. We'll be heading to another overtime.
What's with the fish cam during the action? It's like you can... Are you trying to show us how scared the fish is at the utility flying at it?
I have no answer to that, to be honest, for us. Oh, man. But this is as equal as it could be. Keed remaining on the T side. SWS on the CT. That was an excellent read by SWS, knowing when that was a fake. It was everything.
Keed is now on the terror side, and they're actually feeling pretty confident about it. Arnie continues to spray it down and dish out the damage. He will be on fire, but Riccioli, he wants to do some of the same. There's that first kill on brackets, which will mean that Keed immediately know to head towards Banana instead.
The bomb hasn't gone there just yet, which means the rotations have come in already. Turning has been just shut down. HG grenade to do further damage.
So good.
Oh my word. They're not really relieving the pressure here. Instead, they're pushing the gas pedal, flash directly in. But is it worth it? They bought some time, but there's a minute remaining. But it's all because Gafolo has made his way onto Cathedral, into construction. And now, they've even got Riccioli on towards Banana. Bomb will get planted. They realize they'll only have one player on the lookout. SWS Gaming have a big chance in this. Do they know? He's in this direction, playing it with time. Oh, the spray down was there. They knew exactly where he was, but they still failed to deliver. 35 to play out with. Rafa is paranoid. He has no clue. And Gafolo He's done so much. Riccioli is yet to reveal himself. Damage not even there. Poor Rafa. He's not having a fun time. They're just playing with their food right now. Gafolo finally takes the final bite. SWS take the lead on the second overtime.
My problem with this is that if Keed get comfortable on the terrorist side now, because they did look like it in the previous round, or in the previous overtime, I think switching over to the CT will definitely bolster their confidence. But SWS, they have done such a splendid job at retaking. And I have not just now realized how annoying the M4s are. It's like you can have a complete advantage and it still doesn't matter. If you're Latiz, you are shuddering. Initial shot uncharacteristically being missed by Gafolo. He's not really been missing those today.
Change down to 3.
Yeah, he's not much of a contender right now unless he shows us something crazy.
Definitely the confidence is down the drain. Riccioli, how is he so strong? When it matters most, he performs. Keed are probably going to have nightmares of him tonight. Unless they're able to deal with him quickly, pinch themselves, wake up. So many mistakes on the T side, so many miscalculations, really. SWSC clearly is a better team where they are on the CT side. Kicking out. Riccioli instantly down. Tane deals with them quickly now onto the A side. They may go, but there's 2 players hiding out. They've got a crossfire set up, perhaps. W1 yet to reveal his angle. He is able to find one, but it's quickly shut down by Tane, holding things down. Ponta as well looks to join in on the fray. But this is a much cleaner setup for them now. Can't get punished by the rotations of SWS. They've got 3 players in wait up against the 2 of the opposing Snake side.
Early smoke deployed. They're going for it. Matios, he's been spotted. Oh, okay, that's the first shot from Gafolo. That makes things a little bit harder, but Matios does not get up to any more shenanigans. There's the equalizer from Keed. And they want to continue pushing the envelope. And
I know that kind of worked out for them,
yeah.
but oh, okay, never mind. I thought they didn't really smoke the A-long angle, but they actually did. Okay, that relieves a lot of pressure. That is a lot of the mistakes when they did on the T side, is that a lot of the times they try to take the fight towards this, towards Fork here, but when they never got the successful trade because there was always a crossfire set up. But now they seem to have learned from their mistakes.
Oh, Gafolo does not need to see him to hit his mark. Keed have been so desperately relying on early damage and individual brilliance that when they can't find it, they seem to be stuck. They seem a little lost. Straight into brackets they go. The smoke will actually potentially give them an avenue of approach because there's a small gap in it.
Yeah, smoke fades out as well for Charlie.
Hunter's watching.
He wants that spray.
4 members on the other side, man.
Yeah, they've got this all locked in key. They're not even considering the idea of heading towards the B side. Gafolo with the AWP. He's not going to falter here at all. Simplest shot of his life. I think they've given up on this round. Ponta, all that remains. Looks behind. Riccioli's crouched, not quite at headshot position. 20 to 19. 20? That's a new number. 20 to 19. The Snakes are ahead.
Pavlos, is this your way of staying a teenager, being 21?
Yes, I am 21 years old.
Okay. You're too old for esports casting as soon as you turn 19, unfortunately.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. I mean, look at the major. All the old lads got their chance.
Is it the Young Guns era now? We're about to find out. There it is, Gafolo opening frag. How do Keed lose a member over and over to Gafolo? His aggro whopping actually looks so good as well. Gafolo? Able to spot Rafa first, but he doesn't even need to because Riccioli's good to pop out of apartments and get the dirty work going. ABR, no, Gafolo's watching that angle. He will hit that shot every day of the week. The A side's been taken over, but Tarne is still fighting to keep the fight alive.
Can you do this, Tony? Can you turn this around, Tony? Still hiding away. Ponta delivers. He's been spotted. He no longer has the element of surprise, and that's the important part. It's the molly. Ponta, you're by yourself, mate. Full on rotation. W1 spots him, but it's Riccioli to pull the trigger. What a fitting way to die. Riccioli, you madman. 33 kills to his name. Well deserved as well. Rejuvenation towards the latter stages of this game, and now they are 1 round away from taking things to dust too.
Heat might just be kicking themselves right now for even allowing it to get to Inferno. They know the fate they suffered before. They've lost in overtime to SWS. And it's a recap. It's deja vu, but this time it's going even further. The distance has been secured. ABR, he is playing so close to the action. Riccioli, if he goes for a fast peek, he'd be in for a dirty one. There it is.
Oh my word, Riccioli. He just doesn't want to stop. Unrelentless. Maybe it's a delay, but Keed need this. Oh my, Rafa isn't given a chance. Where has SWS been all this time? They look unstoppable. Lob wants another say in the matter though. Already equalizing the numbers.
Oh, no.
Lob as well. Keeping Keed in the game. On towards the ace site. Pointer. He's been in the ninja position once before and he's done it again. W1. He's got an 8 in hand, and if he throws it correctly, Ponta should fall very easily. And then a 1v2 would be of essence. Smoke towards the end side. Nade slightly too wide, reaching the wrong member. But still, Love chunked down to half. This is well within the realms of possibility. Spotting at 1, 2 to go, and 1 is barely standing already. Ponta, when do you go for the swing? That is the question. Do you play it around the time? Do you allow W1 to go for the movement? It seems that will be the latter stage. Down to Turney. The man that has tried to hold on to this game for his team for this entire overtime. Will he be able to do so again? Not much time remaining, that is certain. Bomb needs to get planted. There is no other resort. Turney goes for it. It is going to be the spray down, falls back from it. Turney keeps Keed in the game.
That was a bit of a dangerous peek as well. If Turney didn't keep his gun out, if he tried to run away, I think the aim punch would have made him slow enough to be killed before the timer. That could have led to the map being over. That could have led to map number 3, but no. Keed want to hold on. They are holding on to it with dear life.
All down to Love's kills there. The triple, knowing that Riccioli was in that angle as well.
That was just dirty from Love. Perfect flashbang to allow him to do that. That was a valiant effort from W1, but he cannot quite thread it. Last chance, Keed. If they manage to get around here... Why did the camera look a bit tipsy there? Did you notice that, Pablo?
Yeah, it just had one too many, mate.
Mm-hmm.
Thought to crack up a cold one with the boys. Ended up going for Jaeger bombs. Either way, okay. Let's calm down with the drinks here. Keed. Good shot by Rafa. All necessary. An ABR. Now to be the next man in contention. He's got the assistance from Love this time around. W1 spots out some movement. Love comes out wide. Able to assist Love. You beautiful man. Keed are probably going to fist bump you after this round if it still runs in your favor. It seems to be the case. Riccioli, no way you deliver this. No way you clutch this up. 2 kills to his name already with a bomb now under his arms. There's a long time for the rotations to come in here by Keed, but he may be greeting movement towards mid. Riccioli, I mean, Tawny's held back. He won't budge until he sees the bomb go down, and it might be for good reason. The equalizer. We're heading to the 3rd round of OT.
This map has gone long enough that I wish I had a standing desk because my legs are going numb from this. They've really gone the distance, Pavlos, and I wouldn't be surprised if they opt to take a timeout or something to pace themselves.
I wish I had a standing up desk as well. I do
Those
enjoy
really
standing
cool
up with my.
ones where you press
Yeah.
a button and it becomes a standing desk. Those
Yeah,
are
not
cool
the
as
one that
hell.
you put all the effort yourself, because
Yeah.
let's face it, that's for
Yeah, that's worse
betas.
than the back pain.
True. That's succumbing to
Oh
technology.
my god, what
Oh.
is that? That is nutty.
That nade stack
Yeah, they've drained the life out of them.
softened up to a level where they can quickly be taken over. Two-man stack though, is that going to be good enough? Tane, this aggression, there's a flash waiting for it. Doesn't pay off with a kill. He actually does in the end. Matios ends up dying. Turney moves away without losing a hint of his health. Look at W1's position. There's no way they'll check this. There's no way they'll know. That is so important though for us. W1 all for the backstab Ponta. Maybe expecting it. Are they looking for it? Are they looking in that direction? Ponta seems to be. Seems to have an idea. This could be the case. Spraydown, they know. Thankfully for them, they know. But they're isolated. The rotations need to come in quickly, and they're moving towards the B site now that the distraction is under place. Turning now, and the boosted angle is shut down. Ponta delivers. Ponta with 2. Keen want to get back into this. And
Keeps
with
pushing
what
it
a
as well.
fashion. Lub ends up dying quickly as well. Anticlimactic, considering the level of the kills that have been performed earlier. But it's just Rafa with a lineup, and it's keyed now to regain the lead.
Heat have suddenly gotten to the point where they look like a precise mechanism with how they're taking duels on the CT side. Flashes are ideal. M4A when it sprays through the smoke are almost consistent, dangerously consistent at that point. Glad we get a chance to see that flash avoidance on the replay. SWS Gaming. Good decision from them to go for it. It seems like they keep dropping a member as the game gets harder off of the webcams. They're like, no, the webcam's psyching me out.
Yeah.
Would you get psyched out playing with a webcam on?
You know, you could. I'm not sure, actually. I don't think I... You know, I shoot for a bit, but I don't think that's anything to do with it. I've never played a competitively, you know, with my camera on, you know?
Yeah.
So I don't know. It could be pressuring, right? Having it on the side, knowing that everyone's looking at you every so often, it could be distracting. Because little by little, we're losing them, aren't we?
That's true.
Not quite sure if it's the case, though. I mean, should be able to be composed, right? W1 looks to aggress. Rafa takes a lot of damage. Composed. Doesn't care about the nade. Cares about the kill. And that's what's important. Now the rotations may come in. Rafa with a flash looks for the kill, but the smoke gives them cover. The bomb will get down. Lob, important kill to miss. Just like that, SWS may have a chance to find the equalizer. Not handing this lead over the key that easily.
They know that Rafa was in apartments, but do they also expect ABR to come out of there? I don't think so, because nobody's checking that angle. Now they start doing it. That's telegraphed. They know exactly what's up. Che is good for the kill. Karna and Ponder know exactly what's up.
Yeah.
No chance at getting this round. And I think yet another overtime is going to be pretty close.
Hunter, into the fuse. Now, go for it. Nope.
If only there was a $2,000 defuse kit that lets you wirelessly defuse the bomb, right?
Yeah, as if that's a thing.
I'd be. You can press E on the vents.
If you guys sticked around long enough to get that reference, you guys are legends. Okay, well, the
You're
equalizer
gonna get
found.
night terrors about this.
Yeah, I totally am.
I've been baiting you all day.
Oh, you have. You really have.
Straight into brackets, SWS goes. They're gonna play it a little bit more one-dimensionally. Nothing on banana. No, it's
That's
just
a
an
fast-paced
apartments and A
approach.
side push. Is Lub going to be ready for it? He's been so impactful off of this position. Ponter knocks him out. He's using a Molotov, but there's 3 players very close to the A bomb site. Ponter's Molotov.
Oh,
Perfect.
wow.
Adios immediately takes him out. Ponter starts to chime in. That's almost a 3rd kill for him. It's a 2 versus 4, and Keed, before they even get the bomb down, it is Keed coming out on top. W1, last man standing. Apartments is his domain. He's gotten shot in the head, and yep, that is it. He has to back off.
Oh, so necessary round for Keed. I mean, W1 has to go for it. This is the last round. He has to give it a chance. But that is the way he'll die. To a USP.
I could hear the stay down from Rafa, from Rafa when he did that.
Yeah,
Just
sit
for
down,
one
boy.
bullet.
Sit down. But the nade from Ponta, the follow-up as well, denying the plant, killing the important players. But it all came down to the space that Key sort of had towards Pit as well, right? They were being a massive distraction, allowing a lot of space for Ponta to come through.
If you don't clear out Pit completely, if you ignore it entirely, you think that you can just plant the bomb in the comfort of a smoke, you're self-sabotaging, because then you're on the inside looking out, and the angle from the outside is much easier to hit. Trying to kill a player in Pit or mini Pit is way harder if you're stuck on the bomb site. Where are you exactly going to go? Sure, there's a ninja spot, which is harder to hit, but then you also can't defend the bomb from there. You can't actually help your teammates out. You can't take the aggro angle. It's very easy to get mollied out as well. That's what Ponter did. He knew exactly where to place the Molotov to get clear out at least 2 angles. So it doesn't really leave you much space for the rest of the teammates to actually be useful. That's how they succumb to it.
I think there's another very difficult thing in the realms of this game right now for us. Keed on the T side struggled ever so much. Can they turn the tides around and find 2 rounds to close this game?
I'm going to be a bit of a contrarian here, Pavlos. Towards the end, I thought they actually got a lot better on the terrorist side. And if SWS, they falter even a little bit on the CT side, it could end very poorly for them. This game's been going on forever, and it continues to deliver for good reason.
Keed used up their first timeout of this map just an instant ago. Let's see if it was well used. Mid approach, couple of smokes dropped by. Seems that SWS have the right read with placing all these players, man. Keed, they're not entertaining the idea of going to the other side. Mathias instead will end up dying W1 as well. Richoli, you had 4 players, you're left with 1. Che, in the ninja position, nowhere you expect another player. Now they know, they play the trade game, and Keed may be finding themselves on map and series points once again. Gafolo, all that is left, the almighty AWP holder, will try and hold on for just a little bit longer, but for all his dismay, Turney will be dealing with them very, very quickly. Keed finding themselves on the 24th are 1 round away from finally closing this game out.
The weak links of each of the squad are showing themselves right now. On Inferno, you can see that 4 players from the SWS squad are already almost hitting on a 30. I think 3 players are past a 30 bomb, and there's 1 player on 29 kills. And Matios is not even close to it. He is on 16 kills right now, and that has to be a struggle for the rest of his team. Not trying to target him. It's just the fact that in this particular game, it's making it really difficult for his team to get forward, and Riccioli, he is making up for his teammates' trouble, spraying them down, gets a little bit of time to sprinkle some pizzazz. Pulls the USP out, James Bond's the lub. And there it is. Rafa and ABR. Left with nothing.
It's not over yet, is it? And SWS, they want another overtime. They're fighting hard for this. Considering they have to, if they do end up losing, they have to play against Redragon. But hold on a second. ABR has found 2. Now he's got half the amount of players he has to deal with, and conveniently for him, they're split. Just deal with them 1 by 1, and you may have a chance, good sir.
I if he can find the player in pit, it's actually quite a difficult duel for Gafolo to hit simply because he's got an AWP. And that allows him to have a reasonable shot. Gafolo not checking it, anticipating that there
He'll hear
would
the
be a
drop.
player. He's counting on the drop to be heard. Start checking every single angle.
Good shot.
Now it's doable.
ABR's low though. That's the issue. Bomb will get
Lowest skilled
planted.
players on either side of the squad.
Ooh. It's going to be a difficult endeavor from either side. ABR unsure of where the position will be coming from. Has the movement been spotted? I think Matthias might have. I have an idea. No, he's still checking towards the other side. Spotted! Too simple for ABR!
No.
Finally, it took them some time. It took them 3 overtimes, but they finally recovered and have found the closer. Just like that, they've done it. SWS, well, those aren't relief faces. They're saying, okay, we haven't done that much. We haven't been able to secure the win. But it's key to do so instead, and they'll be happy about that.
Pavlos, we might have seen 2 2-0s today, but they've been so closely contested that they might as well have been best of 3. SWS didn't look too good on that first map, but they definitely made up for it in this second one. Inferno, the battle of redemption eventually goes to the side of Keed. They will rematch SWS, and they end up coming out on top. The last time they went up against each other, the SWS won 19-16. Now Keed will throw it back and win out in a very extended overtime. Nicely clutched there at the end, 25-22. And man, what an extended game it has been without even going to map number 3. Pavlos, any closing thoughts?
I mean, you said it right. I mean, because of the fact that we've saw 2 overtimes on both matches, right? And a lot of those overtimes were quite extended as well. You would have expected 2 series, let's just say an hour per map. Would have gone 6 hours. No, it was 4 maps that went 6 hours, right? So that was really exciting games all across the board. I wouldn't want to have it any other way. Really exciting stuff. But now it means that we've got our winning bracket and lower bracket formed, right? Nova Zeta have to play up against Keed to see if they can get themselves that first seed into the qualification towards the playoffs, for example. But now SWS need to play against Well, no, actually. Who won the last match? It's been so long, I've forgotten. Let's look at the bracket.
Yeah,
let me
Redragon,
relieve me
right?
from that. Yes, it was Redragon. I thought so. I questioned myself for a second there. So yeah, Redragon versus SWS on the lower side. But there's another match today to be played. It is Nova Zeta versus Keed to be played. So make sure you do stick around because that will not disappoint. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the show. It was myself, Xwaria, and Daily to bring you the action. Next up, it's going to be Ted and Zerfa. And you're in for a treat because those guys are awesome.
Se perfilando, va dibujando, es el humo del tabaco, es el humo del tabaco. Tabaco para limpiar, tabaco para organizar, tabaco para purgar, tabaco para sanar. Es el abuelo tabaco, es el humo del tabaco. Se perfilando, va dibujando, es el humo del tabaco,
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Blast Rising Latin America. I'm Zerfer, joined by Ted. A little bit of a break in between games, but we've got a winners match coming up for you now. Ted, how excited are you to get going?
I'm just gonna say vamos. Let's go. Let's go. I've been watching the first two games, the opening games, and honestly, Jack, considering it's 2:30 a.m. Here in Bulgaria, I'm feeling quite energetic. I can't wait to see these guys. The first two games, especially the second one, I think was a bit of a roller coaster, a bit of an emotional roller coaster. Me and you were just going crazy in the DMs, like, is there gonna be 5, 10 overtimes, 20 overtimes? Are we gonna start the game tomorrow morning? But in the end of the day, Keith managed to pick up the victory, and I feel like this is going to give them just a little bit of a boost because, you know, you always get that kind of relief when you win such a tough game.
Yeah, I mean, you always get that kind of a relief, but it also kind of takes a lot out of you when you go a lot, because like we were having a chat to production as well, going through it, and you know, that game, although it was a 2-mapper, it was the same amount of time as if it was gone all 3 maps, you know. So it's a full best of 3 that they had to play pretty much. You know, 9Z, they've had a little bit of time to recover after their best of 3 earlier on today. They've had a little bit of time to maybe prepare. They probably would have guessed who they were going to be facing. You know, Keed, probably one of the favorites, especially after, you know, going in to map 1 where they absolutely dominated SWS. But they're going to be a little bit prepared, I would say. 9Z, though, the clear favorites.
Yeah, absolutely. When you look at the entire tournament, like, I feel like 9Z are the biggest favorites to win the entire thing. Like, they're the 4th best team in their region, the LATAM region, and you know, they're behind really good teams. Like, they're behind teams like Furia, like Jotsen, like Pain, all of them really solid squads, and they're doing better. Like, of course, according to the HLTV ranking, they're doing better than teams like Sharks that attended the major, which is again a really solid achievement. So I feel like 9Z, they've established themselves as one of the really good upcoming teams in the LATAM scene. On the other hand, though, we have a side that's maybe not proven itself that much. Keed, Jack, they haven't played a lot of officials. In fact, they've played 3 times less maps throughout 2021 compared to their opponents from 9Z.
Yeah, you just kind of wonder, is that experience going to just help 9Z, you know, get this one over the line and book a place in the playoffs? You know, definitely going to be the favorites going into it. But, you know, as you said, Keed, they're going to be full of confidence. You know, they win. Yeah. Although it was a little bit close on the second map, they win. They're going forward. They're like, all right, you know, we're going to take a 9Z. If they lose to 9Z, I don't think they're going to be too disappointed either. No, so, you know, they can go away, you know, into a deciding game with kind of their head held high a little bit, you know, but a lot of people would be expecting them to be defeated, so they can kind of play with a little bit of freedom, a little bit of, you know, kind of, well, let's just give it our all and see what happens. But we're going to jump into the VIVO and see which way, or rather what maps we are going to be seeing for our final game of today. And, you know, we were having a little bit of talk about this, Ted, and, well, Vertigo had to go because both teams don't play it.
Yeah, it's the permaban for both sides, so we were like, yeah, Vertigo is all right. But, you know, the thing is, when it's one map to be the permaban for both teams in a series, you're like, okay, now the point is, who starts first? Because the first team that starts is probably going to remove Vertigo. Then the second one gets a bit more freedom. In that case, this is going to be 9Z. They remove Inferno. They saw that game from Keed. They realized, okay, they are an okay Inferno team. Rafa had a really good showing with the AWP as well. We don't want to be facing them on that map, so they remove it. And there you have it. The overpass pick from Keed is something I like. Nuke and Mirage. So this is actually a pretty similar veto to the last time these two teams faced. It's pretty much the same. But the last time around, I feel like it was Mirage to be picked by 9Z, and now it's Nuke. So they're just reversed, but it's pretty much the same. I feel like this is quite a fair veto.
I'd have to argue otherwise. I think 9Z are going to be absolutely delighted with the way that this VO went.
Absolutely, yeah.
You know, looking at Overpass and Nuke, you know, they're 2 of their strongest maps, more so Nuke. But because, you know, that it was actually Keyed to ban first, they get rid of Vertigo. 9Z can literally just look down the list and go, okay, what's your best map? What don't we want to play you on?
Yeah.
You know, our permaban's already gone. We basically get a free pick. Get rid of Inferno. Okay, Keyed pick into Overpass. 9Z are going to be happy. They looked a little bit shaky against Redragon earlier today, but that being said, they might have been just caught off guard by maybe, underestimating a team, because going into that, they were heavy favorites. I think the betting odds were absolutely ridiculous in favor of them compared to Redragon. I think Redragon were 10, maybe a little bit closer to 11 to try and actually take them down. So, maybe a little bit of underestimating their opponents in that regard. Going into this one, though, I don't think there's going to be any of that whatsoever.
And well, warming up has to be a factor as well, right? Because you're playing your first map of the entire tournament, so you're just going in, you're like, yeah, this is my first official of the day, just walking up. Yeah, had a bit of warm-up. We're not even sure of who had what warm-up before the start of the game, but with the game maybe going further, they realized, okay, we can't be overlooking anyone. We need to be fully focused, and that's the reason that I think they're gonna be just a little bit better here. The thing is, when you look on the other side of Keed, so right, we spoke about 9Z, they're number 4 in their region. They're doing really well. Of course, you have Bid, who is the IGO. He's the most experienced guy. He's played on teams like we spoke about at NTC, Team 1 Luminosity. He was a stand-in. He's played some tier 1 events. He's participated in some minors before. So when he's having a good game, and he's not even the star player of the team, which we're going to get to later on, this is a really dangerous 9Z squad. Now, what is the chance? Who are the players that need to step up from the side of Keed in order for them to be able to actually fight with 9Z? And I think the answer is pretty simple, and you know it. It's Rafa, first of all, on the AWP. And then you will need your entries to be looking really good, as they did in the closing rounds of Inferno.
Yeah, Tarney looked pretty strong when he was going into the bomb sites of Inferno, and they're going to need him to kind of bring that little bit of form with them, because 9Z, they're going to be no easy role. As we have a quick look at our first map, it is going to be Overpass, having a look at the lineup of this 9Z team. And, Ted, these probably first came to light for us anyway. When we first seen them was that stint that they had over in Europe, especially when they kind of burst onto the scene and took down Vitality earlier in the year. That was a shock to many. But, they've been over in recent events as well, beating Entropic, Vista, Krakow, and Team Finest as well. So there's some pretty strong opposition. So, teams that we cast nearly every day. So these guys, they can definitely play. And that's going to be something that is going to be really, really tough for Keed to overcome here. Now, Keed, they have a little bit of experience in their ranks, of course, with Rafa, but a lot of new players here. And that's kind of a wild card factor to me.
Yeah, right. Because all of these, I don't want to call them newbies, like in a term, like they are, for most of them, this is their first team, or they started their professional career in 2021, right? So they haven't had the chance that 9Z have had. And this is to participate in tournaments that are outside of their region. So they haven't played against a lot of European teams. In fact, they haven't played against any, maybe excluding Rafa, because he is the most experienced guy on this lineup. And he will have to be maybe the motivation factor in this game. You have to be like, okay, guys, just calm down. You're playing your own game. Don't think about facing off, yes, young players, excluding Bid, but with a lot more experience. You're playing against just a normal Brazilian team. Let's try and make the best out of it. Or a normal LATAM team, because they have a bit of a mix going on there with Brazil, Uruguay, and Argentina, if I'm not mistaken, which is quite a colorful one.
Yeah, a lot of players from all around the place as well, and a lot of skillful players, especially this man on your screen right now. Try somebody to 100% keep an eye out on, as Keed are going to start this one pretty fast. They're going to explode out towards long. They're going to be making their way up onto this A site. Love might just think about pushing in towards Bank to maybe try and pick up a kill, but it's going to be Rafa to draw first blood. ABO with the next. DGT will battle back, but so far it is going to be Keed that are taking control of this pistol. DGT is going to be alone. He has to maybe think about retreating and falling away, maybe just to save that armor. Not the pistol 9Z were looking for on Overpass.
No, absolutely not the pistol they were looking for, and that was really explosive from Keed. Actually, I was thinking, okay, do they go for something slower? Normally, pistol rounds on Overpass are quite quick though, and most of the teams utilize connector and short B, right? For that sake. This time around, pretty decent round towards long. I'm actually a big fan. You managed to catch them off guard. The Toilets player we spoke about, Try, he was actually put into a lot of pressure. He was like, I'm thinking about if I should be watching my back. Should I try to help out my teammates? They're getting pushed towards Bank. I don't know where to look. You're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place there. So a pretty decent pistol round from Keed, a lovely start. And now we're going to see the reinvestment from 9Z. They go for the force buy, a couple of upgraded pistols, the scout for a try. You pointed him out. This guy is an absolute beast. And well, we're going to be looking forward to seeing him on the AWP as well.
Yeah, but he's got a tough opponent, right? I mean, he's got to challenge Rafa, really the man that leads from the front for Keed. And he's going to have a pretty interesting day, to say the least, trying to put him down and keep him at bay. And I think if he can do that, it will neutralize a lot of the threat that kind of Keed put together. But we'll have to wait and see. We're still very early on, as this round Keed, they show a little bit of presence out towards A, and they all are going to fall away towards outside Monster. Rocks alone here, firing off the Deagle. He's already rattled off a few bullets. He's going to be caught completely out in the open. That's just unfortunate.
Yeah, it is, right? You see Rocks, he's never going to have an easy time with a round going like that. His teammates, they're like, yeah, we're going to go for the A-bomb side stack. If it doesn't work out, if they go B, we're just going to hold on to what we have. We're going to keep it on for the next round. Of course, it's going to be an eco, so why not just have something that we can potentially do damage with? It's kind of a 50-50 in that scenario, and if they go B, unfortunately for Rocks, unless he goes for the play of his career, he's not going to find any success. So for Keed as well, this is going to be a really impressive round because they don't lose anybody.
Yeah, Rock's kind of the martyr that dies for 9Z's sins, right? You know, he's just kind of the sacrifice that has to be made, and it will give 9Z at least a somewhat decent chance going into this third round. Bomb explodes, and a beautiful AK skin, Ted, that I'm surprised you haven't mentioned yet. We're 2 rounds in, and you haven't mentioned skins.
I'm looking at it. You know, I was looking at it. Normally, you know, I'm loving my skins. I'm a fan of those. Oh, look at the TV. Jack, we're on TV.
Oh, Mom. I'm on TV, waving to her right now.
Oh, I had, you know the feeling when you go to the countryside, like here in Bulgaria, we have a house in the countryside. So when I was little, we used to go to my grandparents. We had the same TV. That's getting really nostalgic.
The old fuzzy TV with the big, it has the big back on it. Do you know what I mean? It's like the really old style television. Man.
And you just hope that when you turn it on, it's gonna have colors as well.
Yeah.
Pretty much this round for 9Z, they just hope that they can get a bit of color on it. Maybe if the color is the blood of Key, they're gonna be happy with it.
Yeah, they're looking to color overpass red in this round with the blood of their enemies, but right now it is just a pretty slow default from Keed. They're just playing very, very cautiously. Something that you kind of have to do because, of course, they know that there's a lot saved on the 9Z side. They know that there's pistols probably waiting around corners, trying to catch them off guard. But there you go. Try, headshot, Rafa down. So advantage to 9Z as Try now being put under pressure. The Teeds are going to be making their way slowly up towards the bomb site, expending the ute. Still Try with another. Ponter is going to go down. Try connects, and he goes looking for a little bit more, thinking about peeking around the dice. DGT will find one. Lax now with the next, and it's Lob alone. He had an impressive round in the last map on Inferno. Let's see if he can do it again. This time it's against pistols. Well, he's going to be tucked in the corner. Rocks waiting to peek out, maybe with that 5-7, but it's Bit that's going to be flanking him. He's going to take him down. A lot of damage done by Keed, but that's not enough, I'm afraid.
Welcome to the server, Try. And welcome to Keed as well. The scout finding those 2 headshots. That's insane. We're going to see replay of it. Look at that. The first one to Rafa, okay. But the second one as well, it makes it so awkward for Keed to clear out that bomb site. Wins so much time for the rotations. And in the end of the day, Lob, he just gets overwhelmed. That's perfect for 9Z.
Well, round 4, we are already going to see Try on that AWP. And, well, Keed, they don't really have the facilities for it, do they?
No.
They don't really have the economy to bring one out, so it's going to be relatively uncontested. Bit going to go for the aggressive peek here towards short, but it's actually Rocks to get that kill. 9Z have the advantage, and they're just going to drop a smoke. They're going to fall away a little bit. Oh, ABR, be careful. You're being tagged down a little bit because of the spam.
You can see the little shake as well.
Oh, beautiful boost. So now 2-man advantage. As ABR, it's just not been his round so far. Spam, naded. It's not a position you want to be in, Ted.
At least he is alive, but Max, he's going to make sure that these two players towards middle aren't going to be alive for a lot longer. With the double kill now, leaving KBR, and he's going to get taken down from behind. You know, this is a protocol round for a Brazilian team, right? It's so dynamic. Like from the start to the end, this was such a dynamic round. First of all, you go for the aggressive peek towards short, and it's not even a push. It's like a really aggressive off angle that manages to get you in a position where the flash just pops behind you. So he's white peeking in hopes that you're maybe towards pillar or water or barrels, and you're fully flashed, right? You're just next to him. You get a free kill, you fall back, they go for the reboost instantly, so your opponents can't really react to it, and then you have the play from Connector. That was just perfectly aligned for 9Z.
Was a very clean round from 9Z as we follow Max down Connector and follow him to the opening kill of this round. ABR will fall, and there's 4 Glocks left to find on the other side. So you'd presume that 9Z had picked this one up with relative ease. Ponter going to try his luck, maybe, but, well, just taking every necessary precaution, really, 9Z. Flashing the angles, peeking, respecting Keed, really, you know, with these pistols. Don't want to take too many chances.
By the way, you're a cruel man, you know.
Why is that?
Only because of you speaking about the skins, I started looking at them so much. Right now, I can't stop. I'm just looking at the skins every single time we switch to a player. I'm like, what are his gloves? What's his knife? Look at that, DGT. He has such a nice combo. I mean, you know, I would love to see the butterfly emerald with this one. That would be sexy.
Oh yeah, but it wouldn't be very sexy for your bank account, man.
No,
that would hurt quite
Maybe
a
he
lot.
doesn't love his liver that much.
Yeah, you have to sell it. It costs you an arm and a leg. You'd have to think about maybe remortgaging this house, you know, something, you know, get something sorted. But back underway in this one. Key
Everything
now
for the swag.
Yeah, everything for CS. Sacrifice it for the skins. It's worth it. The equal wins, as we all know. As Heat are going to be hoping that is the case in this round. Going to be, again, making their way towards Monster. It is going to be a pop through. Rox is going to be close by towards Wood. Look for the first kill. Finds it. There's the double. Looking for the triple. But Tarney will take him down. Bit getting close. And there's actual gap in this smoke towards the barrels that he might use to his advantage. DGT swings from Connector. And Rafa will fall. ABR and Tarney find themselves in a 2v4 scenario. They're using the smokes very, very well indeed. But once they clear, let's see what damage they can do. Not a lot. Long as we have it. You haven't killed them. Oh, that was a little bit awkward, Ted.
That was a lovely readjustment from Bit there. I feel
Yeah.
like they absolutely forgot that he's there. Even after finding the first kill, he's thinking about Monster, even after hearing the tap of the bomb the first time. But in the end of the day, you know, when you manage to flick, is good. And once again, 9Z showing that they have a lot of multi-frag potential and showing that they're really aware of what's going on around the map. So they kind of managed to get the better out of this chaos. Even with all the grenades, even with all the split pushes, they managed to every single time get themselves into favorable fights, which in the end of the day is going to get you the win.
Absolutely. As Max, he's had an entry from Connector once before. Let's see if he can do it again. Yes, he will, but it's going to be instantly refragged. ABR takes him down. Bit needs to be careful because Tarnate, he's still alive. Try will find one, but it's a beautiful reflag from ABR. And Keed now have the advantage. DGT, not been spotted out just yet. Needs to find this kill and does. Spots the smoke coming over. Might just flash high and try and go for the peak. The offer on Rafa. Now could be a difficult player to clear out. Surely he clears this angle. Surely he's going to check for it in a second. And well, Tarney's going to be holding for it. DGT will fall. And it's Rox alone in a 1 versus 2.
Now, Rox has the utility, has the time and the defuse kit, so he can wait in. If he manages to isolate both 1v1s, he can actually get himself with a chance here, especially with the low HP on turn A. The headshot angle not going to help him out a lot. And now it's a 1 versus 1 against the AWP of Rafa.
Oh, but he has a smoke in front of the bomb, drop a flash as well. This can make it very difficult. The problem is he's on 46 HP, but he does not smoke on top of the bomb, or rather he does. Oh, holding for that boost there. Rox now realizes exactly where he is. He's going to try and stick it. Oh, surely not. The Tech 9 needs to try and take him down. It's not going to connect. It does in the end, but 9Z get the defuse off. Beautiful from Rox. After it looked like Keed were going to take that round, Rox steals it away.
Oh, that was so close as well. That was just a split second after he gets the defuse. And they make it look so dangerous this round. This is a round only with the pistols. This is a hot buy. And they get the 1-for-1s all over the place. This is the first time actually that 9Z put themselves into positions where they are easily refraggable, right? They get 1 kill, then they're just immediately in a disadvantage. And well, they make the best out of it. Rafa, he would have loved to get that one in the end. At least, of course, they managed to do the damage. They get the bomb plant, and now they have another buy round. Rafa again on the AWP and the AKs, but they will have to start winning rounds on this T side sooner or later.
If you're a Keed fan, you're hoping that it is going to be sooner rather than later, as Max is going to be up here towards the party, and well, could be spoiling the Keed party after that nice little win that they picked up, as he is going to be playing the trigger discipline. He gets a beautiful double. Tarnay and Ponter fall. Lub now has to try and react and make his way out towards Monster with his teammates. Rocked with a nice little angle there, but won't be rewarded with a kill. Deploys the smoke. He's going to be rushed down. Finds the first, looking for the second. ABR will push him through the smoke and take a little bit of control, but the rotates are here. DGT has that kill. It's Rafa alone with the op on his back. He's alone towards that B site. He's been spotted now by Try. Lovely shot on DGT, but it's only one shot that connects as he will fall, and 9Z pick up a 6 CT round.
Wow, that just spells domination. You know, I love the fact that 9Z every single time managed to get the kills from a position where they're in a really big advantage. I think I'm saying that for the 3rd time, but once again, towards middle, completely unaware that there could be a player towards balloons. Of course, that's a mistake on the E side behalf, but after that, on the B-bomb side, Rafa, he has nothing to do. He's just getting picked from different angles. And 9Z, so far, they've been really good in literally not giving a chance to Keed to react properly in these rounds.
It's very difficult when your opponents give you very little room to breathe whatsoever. And 9Z right now, they're squeezing the life out of Keed on this CT side. As now see, of course, the next reinvestment come in from Keed. They've got a full buy up, but what can they do with it? Need to try and find an opening pick, try and find an entry, as it has proved very difficult to do so. And interestingly to note as well, Ted, you know, 9Z, they're not only winning the rounds, they're winning them quite convincingly. You see the money, it's built up very, very nicely. So even if Keed do win this round, it's not as if 9Z are in a possibility or, you know, kind of in a place where they can be reset. Max is going to take down Ponter. Tarnay not in a position to get a refrag. Again, 9Z in the driving seat.
Max, he's gonna try and make his way out of there, manages to do so just in time, and now they go for the re-aggression. 9Z, they have the right idea once again. Look at DGT, he's gonna get taken down, but Try on the AWP and Max are gonna take down 2 more. Max doubles up and doubles down, and that's gonna leave Rafa in another 1 versus 4. Make that a 1v3 after he picks up the old fight against Try. But once again, Jack, I feel like this is a bit too much.
Yeah, 25 seconds to head a 1 versus 3. Even if he fires an op shot, it's going to be swung by the other player. Even if he connects onto one of them, Max will take him down, and the op for Try will be saved. So 9Z really not looking to pressure whatsoever from whatever Keed are trying here. You know, they've tried to go towards B, they've tried to go towards A. Nothing's working at the moment for the Brazilians, and that's a big issue because, you know, going into this one, this is their map pick. You know, yeah, okay, they do play Nuke. That's going to be the second map of the day, but you're going onto a map that at 9Z, they're 18-3 on. Like, that is absolutely a ridiculous record to have. That's only in the last 3 months, of course, but still, that is a fantastic record to hold, and you really need this this map to go your way.
Yeah, and it hasn't been only against domestic teams, right? This is the problem. Like, we spoke about it. You've played against teams like Entropic, Wisla Krakow, Finest. You've taken down all of these teams that are a stellar part of the Tier 2/Tier 3 side. Like, I mean, Entropic almost made it to playoffs in a major. That's enough. Like, that's enough to say. 9Z are in a really good form. And if you're Keith right now, you need to start putting up rounds on the board. Now, you get the 1-for-1. Yes, a lot of damage has been done to your side, but you're still in a favorable position. You need to convert that one because slowly but surely, this one is going to start looking really, really bad for Keith. Yes, this T-side overpass, it's still salvageable.
Still salvageable. You know, it's not too far gone just yet. But there is still hope for Keed. 45 seconds now left on the clock as Keed, they're going to try their luck once again towards A, as DGT kind of get into a little bit more of an aggressive position. He gets all the information that he needs and now can call for the rotates to come in. He needs to hold here with Try. Oh, he's flashed, still manages to find the kill. Beautiful from him. ABR up on the side. Rafa will strike next. Try will go down. Beautiful spray control from DGT. Rafa now alone, only finds one. Bit will take him down. 9Z in complete control.
Bit, you absolute MVP. Did you see that flash? That flash made it so easy there. DGT was a dead man. I mean, we're seeing a replay of all the aggressions, all the peaks. Try again having a really good round. This flash right here. You see, he's gonna die too low. He's just dead right there. The flash from Bit saved his life. That's such an insane moment there for 9Z. It just shows that not only individually they're doing really well, but their communication, team-wise, they're doing fine as well. I mean, their rotations have been on point. And on a map like Overpass that has such quick rotations, you need to be able to utilize your utility in a fairly efficient way. And if you are, you're going to be looking really well in the server. And right now, this CT side is looking fantastic.
Yeah, they've really not put a foot wrong so far. Max even gets one before he goes down and overwhelmed in connector, as he'd now just sit for maybe some CT aggression. They know 9Z like to get just a little bit aggressive, but what they're probably not expecting is this short setup right now. The Bit and Water. Now Rafa has a flash, so this could cause a few problems, but the player towards Sandbag should be able to help. But Mount Rocks will find one, and Bit will get the other. Looks towards the short pipe in the nick of time. Rafa goes down, and ABR should follow suit in just a matter of moments. And we should be looking at a 9-2 scoreline for 9Z. They are really in the zone right now, and it's just some beautiful free-flowing CT Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and compared to last round, when they were against the Pistols and it all came down to the wire, to the 1 versus 1, this time around they were like, okay, we lose that player in connector, that's the red alarm on. Okay, we're stopping the aggression. We're just gonna stay where we are, just set up the crossfires, make sure that no one gets isolated, make sure that if someone gets into a fight, there's a teammate that can assist him. And this is pretty much what gives them the round victory here. 9 rounds already on the CT side. I know 9 is not grotesque, you know, it's not something impressive, it's not something we haven't seen. What is impressive though is the way that they're winning these rounds. Most of them haven't even been close, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, you need if you're keyed right now, you need just a little bit of good fortune, right? Sometimes it only takes one round to kind of just kickstart your half, and it's been a really big problem. And yeah, you spoke about it, how convincing 9Z are winning these rounds is going to be a massive problem, because those chances that you're looking for, those little bits of good fortune, they're going to be few and far between. They're not going to come around every so often, just because 9Z are so well drilled and their team play is just so strong. And you can see it right now. They're just looking like they're not going to be beat for the moment. We're seeing a boost here towards short, and it's DGT again. He is going to find the opening pick. Well, Tarnay is going to be the next man to fall, and all of a sudden we're a minute and 30 seconds into the round. Keter down to 3.
Yeah, that's just 25 seconds after the round starts. It's 3 versus 5. ABR has been tagged down as well. Rafa finally finds one. This is good. This is the AWP finding its impact, but still, the problem with this one is, okay, 9Z, they go for the aggression, they lose a player. They're still with a man up, and ABR has been tagged, so they can just fall back now. They can play a bit more of a retake scenario, and now if the boost works out, which it doesn't, okay, ABR takes down DGT. Now this is completely doable. This is a 3 versus 5 that goes to an afterplant.
That was very quick as well. He was taking off the boost like instantly. Oh, beautiful nade onto Rafa. He's going to take a lot of damage. Now, there's 2 players towards CT. Again, do they go for that boost one more time? I'm not too sure. Bit needs to be careful. There's a player close in water. That's going to be ABR. Molly will go in, and they're going to take their time and clear the angles. Beautiful from Bit. Finds the first. Spots out the second. Tags Rafa down low as he knows where the upper is. That's beautiful.
Wow.
Nearly single-handedly retaking the site on his own. Bit will take everybody down. A little bit of help from his teammates here and there, but it's 9Z getting into double figures already, Ted.
Yeah, Bit once again showing that this is his favorite map. You know, earlier today versus Redragon, he finished off Overpass 28-18 score, 1.37 rating, and he's showing it again. He's 11-2, and you know, these rotation players, you know, DGT being the first rotation from B, Bid being the short player, they're doing really well. They are being really solid right now, and the problem with Keith is you can't escape from them. You go A, they rotate instantly and they destroy you. You go B, well, guess what? This is their bomb site. They're not going to have an easy time going in. 10 rounds on the CT side.
DGT lucky to get out of there alive, to be fair, as Keed now get a little bit aggressive towards short. Now, Max needs to be careful. The nade towards connector door, he could be rewarded, and Ponter completely unaware that that was a possibility. He gets out of connector as well. ABR cannot get the refrag, and that is nearly the perfect crime right there from Max and connector.
Yeah, absolutely. You get a kill, you get out of there, no refrag chance for the T's, and now once again they're with the man disadvantage. We can see Turney, he's looking for something. He wants to be the hero in this round, and at this point, Keed, they need heroes. They need people to step up individually and make the difference. Because team-wise, things are not working out, and well up, he's gonna get shut down. Same for Turney. This one is not looking better.
Oh, well, they don't need a hero in this round. They need a miracle to win it. So Rafa, and yeah, they're holding out. They're going to be holding out for a hero to the end of the night, Ted, but I don't know if it's going to come. Not in this round, anyway.
Now.
Oh, Rafa.
He might save them.
Maybe. I mean, he's found that kill. 30 seconds, though. He's 7 HP, or rather, he's 20 HP. He's going to be tagged down and taken down by that USP ABR. He has absolutely no intentions of going near a bomb site. It's probably safest to stay in T-spawn right now.
Yeah.
So he might be able to hang on to the AK. In fact, he will be able to hang on to this AK. But it's really just going from bad to worse here for Keed. They have just not looked solid whatsoever on Overpass. And 9Z, they're showing us it looks like men against boys at this stage.
Yeah. You know what I'm thinking right now? It has nothing to do with actual CS. Man, everyone in this region has the best hairstyles. I swear.
Man.
People out there looking after themselves. I mean, everyone is looking fresh in the server right now. There isn't a single bad hairstyle. Okay, maybe Try's one is gonna look kind of funny on me.
No,
but it's still sick, you know?
Man, I thought you were gonna disrespect that there.
No.
way.
It's not gonna look good on me. But everyone is looking after themselves. Like, and these guys have some fresh hairlines. I'm telling you.
Well, can't argue with that, Ted. I cannot argue with you there. ABR going to be trying to explode up short here. Bit will find the first kill. ABR gets one before he gets taken down. One trades are going to kind of work out for the moment, but it's Harney alone trying to take down the off the try, rattling off the deagle shots. He will eventually run out of bullets, and he will eventually run out of a little bit of luck. 9Z, 12-2, and possibly even a 13-2 half, Ted. Oh, this is not looking pretty whatsoever for the Brazilian side.
And you know what's the problem? Even though in these rounds with the pistols, you're managing to find the refrags, you're managing to make it just a little bit chaotic. This is as close as it gets, right? You just getting 1 or 2 refrags. That's pretty much it for your rounds, for most of them, in fact. Like, okay, you've had a couple 1v1s, you've had a couple 2v2s in the end, but that's just, what, 2 rounds throughout this entire half? That's a 12-2 CT side. Yes, it is CT side, but I feel like the difference is just really, really big. And when you look at the 9Z team and you're like, okay, probably there's one guy that has just the game of his life, and if he downs the work rate just a little bit in the second half, they might have a chance. No, it's not one guy. Bid is 13-4, Max is 15-5, DGT is 15-6, Try and Rocks, they're not even seeing people.
Yeah, and I mean, Rocks, oh, you've seen somebody there. Ponter with a TK, no, an absolute disaster end of the half for him, as now his teammates try and make their way out Monster, but it's into a certain death trap. Bit with the next, it's Rafa alone, and he has to be wondering, where's my team gone? Where's this half a Counter-Strike gone? 13-2 on the verge now. 9Z looking to complete this half in spectacular fashion. Rafa been given an opportunity there as Bit goes for a little bit of a wild play, jumping over that AWP, but Try will make sure nothing else comes of that round for Keed. 13-2, sheer and utter dominance, Ted.
You know, I was waiting for the moment where I could actually speak about DGT, because I was like, yeah, he was the highest rated player in that I am Winter, open qualifier for the side of 9Z. He got an over 1.31 rating across, if I'm not mistaken, 5 maps. Against Entropic, Vista, Krakow, and Finest. And I was like, yeah, I think he's going to have a good time. I think that even if his team struggles, he's going to be the one to kind of make the difference, considering he's the rotation player as well. We know that he gets a lot of chances for big impact, not only with kills, but with grenades, with flash assists and whatnot. But in fact, it has been just the entire 9Z team to have some fun. And right now, if they get a pistol, I'm afraid that we could be looking at a 16-2, Jack.
Quite possibly. We'll see if they can take it here. They're going to try their luck on this B site. Love and Water is going to be cleared out. 2 more players left to find. The rotates are good. Rafa, beautiful 4K from him. And maybe that's what Keed need. They needed something, a little bit of fortune. Rafa with some beautiful pistol shots to start us off in this half. Is the comeback on? It's a long way away, Ted. But anything is possible in CS. We all know that.
Rafa, that's absolutely beautiful. Most of them are just clean as well. And you know, his teammates are doing so much in that scenario. They're just trying to drag the attention away. Rafa gets all of these kills onto players that are not even looking towards his direction. That's a lovely pistol round for Keed. And, well, if they end up losing this one in a pretty bad way, at least we're going to see one really good round, potentially 2, because now it's just the eco. So Keed, they get the chance to actually win a couple rounds in the beginning of this second half. Let's see how they managed to do it. Well, no, surely not. Please, Jack.
I could hear the kind of stutter in your voice there as Try peeked and just headshot him.
Just tell me something. Tell me something, please. Tell me how they're gonna win the round. Okay, that's better.
Okay, Rafa restoring a little bit of order to the round as Lub getting himself into a nice little position. Is DGT gonna clear him out? Doesn't matter. Lub hits the shot, and now Keed have this advantage. So Try is still alive. That's a little bit of a danger to consider, especially because he's got armor and a deagle. But Lub, he's going to be flanking around. Surely he clears him, spots him out, takes him down, and now has the information that all of the toilets are clear. Bits alone, who is just looking to try and maybe do some damage. I don't think there's any weapons on the ground. Won't matter. Lub will find him regardless. So 4 on the board for Keed. That's 2 in a row. They get that conversion round, but that was only a save. It wasn't the big investment from 9Z. Here it comes. Here come the AKs.
Yeah, at least from a mental point of view, I feel like this round is going to do a lot for them. Especially after losing this first fight, you managed to win a round with 4 surviving. It doesn't really matter. It's against the eco, you know. We love to call these rounds confidence builders. Just because you go out there, you get aggressive, you destroy them. It doesn't really matter. You don't care what guns they have or if they have any, if they have armors. You're just getting that confidence going. And now, if you get that first buy round on the board, we might actually be thinking about seeing Keed put up just a little bit of a fight.
Boost towards connector, rocks will fall, but Bit finds a double. Beautiful control with the Galil, needs to take the molly out of his hand as ABR swings and gets a refrag. Now, DGT, sees that flash, good reaction, still takes down Lub. Now 9Z have the advantage. ABR in connector, and they know he was there. The problem is Ponter is alone towards this A site. He's not going to be spotted out by Max just yet, but surely if he walks, he'll see him. Oh, there it is. That's a free kill. Max so sneaky up towards that A site, and ABR has to get his runners on. He is towards toilets. He could peek out and find somebody, but Max will deny. 14-4. 9Z now 2 rounds away from taking this map, and look at the money, Ted.
Yeah, the money's not looking great. I was just looking in Pointer. I was like, he's not been getting a lot of chances this game, has he? He's 1 in 14, but the thing is, in most of these rounds, I feel like he doesn't get fair fights. I mean, he just gets destroyed. Oh, yeah, Mom, I'm on TV once again. Bro, I'm loving that, you know? I'm loving that. With the player cameras as well.
Man, they are sick production. Shout out to them.
Yeah, the Rob's cameras, though. We're just seeing the hairline and the forehead on most of them. The good old classics, the good old classics. I can't be playing CS like that. I don't know how people do that. I feel like my eyes are just gonna burn.
Yeah, man, I think like not only playing, casting's kind of taking its toll, man, because my eyesight is gone completely.
But you're old, right? You're like 78, right?
Yeah, I'm getting there, man. I'm getting there. But
it's not old. You're still a young soul. It's just like the body has its needs, you know.
The body's just slowly giving up on me. The reactions are going. Yeah, it's I'm getting pains everywhere. It's not good. Oh, there's a pain for you. A pain to the brain as Rafix takes down Max. Rocks with a refrag. However, as Keed, they really need this one to go here. They've invested an awful lot, and they'll have nothing to work with in this following round. Rafa, beautiful shot there. The body shot will do. As Rocks will fall. How about a headshot? Oh, spectacular from him. Drops the bomb, and he can recover a rifle now as well. Bitten DGT. They have to try and recover this round because it's slipped away from them a little bit.
Rafa, the pistol mastermind, once again throwing his spanner into the works of 9Z. Can he do it once again? He clutched the pistol round. He got that 4K back then. Can he do it again? Now switches to the AK. Looks for another one, and he's going to be able to find it. Finally, they should get the refrag, but now DGT, he's left in the 1 versus 2 Rafa. He might have done enough. There's only 15 seconds. DGT needs to go for the run, and he's not going to be ready for it. He doesn't have time.
I think no, surely not.
No,
right?
sure, no.
Oh, it's gonna be close. He took the fight. Yeah, no. If he doesn't take the fight there,
oh, he's gonna go after time.
That's the worst case scenario right there. I
Yeah.
mean, okay, if he doesn't go for the fight, let's just talk. Let's just put that one into theory.
Yeah, talk some ifs, buts, and maybes.
Yeah, no absolutes here, just if, buts, and maybes, right? So, if he doesn't go for the fight there, the Heaven player, I think, just kills him. He has enough time to put the bomb down, but I think the Heaven player just kills him. I think he needed to kind of put up that little bit of a fight there.
Yeah.
ABR was probably just going to take him down if he's not shooting at him because he's not pressured whatsoever.
Yeah.
So,
on the other hand, though, you go down, you're gonna get some money. You're not gonna die after time and not get anything. And you just rely on him missing on some shots from Heaven, because if he does, you're gonna get a bomb plant.
entirely possible that he does whiff some shots. Confidence lacking in the Keed side, so entirely possible.
Not lacking on try side.
Oh, I mean, beautiful bait from the pistol there, just jumping out. Try is like, okay, yeah, I have that kill. Oh, Rafa, the timing. And, well, try some of that. A nice headshot, and there is an M4 recovered as well. 9Z building up a little bit of an arsenal in this round, and Keed now with a 2-man disadvantage. Oh, this spells trouble.
And looking at them, they're really separated, aren't they? So if 9Z actually group up and go for a burst somewhere, they're gonna get completely overwhelmed. But Love finding that 1 kill is gonna make it just a little bit more peaceful. But now he needs to fall back and Punter. He might be walking into his own demise, and in fact, he will be.
9Z are just hiding around every corner, and it's definitely just really irritating to play against. It's just one of those games right now, and it's one of those games that looks like it's going to be going in 9Z's favor. Now, they were thinking about making their way down connector. Luckily, they decided against it because ABR could have had a field day. You never know. I've seen multi-kills from that position once or twice before, but you would assume that this is just going to be the save out from the last remaining Keed player. 15-5. Keed are going to need 10 rounds in a row with virtually no money, Ted. I mean, this is looking like it's already over.
I get a bit of a flashback from another Brazilian team in another situation. Yes, it was on a major. It was on a major. Pretty much the same score. Different circumstances, though, considering the tournament and the opposition. But a certain speech from someone that people used to call the godfather of Brazilian CS. Guys, if we think we're good, if you think we can actually do it, if you think we are the best, we need to prove it now. I don't think someone has done that on a national telecom. They might be the first.
They might
do I
be
think
the
it's
first.
going to happen? No. Can it happen? Possibly, mathematically. I think it's close to impossible, close to 0, but it's not 0.
No, the chances are never 0.
No.
What I'm wondering is, right? So that TV, yeah, that's up on the rooftop there.
Okay.
Okay, right. It's under a little bit. It's under an umbrella.
Yeah.
But what happens if it rains?
It doesn't rain there.
But man,
It's
so
sunny.
It doesn't rain there ever.
No. It's overpasses. It's always sunny for 9Z. Or
overpasses in Germany, yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been to Germany.
Yeah. Okay.
It's never sunny there. It's no. Man, well, okay, it was kind of sunny, but when I was there, it was lashing rain. It's like Ireland in that regard. We are
Okay.
very unfortunate with weather. But
So
you know, what happens if the water drips down the
hear
umbrella
me out. Hear me
and
out.
gets into the TV? Then
Hear
we've
me
all
out.
sorts of problems. There's no broadcast head.
Okay, hear me out. You know these old phones that all of us used to have that you felt like if you throw it at a wall, it would break the wall, but not the phone. It's going to be
Nokia.
completely fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you remember these, right? I think this is the same type of TV. So if the rain falls on it, it's waterproof, first of all. It's not going to be the TV to break. It's going to be the rain to break. Like,
Okay.
the water is just not going to touch it. It's going to burn.
It just repels it.
Yeah. So I feel like this TV just has some powers. Like, you know, old stuff, it's always better. Like, obviously nowadays, modern technology and whatnot, so you get better quality. You get more than 2 working channels on the TV and whatnot. But old stuff didn't break. Like,
Yeah.
you didn't have a lot of options, a lot of extras, but everything worked out for a long period of time. Like, I still, like, my father nowadays, he's like, back in the days, I didn't have to change technology up, like devices and so on, every now and then, like every 2-3 years. You just buy one TV, you go with it until the end of your life. So I feel like this is one of those TVs. This is a die hard TV, so it doesn't break.
Yeah, like actually, funny story about that, right? So while you're talking about those Nokia phones, right?
Okay.
One of my best friends growing up, his dad was a farmer, so they lived on a farm, right? And basically, they lived beside a river, and so they farm sheep. And basically, sometimes the sheep actually go in the river. All right, so you have to go and you have to rescue them. Yeah. So okay. So basically, when the sheep go into the water, they kind of puff up and go upside down. So you have to be like really quick because they drown very easily. So I'm told. But right, my friend's dad, no time to waste, has that Nokia in his pocket, that old brick style phone that doesn't break. He walks into the water, you know, gets the sheep out of there. The sheep is fine, takes the phone out of his pocket. It works.
Bro, why does this story sound like a video game objective?
Man. Man.
You know, a couple of these really bad games where you just see a couple turn around sheep with the head into the water and you're like, you need to go and turn everyone up in a proper way. It sounds like a really bad video game to me, but a really bad video game that I will play. Okay, so enough about video games. We're back into esports. CS is back. The technical timeout has been cancelled, and Keed might be playing their last game on Overpass. And I feel like DGT wants it to be the last round on Overpass. Rafa and ABR already out of the server, and when you look at the buy on the Res Jack, this doesn't look so perspective, right?
Oh man. GT gets the next. Tarnay is going to run right into Rox's crosshair, exactly how he wants it. Love alone now. Oh, beautiful little one-way in the smoke. Can he get a second? Will he be rewarded? Now that HE should take him down, but it's DGT's M4 to do so. 16-5. 9Z are going to take Overpass. They're going to take Keed's map pick away from them, Ted. And I mean, they're looking cool. They're looking calm. They are looking very, very composed. And I mean, where do you go from here if you're Keed, right? I mean, you lose your map pick. You lose it, you know, very, very unconvincingly. Like, you didn't show an awful lot. Yes, you're the clear underdogs in this matchup, but I mean, we talked about them maybe having a little bit of confidence coming in from that first game they played that they 2-0'd. Surely that confidence has just been wiped completely away.
I feel like this is one of those games where you never get the vibe of you kicking things off. Like, I don't think that for a second there things worked out in the way that Keed wanted them to. I feel like this was just 9Z shutting down every single other attempt. There was a little bit of positivity there in the mix, and I'm speaking about those 2 rounds from Rafa that he managed to win single-handedly. But despite of that, it's just been nothing. Like, despite of the 4K in the pistol round, and then the 4K with the Deagle, of course, switching to the AK for the final one. But these are the only 2 rounds where I saw really something really good from Keed, and it was on the back of individual brilliance. And taking a look at Nuke coming forward, I'm not sure if this one is going to work out that well. I really don't see that happening.
Yeah, I mean, going into this now, the only kind of saving grace, the only kind of silver lining is they get to pick the sides, so they get to start on the CT side. Maybe, you know, their defense is, you know, pretty good. Like, they do play nuke as well, but just not quite to the standard that 9Z, we know 9Z are able to play it to. But you never know. Like, sometimes with a map like nuke, you know, sometimes it can get away from you. Sometimes you can start slow on the T side if you pick it, and then all of a sudden it's 11-4, and then you're like, okay, well, we've lost the pistol as well. We lose the conversion round. The game's over before you even get a chance to get going. Pretty similar to what we did see just there on Overpass. But you know, that's entirely possible. But the way that 9Z are playing, man, I really don't see it happening. They look on tip-top form individually and also just as a cohesive unit.
You know what's the problem for Keat going into this best of 3, I think? Like, 9Z, in normal terms, they are better than Keat, right? They are placed fourth in their region. They are a team that has been doing really well. We mentioned they've played over... I feel like now they've played 159 maps this year with this one, 160 after this one, against 52, if I'm not mistaken, for Keat, which is just not ideal. And, well... it doesn't make it better that right now 9Z are in a 7-game winning streak. Speaking about best of 3s, they won 50k from a LATAM tournament just a couple days ago. Again, doesn't make it better because 9Z are in a really good shape. If 9Z are not in a bad shape, Keat are feeling good, and they go in such a matchup, we could be speaking about them potentially getting the momentum work on their side. But when you have 9Z actually being in tip-top shape, as you mentioned, I just don't see how this is going to happen.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult. We're going to be sending it to a short little break. We'll see if Keat can bring it back, or will it be 9Z, the first team, advancing to the playoffs. Stay tuned. We'll be back shortly. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Blast Rise in Latin America. And well, we had a little bit of a short break there, Ted.
Yeah.
Needed only a short break. I mean, you know, that game was relatively quick. It wasn't long and drawn out like the rest of them, like I was expecting, to be honest. But,
Yeah.
you know, after that first map, 9Z, they're going to be full of confidence. Keed, not so much, especially going on to their opponent's map pick. What are your thoughts?
I do agree. I absolutely do agree with you. I feel like 9Z, we spoke about them before the start of the game. We were wondering, okay, on paper, they should be the big favorites to win the entire thing. So can they actually prove, can they actually show that they are the dominant force? Because let's not lie to ourselves. In the game against Redragon, there were a couple negative things that we could point out. We were like, yeah, they were just a little bit shaky. That overpass didn't look that dominant, but that overpass in this game looked really dominant. And I feel like 9Z are just now showing us their true face. I feel like now we're seeing their real colors, and these colors are not looking great for the other teams. I wouldn't say. I'm not sure if there's a lot of teams that could actually keep it up with 9Z if they're playing in the same way that they did on Overpass.
Yeah, I mean, you know, these guys, they're one of the tournament favorites for a reason. Currently on a 7-match win streak as well, so it's always kind of difficult to overcome and difficult to topple. But going on to a map like Nuke, where they have a record in the last 3 months of 18-3, how do you get yourself psyched up for that? You know, if you're on the side of Keed, you know you're going on to 9Z's best map after losing your map pick. Like you weren't even getting close to them. It was like you were losing nearly every single aim duel. If you were winning it, you were being instantly refragged. Like how do you prepare yourself mentally for going into this next game?
I feel like Rafa should be the one to help them out in this scenario, in this matter. I think when you're the most experienced guy, when you're the guy that has played more maps in his career than all of his remaining teammates combined, you should be able to step up mentally in a game like that. What you should be able to explain to them as well is that you're not going to be disappointed if you lose a game. Of course, you're obviously going to be disappointed by the way that Overpass turned out. I feel like you're always going to be disappointed for not getting the W in general. It doesn't really matter who you're playing against, but when you're playing against such a nice team, you should be playing with no fear, because you know you have no pressure. Like, no one expects from you to just go into the server and upset 9Z and win 16-5, 16-5. Yes, someone might expect you to put up maybe just a little bit more of a fight, but in the end of the day, these young players should know, okay, you're learning the most out of your losses. And when you're playing against a team like that, what's most important is to kind of try and forget that you have just a little bit of pressure, and you need to be relieved. You need to play your A game and not think about it, because like that, we're going to see the best phase of Keed. I feel like momentum is the answer, Jack. Short answer, momentum. You get the pistol, you get a couple rounds in the beginning, then we might see just a little bit of fight.
Easier said than done, Ted, as we wait for a bit.
Yeah.
Who hasn't moved just yet. I don't think we're going to be waiting for a restart. I think we're just going to go ahead and play it out.
You could say he hasn't moved a bit.
Hasn't moved, moving a little bit now. As we see Max open things up in this round. He's going to find the first headshot, but he will receive one as well. Tarny will fall, bitten DGT. They explode out onto this A site. 9Z, they can get the bomb there. Now Rocks waiting for that lobby push from Lub, the ramp push, and he will fall. Try will take down Ponter. And now it is going to be a 9Z pistol. That's actually the first pistol that they picked up, Ted.
Yeah.
Which is, you know, even worse if you look at it from Keed's point of view. They managed to win 2 pistols, and they still get taken down 16-5. You know, that's
and it's a team ace.
It's tough. It's tough. Oh, and a team ace. Oh, I didn't even pick up on it, and you know I love picking up on team aces, man.
You love pistol rounds. You know, which makes quite a balance, because I hate them. But yeah, now walking into round number 2, they're gonna pick up the pace round again. 9Z, they don't want to give the CTs a chance to relax, but they don't want to relax. They're gonna pick up the first 2 kills, try and max. Thankfully, they're for the refrags, and Rox is gonna find another. So quickly but surely, this round going in favor of 9Z, and well, it's only Rafa left.
Oh, Rafa forced out because of the molly. Max takes him down. It looked like it was going in Keed's favor there for a minute as 9Z exploded out towards A. But then all of a sudden 9Z came out. They recovered it a little bit. And once they got the 2 refrags, then they were just like, oh, okay, right, let's get it over and done with.
Yeah.
Let's make sure we don't lose any more players, any more rifles. And that force buy from Key does not work out in the way that they wish it would. We'll see what they can muster. We'll see what they can get bringing forward into this round. We are going to see a little bit of a technical pause. So hopefully whatever issue it is sorted out. And I just love the way that we can see literally the glow off the keyboard in the bottom camera.
Yeah, right. It's like the what you call it, the Northern Shine or something like that. Like it's
the Aurora Borealis.
Yeah. Oh man, I couldn't say that even if I wanted to.
Yeah.
You really know that? I didn't know you call it like that.
Yeah, actually, fun fact, I actually bought a metal poster. So my room, my walls are kind of plain at the minute. So I was like, you know what? I spend a lot of time in my room casting, so you know, might as well put something nice on the wall, something nice to look at, you know, distract myself a little bit. And I actually got a really nice painting of the Aurora Borealis. I'll show you when I get it.
Okay.
It's pretty beautiful.
I was thinking the same. That's why I put a picture of Big Vu.
Of course, Big Vu over at our production.
Now my walls are looking lovely, bro.
He had a little chuckle at that as well.
Okay, back to the game though. Keith, unfortunately for them, they will have to go for just an eco. They will be hoping to make it quite awkward with the pistol. So far, by the way, 9Z have attacked the A-bomb side for the first 2 rounds. By the looks of it, they will go for it once again.
Oh, Tarney looking to try and find this kill. There's a little bit of damage to try, but it's going to be DGT coming out on top, and 9Z now just getting the majority of the kills, nearly all of them in fact. Bit will lose his life, Rafa now with this USP, but he cannot do any damage whatsoever. 3-0, 9Z. It's been a flawless T side so far, but biggest challenge coming up. And what do you think is going to be a keyed point that Keed really needs to take forward going into these buy rounds, Tad?
First of all, I love what you did there. That was good.
Did you like that?
Okay, yeah, fist bumps. Second of all, I feel like first things first, you need to kind of try and counter that A-side executions, that A-side aggression, the executions that they're going to go through. I love the change of pace here for 9Z. They go into a bit of a default with some pressure towards outside because they realize that Key, they're going to put a lot of pressure towards that A-bomb side, trying to defend it. And well, the AWP is going to get just a little bit stressed out there. Rafa, only 5 HP to work with. Nope, that's 18. My mistake. 18 HP to work with. And it's a glass cannon as well. So they try and be just a little bit aggressive, but so far, they haven't been just so aware of what 9Z's plans are. Or are they?
Oh, they seem to be a little bit clued in, Ted. I'll be real. You know, Rafa seems to know what's going on. Now, he's low HP, so that means he can't really overstay his welcome in that Molotov. If he was maybe a little bit higher, he might stick around, maybe go for a little bit of a peek through it, but decides to fall away. A minute left on the clock. 9Z have a lot of time really to work with. That bomb is over towards Secret, but here comes the flash in towards Garage, and it doesn't go very deep, so if there was a player there, he wasn't going to be flashed whatsoever. But they have a lot of time to go on this wrap here. 40 seconds, they'll maybe try and make their way up to heaven, and
That's an A wrap.
I think it's A, yeah, I think it has to be, right?
Yeah, sure. They're just waiting right now. DGT might get caught off guard, though. I'm not sure if he's going to be looking for it. Oh, ABR decides not to commit. Oh, this is really tricky. But you know what? They can go ramp and B as well. Like, I mean, you have the rotation. You have Max in vent, but by the looks of it, they're going to commit to this A-bomb side, and Ponter, he's going to give up his position, but Turn A finds another. Now Max needs to find a second, but he's going to get overwhelmed. All the kills, though, in the end of the day, go in favor of 9Z, and they might be able to get a bomb plant.
Oh, Rafa up the vent. Surely the barrel is being spotted, and yes, it will be. DGT, not sure what HP, but wants to make sure he lines up the angle perfectly to find that kill. Love tries to swing. Oh, tries to go for the transfer as well. DGT would have been a dead man if he peeked from behind. Petrus there as now Love walks back onto the site. DGT using the sound cues expertly as he takes him down 4-0. Not going to bring the op forward, so maybe just wanting to go ahead, maybe ask, try, you know, did you want an AWP? All right. You know, you can use an AK if you want. They probably don't have the best of buys in the next round, so maybe a better option if they don't get it. it'd be an absolute disaster if Try goes ahead and purchases one though, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You want to keep going. You want to keep the momentum. And well, right now, the momentum is just not in favor of Keed. And I love the fact that 9Z in this previous round, they kick it off pretty intensely. They were really quick in the opening seconds, but then they slowed down. They realized they've gotten themselves into really decent positions, and they just waited out and see what the reaction from the CT side is going to be. When there's no reaction, they just commit to what the initial idea was, and that was the A split. And right now, they can just hold. They can wait for the aggression, and they've been doing so.
Oh, Try. He's going to be tried and tested as he finds that double kill, but he gets over that hurdle rather convincingly. 5-0 so far to 9Z. We'll see that reinvestment coming in from the Keed side once again. And we are going to see the op now on Rafa. It'll be interesting to see if Try is going to go for that investment. You see, Bit has lost his life, so he might just drop over that AK to him and go forward with the op now, realizing that they probably have the economy for it. No, 5 AK still, so
yeah,
maybe something that, you know, a few teams don't like to play the op on the T side, but you know, you really need to make sure that the CT opper doesn't have a lot of free roam, a lot of free reign, as we see a 1-for-1 trade come out here now, which is always going to favor the 9Z, the T side.
Oh, but this is so quick as well. They've already rotated down. I'm not sure if Rafa is going to be aware. Now he's thinking about it. Gets the first kill, needs to hide. And you can see there, Rax. He's thinking about it. He doesn't want to go for the rephase. He is the bomb carrier as well, so needs to fall back. Needs to make sure that they don't give away the bomb. And indeed, they managed to find themselves in a 4 versus 3. 9Z still fairly separated, so this could actually be a really good chance for the CTs, especially if they get the bomb here.
Oh, Lob using that scope expertly as Try tries to look towards outside, but Lob will just be shutting that down completely. Tarnay with the last, and finally Keed get on the board as they keep 3 players alive as well. It's going to boost their economy ever so slightly, but there's going to be another reinvestment coming in from this 9Z side, so it's going to have to be another round just like that if Keed can get it once again, but can be difficult, and they have proved to not be able to get, you know, consecutive rounds on the board. Try picked up that AWP. It's gonna just make it even more difficult.
Yeah, you know, right now 9-0 like, yeah, there's no point in bringing up the AWP. 5 AKs have been working out perfectly. Now we lose a round. Okay, time for the ult. We didn't need to change. Now we do, and let's see how it works out. So far, by the way, I want to point out that Rafa has been doing really well with the rotations. That shows that Keed have pretty decent information. And right now, they're getting test max. He's already down, holding a really nice angle. Gets the first. Not sure if he's going to be ready for a pointer, but doesn't seem to be thinking about going for another peek.
Rock's going for the wrap here. Now, Bit is going to be joining him as Rafa going to shoot out the glass there. Oh, ABR's been spotted. Rock should have a free kill here. Yeah, 100% he's dead. Oh, he walks away, but he's going to come back into his imminent death. He will fall. And now it's Rafa alone on the A site. Ponter towards Secret. Rafa spots out the main player. There's Bit down and goes looking for the player in lobby. Beautiful shot there from Ponter. But Rafa loses his life in the meantime. And Ponter will follow suit again. Those consecutive rounds for Keed, they're just eluding them a little bit, Ted. And it's just been the same old story. They just cannot get going. They win one round, they struggle, and then all of a sudden, you know, they're 10 rounds down. It's an absolute disaster so far. And you'd feel that Keed really need to start kicking things off. They really need a little bit of fortune to get things going, or we could already be done in this series.
Yeah, it kind of feels like they're getting shut down. And you know, the bad part is that so far, I'm liking the way that Rafa is moving around the map. Normally, when your roper is moving quite well, you get advantage and you see the CTs winning a couple rounds. He is taking the right decisions. He's finding the kills. Bad part is that 9-0 are not giving him any chances to actually win a round with these impact kills. Now they find another opener. Turnay, he's going to get tagged quite low, and Rox is going to finish off the job now. The bad thing for Turnay is that he couldn't even get out of there even if he wanted to. And now it's another 4 versus 4. 9Z around that they should be winning. But Keed will be surely hoping that they get just a couple kills or maybe a chance to steal away one.
Oh, Padre has missed Max on a timing there completely as well. So, Cade, again, just not getting fortunate in some of the decisions that they're making. Bit takes down ABR, and this one could have been something that got away from 9Z. This round could have been one that got away from them. Just a little bit of unfortunate. The leg through the smoke, the timing there as well. Could have been a different story. But it's the same old story for 9Z, as they are going to just take their time, make their way out onto this A bomb site, gonna get the bomb down. And if you're keyed in this scenario, go for exits. What do you do? Do you, like, there's no point even really going for it. Do you just try and take, find a rifle?
Do you know, I was thinking about it. This look from Try looked really familiar to me. I was thinking I was trying to think of where have I seen this one before? I think I got it.
Yeah.
This is the Black Prince. This is Severus Snape.
Severus Snape?
Yeah, this is Professor Snape. Look at it. Just take a look at it. He's giving you the same ice cold look. Ice in his veins. And he's destroying the ground map.
Yeah, but Snape was actually a good guy in the end.
Exactly.
Spoiler. Sorry.
No, it's not a brother.
If you now, all right. If you're giving out about
the books and the movies are really old. People know that he's a good guy.
Man, if you haven't read or seen Harry Potter at this stage, that is your own fault. I'm sorry. I'm not taking the blame for that one whatsoever. Yeah, sorry. That's on you.
Yeah, but Snape is a really cool guy. I love him. And I see a lot of resemblance. That's like Gratisfaction was Harry Potter, right?
Oh yeah.
I swear I've heard that one before.
So we need to get like a Harry Potter themed theme team, right? So
I think I know who's running, by the way.
Beautiful glasses, man. Let's go.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's some swag there.
Man.
My man's a part of X-Men. Look at him go. Surely he doesn't.
Please play around like that. Please play around like that, man. Oh, that'd be sick.
You know, throughout the night, he's a CSGO player. Throughout the day, he's a rapper.
Yeah,
and a superhero.
Man, where do I get a pair of them? I want one. I really do.
I think the X-Men fan shop.
Yeah.
That's was it called Cyclops? I think so. Yeah. Woo. Rose though, gonna find a couple kills. I wonder if he's still playing with the glasses. But no, is gonna help him out. And well, this one looks over, Jack. Speaking about the round.
Man, I'm pretty sure he had the glasses on for the whole round there. They gave him superpowers. He's 13-2. He just decimated the A-bomb site there. Oh my. And I mean, Counter-Strike is at its best when you're having fun when you're playing it. And I mean, these Nigeria guys right now, they're having a lot of fun. Heat, on the other hand, not so much.
I just looked at the score, by the way.
Yeah.
7-1.
7-1.
A Brazilian team.
Oh, bro. Why would you do that?
I couldn't. I'm sorry. I do apologize. I'm sorry. I just couldn't.
That is probably one of the quickest ways to get hated on the Blast Rising Latin American stream ever.
No, you know, we love a good bit of memes. You know, I'm a big fan of the South American scene. I love everything that they're doing for CS. I love everything that they're doing for the esports community in general. I love the joke with the glasses as well. I do love a good bit of like self-irony, if you know what I mean.
I'm not even joking, man. We might have to get a little bit of an admin check on those glasses.
Yeah. I think there might be something. Admins?
Yeah,
X-ray in the glasses?
The X-ray in the glasses. Yeah, they looked a little bit too overpowered there as they get that round over and done with. Going for a pretty similar round here. Try will find the first. He will open things up. Rox won't have the same good fortune. He's going to be taken down as DGT tries to make his way out. Hut lost in the sauce here for the moment. Bit needs his help, but he will go down. So will his teammate. It's Max alone. Finds himself now from a 1v4 into a 1v3. Bomb dropped in the middle of the site. The HE grenade chipping away at his health ever so slightly. Down to around half HP. Does have a smoke. Does have a lot of time, but the problem is once he starts shooting, there is going to be a Rafa just flying up that vent.
Yeah, surely this one's impossible, right? Max, a 1 versus 3. They know exactly where he is. Yes, he has enough time to work with. Actually, if he manages to get a 1 versus 1 towards Lob, but Not quite aware of the position. 50 seconds on the clock now. Max trying to look for someone else. He knows where ABR is. The problem is he's not aware where the remaining 2 players are. He's going to try and isolate a 1v1, and by the looks of it, he's going to get a chance. Oh, lightning quick from ABR. Doesn't give him more than 3 bullets to shoot. And well, Keith, they answer back, Jack.
They answer back, but I'm not going to be impressed, Ted, until I see 2 rounds in a row. That's what I want to see right now. All right, good. That's good. You have to start somewhere, right? This round, or rather this half, it's still recoverable. 8-7 isn't terrible. If they win the next 5 in a row, you know, they still have a chance. But they need as many as they can get right now. 9Z changing up the approach a little bit. They're going to send Max towards outside, Bit making his way towards Silo, trying to open up this one. I believe actually Ponter is in towards Secret. So Max might just be tested if he decides to use the outside smokes that are thrown here by his side. But instead, he's just going to tuck underneath the silo. And 9Z, they're going to explore their options elsewhere.
Yeah, Max right now, his job is to just cut off rotations later on. He's not going to be put in play. Now waits for the flash. Now he knows what's going on. Because with this flash, you take a peek from Secret. Now he knows there's a player in Secret. He knows there's another one to give up the flashes. So his teammates now can go over ramp. They can go for the A side execution. They can do whatever they want. His job here is to stay alive and get a kill later on.
Oh, might just have it here. No. A little bit of sleep on the angle there. Maybe just a little bit from Max. But nevertheless, Keith are going to say thank you very much. There's an opening pick to be found. 9Z going to try and make their way towards ramp where there is no player holding. So you can see Rafa just holding towards Hell. 9Z are going to be making their way down. The problem is there's 2 players on this B site, right? Ponter's here, Lub's here. And 30 seconds, 9Z slowly running out of time. They have util to deploy, but the big problem is that those double doors are open. They need to try and get a smoke down on that, but they're out of utility. 1 flashbang now. Ponter has been spotted. They might not be aware of the second player that is down towards B for the minute. They go looking for him. There's Ponter swing. Rocks will take him down. ABR falls as well. 90 get control of the site, but it's Tarnay and Love now with the swing. They drop the bomb. Rocks is alone. Surely there's no time. There's absolutely no time, and he needs to make sure he doesn't go down after time here. Needs to try and survive. Nobody's going to peek him just yet, so he will hang on to his 8k and the small bit of money that he is going to receive as well. Well, or rather the small bit of money that he already has, because he doesn't have to reinvest.
Look at that.
That's the flat screen, bro.
Okay, I hear you. Let's give production a round of applause.
Yeah.
Let's give production. Oh, I like that. Your favorite rapper on your new flat TV. Man, nothing better than a rapper.
Oh, bro, that made my night there. That made my night.
Bro, that's the MTV. That's the MTV rewards for you. That's the early awards, you know.
Yeah.
That's #1, biggest hit. Well, biggest hit in this round is gonna be Lup. Gets a refrag onto DJT as we head into another round. But Jack, have Keith earned their respect now? Because they've won 2 in a row. I feel like the CT side looked just a little bit better. Rotations have been really solid from them, truth be told, in these past 2 rounds. They've had the right idea on what's getting thrown their way. And right now, I feel like they might actually get a chance to fight back with just a couple rounds. Yes, still. The maximum you're going to get, possibly 7 on the CT side, which is not ideal. But it's still a lot better compared to Overpass, right?
Oh, so much better. If they can get them, though. So
yeah,
there's still that big if. You know, it's still a big if. And well, now he'd have a rough idea of what's going on. There's 2 players already down here. ABR and Tarnay are going to be welcoming them with open arms. As Tarnay will find that first kill. Try. Beautiful. Try me, he says, as he peeks with the headshot. Finds the double kill as well. And just when you think it's going Keith's way, all of a sudden, there's a bit of individual brilliance like that. Somebody finds a double from 9Z. They're now in control. 15 seconds, though. They need to try and get this bomb down. They need to deal with Ponter. Bomb's going to be tapped. The spam won't come true. Ponter, now realizing that the player is off the plant. Bomb's going to go down. He doesn't realize it. And, well, it is going to be Max alone. Oh, that's close.
Oh, that one feels so close. In the end, it's gonna happen. In the end, Lop is gonna get the kill, but that was... Oh, that gave me shivers, man. That gave me shivers.
Yeah.
That was one of those moments when you're like, oh, it's just one bullet. How is he still alive? In the end of the day, though, they pick up 4th round. And I feel like now the CT side is starting to look better and better, even though did try his best here with the double entry towards the B-bomb side. In the end of the day, Lup with that 3k managed to recover quite well, and so far he's been stepping up. Actually, he's 11-8. He's been doing lovely amount of damage. You know, the rotations working out perfectly as well, and even in scenarios like that, you see how they're never losing presence of mind. I feel like Overpass was a totally different story, simply because you could see that when a couple players went down, it was really easy for them to kind of feel disjointed in the server. Right now, it's nothing like that. They're fighting until the end.
And I'm glad. I'm glad we're getting a little bit of fight for Keed here.
Yeah.
I'm glad that they have a little bit of confidence in them now, because it makes for a better view and it makes for a better game. And, you know, we always, you know, we've had a few games like this, Ted, you know, that we've covered, and they're just complete stomps and complete mismatches. And it's not fun, it's interesting to see how a team can be so dominant, but at the same time it doesn't make it very intriguing, for the viewer's point of view, and just from our point of view as Counter-Strike fans, we want to see the best account from these teams possible and see what they can show, because they've been invited here, they deserve to be here, they can showcase their skills, and sometimes teams, they fail to do that. Now Keed, this is their opportunity, but not in this round of 9Z. They find 3 opening kills, and well, they're restoring a little bit of order here. I don't even think Keed have shot a bullet, Ted. Just as I'm praising them, I think is that my fault?
I think you might have cursed it. Yeah,
maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
Sorry, boys.
Yeah, no problem. They're gonna forgive you. Well, I'm not sure if they are, but yeah, let's say they are.
I won't.
Rafa in a 1-5, and the worst part is that he's not even gonna be able to save the AWP. I'm not sure if they even shot a single bullet, Jack. Right? Yeah. I think Rox finished off the round on 99 HP, and he was the most tagged player on the T side, which just says enough. Okay, they shot a couple bullets there, but none of them connecting, unfortunately. And well, 9Z, as we were praising Keed, as we were speaking about them finally picking up some pace on the CT side, finally picking up some rounds, well, they're gonna get reset, and they're gonna lose a really dominant round. And the problem with this one, they did win 2 in a row. These 2 in a row were actually quite expensive. So right now you have nothing to work with, and 9Z once again are in the driving seat.
Yeah, I don't think that we've really seen 9Z out of the driving seat whatsoever so far in this game. And, well, Keed really being taken for a ride here, and this round should be no different. Max, he will find 1 kill. I heard a Zeus there, but it wasn't a kill, so sadly not what we want to see, as ABR will find 2 kills with that CZ. Still begs the question why mine never seems to do it, but that's a story for another day. Rafa spamming through the smoke. He has recovered that AK, so maybe he can do a little bit of damage, but judging by where they are repositioning, or rather where they are going, these AKs might just be of use in the next round, and that's what Keed are maybe thinking of.
Yeah, right. You don't have a kid, you don't have even armors, like, ABR has, but he's low on HP, so no point in going for a retake like that. You know that probably you're not going to be winning this one, and 9Z are even in the hunt here. They have more than enough money for the last round of the half, and they get one of the AKs out of their hands. Now it's only ABR left, so 9Z, they're just putting some salt into the injury right now, into the wounds, not making life easier for Keed. At least ABR might be able to hold on to his AK, but 10 rounds on the T side, potentially 11. Yes, it's a lot better compared to Overpass, but truth be told, a lot of things could be better than Overpass.
Yeah, I would completely agree with that one. I think everybody would agree, especially Keed. As we just see how this went. Yeah, I mean, ABR, CZ doing magical things, just finding a double kill, even from kind of long range like that as well.
No, it's lovely shots. The thing is that these shots, like, we've seen moments from Keed where they showcase their mechanical skill. and I'm not exaggerating right now. Like, they do have mechanical skill. The thing is that overall, I feel like it hasn't been even close in the team game department. And well, even though in this round they're going to be just a little bit better, we're seeing that individual skill. They're winning their fights from time to time. It's just in the grand scheme of things, the big picture is not working out, but we're seeing some really cool shots from them.
Yeah, it might seem that we're being just a little bit harsh, but no, Keed definitely can play. It's just they need to kind of tap into that little bit of form, because we know they can do it, and they know they can do it as well. It's just, you know, when you're coming up against a team like 9Z, it can be difficult at times. Sometimes it's just a little bit of a mismatch when it comes to that team play, not just the individual brilliance. But Keed still a threat, and they're gonna go down swinging. Even if they go down in this map, even if they go down in this series, they're gonna try and take 9Z as close as possible.
Yeah.
Well, in a 2v4 now, they've a little bit of time to work with 9Z. Not an awful lot. It looks like they're heading down towards B. Lub is already down there, and he's going to be kind of a little bit of an early warning system.
Yeah, they're like a wounded wolf right now, Keed. Yes, wounded, but they can still bite. And well, they might bite them in this round. Try and DJT looking for some success down towards B, but Lub already rotated, already in a really good off angle. He needs just the one kill.
Oh, damage might be enough though. I mean, oh, okay, yeah, that might be enough. Yeah, I mean, Try burns his teammate to a crisp. Try finds a double, and well, the round is over on time. But ABR will just survive. I thought for a moment, I was like, oh, if he swings around there, if there's a second player, or rather a third player that's gonna be coming from single door there, that would have been ridiculous. But I mean, some beautiful shots to close out the half. And what even happened there? Oh, DGT just got a little bit too close to the molly there.
Yeah, I feel like he tried going for the run because he heard the two players coming in from vents. He was like, I need to protect my teammate. He needs to get the bomb down because there's not enough time. So he just overstepped just a little bit into the fire. And we know that overstepping in fire is not the best thing to go for most of the time. But yeah, I feel like it doesn't really matter that they lose this round for them, at least mentally. Like, obviously, you're going to see that they're just a little bit frustrated there by the way that they lost it. But a 10-5 half going into the CT side of Nuke, I think you're going to be happy with this.
I think so. Well, we'll see what they can do in the CT side. Is starting things off. DGT and Try to find a few quick kills. Try with 2. DGT with a second now as well, as Ponter gonna try and make his way back. Rox and Max are holding the exit, but it's DGT, and it's a full house towards the ramp from DGT and Try as 9Z win the CT pistol.
Can I say it?
I'm sure you can. What is it?
Kyoto.
Kyoto.
Yeah, that's a Kyoto moment there from
we should
DGT
get a counter.
Try.
We should get a counter how many Vamoses and Kyotas are said throughout the stream from not only us, because it's definitely, I can 100% tell you, he hasn't even cast the game yet, but Kremer, Peter, he is going to be saying it over and over again. 100%.
Yeah, 100%. I can guarantee as well. You know, it's a lovely energy. The thing is that people think of saying these things even if it's not Brazilian teams playing, and when you actually have LATAM teams, when you have teams from South America, you just have to, man. If you're a part of this community, you just have to be thinking about it. Every single time you see a nice Digo shot from a player that's playing that is originally from South America, you're thinking Kyoto in your mind. Otherwise, you're not a CS fan. Don't DM me.
Hate the player, don't hate the game. Ted doesn't make the rules, he just follows them, all right?
Absolutely. So, yeah. That's the meme culture. It's not me, it's just the meme culture. And well, let's see what the AK culture is going to tell us about Keed in this round. This could potentially be one of their last chances here.
I love this from Rox here. Very aggressive with the MP9. 18-6, so the man with the funky glasses is putting on a funky show here on Nuke, much to Keed's demise. I mean, they've been caused all sorts of problems as we see them now waiting. They look to be throwing late outside smokes, and it looks like they might be making their way towards ramp after them. Now, there is that fast flank there. Rox has heard the steps as well. There's going to be the smoke deployed by DGT. Lub spotted where it came from, though, and he's going to be able to find that kill. Rox might get aggressive, might get rewarded. Rafa hasn't peeked out just yet, though. And, well, all the info is there. Rafa will go down. ABR will find the next, though. As Keed, they have control of that lower bomb site.
Yeah, they do. But trying to throw a spanner into the works here with this smoke. He can actually go for a fight towards the side, but he's waiting out. I think he's thinking about the safe. I feel like now his teammates have called for it, but Ponter not going to make it a possibility. And well, now try and Rox. You need to hold on. Rox hasn't even moved from that upper bomb side. This is going to be a 6th round for Cade, and that was actually quite sick. That was a really good round.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate from 9Z's point of view because they had a lot of information there, right? I mean, they knew what was going on. Rox had heard the player making his way towards lobby. The zoom in, the close-up of the bomb. Here comes the explosion. Ked, watch out. Cover your eyes. Get back, get back. Try actually got taken down there, actually, as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Unlucky.
All right, you know, 9Z, they had a little bit of information there. Lub managing to find that kill onto the ramp player. I think it was DGT, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was.
Just seeing the trajectory of the smoke made it very easy to kind of pinpoint where that ramp player was. Now, there could have been a double ramp setup, but you know, he just kind of took a little bit of initiative there to push and try and get that kill. As we see, I believe it is a tactical pause, if I'm not mistaken.
No, it's technical. It's a technical.
Oh, okay, right.
Yeah.
All right, a little bit of a tactical.
You know what's the thing? I think that was the first round where DGT was actually alone towards ramp and they were trying to attack it. So that's a pretty, like, still, you feel like 9Z have the information. They know what's going on. There was no one to support him towards ramp. That's the awkward part, right? Because you're like, yeah, we know exactly what's going on. It's fair numbers on both sides. It's not like they have the advantage or something like that and we're lacking manpower. No, we actually have the chance to send someone over towards ramp so he can assist DJT, but we don't do that. We kind of rely on him, which fair enough. He's been hitting some shots, but when you're alone and you need to go for such a late re-smoke, it always has the risk to it. So I would say that considering he was alone, that's a bit of a misplay to go for that re-smoke, but I'm loving the TV. You know what's the best part? They found the best in both worlds. Like, we have the new TV and we have the quality of the old one.
Yeah, it's the
so we have the nostalgia. Like, we still have the nostalgic moment in it.
It's the flat screen, but it's the Minecraft toaster quality that
Absolutely.
you remember, like, you know, you had an old technical problem like back ages ago. You had a technical issue, and then you have just some guy like literally recording on his phone, and it's just about I'd say maybe 3 pixels in the whole video, you know, so it's very difficult to see. But you know, that'd fix it. Trust me, they were the best technical videos in the world. Like, they would fix your problem.
Did you try turning off your TV and all again?
Yeah. Well, gonna see as they're gonna try and test this bomb site. Well, so far 9Z are gonna hold it. Harney and Rafa now find themselves dropping down the vent if they can, but DGT will not allow Tarnay to pass. Rafa, he has escaped the net. He has slipped it a little bit down the ventilation system, and he will at least get a plant, but he has to go get aggressive. He has to go take a fight. He only has 2 kills to his name. Opens that single door. They know where he is. There's a third. Looking to maybe try and find a fourth, but he will not find Try. As Try takes him down 13-6. Now 9Z 3 rounds away from taking the map and the series. Bomb plant helps a little bit, but the money a little bit of an issue for Lub.
Yeah, just a little bit of an issue. They lose a couple players, but in the end of the day, that was a really good call from 9Z. I mean, they were absolutely prepared for this A-pop. They were ready for the execution. The grenades come through, and they go for all the default grenades. Like, you see the smoke in heaven, you see the smoke in mini, you see the Molotovs popping on the top of HUD, you see the flashes as well. But in the end of the day, there were just too many CTs on that upper bomb side to deal with. And well, 9Z, they pick up another round, slowly but surely getting close to that 16 mark now, 13 on the board. One more round is going to reset the economy of the T's and potentially make it perfectly fine for the CTs to try and attack that victory, but Turnay, he's got different ideas.
Oh, look, this aggression from Max. The flash is perfect from Rox as well. And Max is going to keep going. Try takes down Ponter, and just when you think it's going Keith's way, 9Z are like, no, try me. As Try finds a double. Rafa alone. Try with the third. 9Z get 14. And you feel that is Keith running out of chances, Ted, running out of opportunities in this winners matches. It looks like they're not going to be doing much winning in this series. That's just some beautiful team play. Oh, Try.
Yeah.
That first shot.
Yeah. You know what's the worst part? 3 out of 5 kills in that round were onto fully flashed players. That just comes to show. 9Z, I'm not sure if we can calculate that. I'm not sure if we can bring up a statistic about it, about the total amount of flashed enemies throughout this entire series. I think it's going to be above 15, above 20 maybe. Like, that's insane. Every single round, we're seeing kills on fully flashed players. And in the end of the day, when you add on the mechanical skill, it's just the perfect recipe for success. These rounds, they haven't even been close, Jack.
No, not whatsoever. As Keed, they're gonna try their last chance here. They'll try and get out onto this A site. DGT pulls up the wall from heaven, drops down onto the site, and he actually finds a double, leaving Ponter now alone. Bit in a 1v1. Ponter has picked up an AK, decides he does not want that up, as Bit is going to go for a little bit of a reposition. Ponter, not aware of this position whatsoever. Gonna punch in the numbers, and he's looking towards heaven. Oh, he spotted him. He knows exactly where he is. Ponter's gonna walk on, and the free fire is there, and the kill and the round go in favor of Keed. So they're not out of it just yet, Ted. That's exactly what they needed. Money, an issue for the side of 9Z, but they are going to be able to pull together, scrape up a little bit of a decent buy. They'll get an off on in the hands of Try. There'll be an M4 or 2. But Keed, now, this is probably their best opportunity. They win this round. They reset the money of 9Z completely. And then maybe we can start talking about them bringing it back.
Yeah, absolutely. But in these rounds, 9Z were the most dominant, but Rafa, he's gonna kick things off with a pretty nice opener. The AWP getting put into some good use, and right now he's gonna get recovered by Max, but a 5 versus 4, and you mentioned that Keed, this is their chance. They need to reset the CT side economy, and what a better way to do that. Now they slow things down. They know that 9Z need to be pushing into them. They know that 9Z should be reacting to this one.
They should be, but they're not. Right? They're just holding. Oh, ooh. Max is so aware of that. He finds the kill. Now, doesn't take any damage either. So he's going to drop that up over. He might even, try and drop that one out of heaven towards the site. Maybe one of his teammates can pick it up and wield it later on in the round. But they need to be careful. Oh, Rock's close in the smoke. He hasn't been spotted out. DGT putting the pressure down. Oh, the ABR finds that kill. DGT with the next. Oh, and it's gone from bad to worse here for Keed. Ponter drops down the vent. He's going to be followed. Now puts down some cover and fire. And Rafa is just going to hold that ladder and make sure nobody follows his teammate down. The bomb will at least be placed, and the numbers will be punched in. A 3v2 retake for 9Z, making it 3v1. Rafa's alone, Ted. Let's see if the Op IGL can carry his team over the line in this round.
Oh, and they should know exactly where he is. He was the one to lock in the rotations. A missed shot, a missed opportunity, and this one might be his last one. He's going to fall back, deploys them all. He tries to reposition. It's really tough. They're going to chase him. They're going to hunt him down. Rafa, surely this one just a bit too much to ask from him. And 9Z, they're going to pick up round number 15. Key, they need to win 8 in a row only to force OT. I'm not sure if this one is still a possibility.
Oh, the money would say exactly the same. Oh, I mean, it's just not there, Ted. It's been a disappointing game so far for Key. A disappointing series, let's be real. I mean, they would have wanted to put up a little bit more of a fight on both of these maps. Still have an opportunity, though. They're not down and out just yet, but you know what I like to say, Ted? Perfect Counter-Strike for the next 8 rounds. It's very much easier said than done, as we'll make our way forward. Try 20-9. An aggressive play from 9Z towards outside that might just work in Keed's favor, because nobody is there for the moment, and if they react quickly and make their way elsewhere, 9Z could be weak.
You know what's the thing? You say try 20-9, and you're like, whoa, he's been having a lovely game. Maybe they're winning because of him, but Then you look at it, Max is 20 and 12, Rox is 28, DJT is 21 and 10. All of them are having really good games. What can you do if you're a Keed? You're just absolutely outclassed on every single aspect of the game.
Oh, and outclassed they are being tried with a triple kill to finish it off, 16-7. Oh, that is beautiful from 9Z. They are your winners.
Put on the glasses.
Yeah, please. We want to see the glasses 100%. Oh no, the camera being turned off. Yeah, all right. Job done. Now that's it. You know, we can relax. There it is. Beautiful.
The man, the myth, the legend.
Our rock star right there from 9Z. As we go through that round again. Max through the smoke. Let's have a look at Try. He rarely missed Ted, did he?
Yeah, it makes it look easy.
And it's not easy. It's not easy. You might, think, all right, you see Try doing it, pick up the op in your pugs, pick it up in your MM games. Man, you're not going to be able to do that. Like, it's even the flicks that he was hitting towards outside, absolutely ridiculous. Deserved winners.
Yeah, absolutely. 9Z, they came into this matchup. We were wondering, they are the better team between the two of them. They are the best team in the tournament overall. Of course, if we're looking at the rankings, if we're looking at recent results, they have been in form. And we were wondering, are they going to win this Group A? Are they going to be the first team to qualify for the playoffs? And well, this is your answer. They are the first team to qualify for the playoffs, and they made a really serious statement about it, Jack. They're looking really solid. I don't envy anyone that's going to get a matchup against them in the playoffs, because they're going to have a tough time.
Yeah, they really are. And I mean, that's them going forward into the playoffs from Group A so far. Of course, another team will be joining them, but that will take place tomorrow as we have an elimination game between Redragon and SWS, and then Keed, of course, bowing out of that one. They'll have another chance. They'll have another opportunity. Could we be seeing the rematch, Ted? Could we be seeing SWS maybe come back and face Keed to maybe try and get some revenge? They had a close game there. Or could it be Redragon? We just don't know. Those are going to be some interesting games tomorrow, and they mightn't be as straightforward as they seem.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be as straightforward as we think, because Redragon, they managed to put up a pretty decent fight against 9Z. So all of these teams, of course, you mentioned out the really close game that we had just before this matchup. I feel like these three teams are pretty much on the same level, or at least really similar. So these ones are going to be really interesting. I simply can't wait. I think it's us covering them, actually. So yeah, that sounds really fun. It's gonna be really nice. But I think that we are pretty much done for today. If we had to conclude, if I had to put up some key points about what we witnessed in this first day, I'd say we saw a couple unexperienced teams that we saw some great stuff from. And I'm really looking forward to see how they progress throughout the tournament, because, there's, especially with younger teams, as the tournament goes forward, they kind of let that pressure go off their shoulders, and they're showing us better and better gameplay with every single day with the tournament progressing. So I feel like we might see something like that happen with those three teams. Of course, 9Z, maybe the main key point of the day, they are here for the trophy, they are here for the tournament, and they're not messing around, Jack.
Yet to drop a map, crispy clean, the 9Z team. And well, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for today. I'd like to thank everybody over at production. I'd like to thank yourself, Ted, for joining me for the final game of the day, and indeed X-Warrior and Widelity for covering the two early games. We'll be back tomorrow and around the same time with that elimination game starting us off, and we'll see you then.